enjoyable. Well, first of all, we all hope, well, Louise and I both hope that you are all okay and your families are fine. It's obviously been a very difficult time for everybody. We'd both like to take the opportunity to wish you all a very Merry Christmas, as merry as possible, and a super and more appropriately healthy New Year. Hoping that the next time we do have a lesson, we are actually in presenza, which for us would be great. But we would like it very much. Okay, that's fine, Emanuela, that's absolutely fine. Okay. Right, so let's do a bit of legal English this morning. Okay, nothing like the legal English on a Friday. It's Friday?
It's Friday.
It's Friday, on a Friday morning. So, we got not even halfway through in the 3rd of April, we looked at the the law of tort, and we also did a midterm test. We're going to start looking at the understanding contracts part. So, can we all go to page 18, please?
Which is the part with the archaic terms, the words that only you lawyers use.
Okay, now, if you remember, one of our, I think it might have been the second lesson we did was modern letter writing, my favorite lesson. And I kind of super stressed you about being aware of how you should be writing in English, i.e. making your letters, your emails understandable for your clients. As I always say, always be aware of who you are writing to. So that means you have to move away from the archaic language and go back into, let's say, plain legal English, okay? The only time that you can use archaic terms is when you are writing contracts, okay? So any sort of contract language needs some sort of archaic terms, okay? Especially when we are writing international contracts, okay? There are, let's say, 2 types of words that we use. Words that begin with here and words that begin with there. So I'm sure you've all heard of, you know, herein, after, thereby, therein, etc. These are words that in general English we do not use, okay? It's too formal, it's too archaic, it's just words that in general English are not used.
Yeah, they're practically Shakespearean.
And although we are English and we do love Shakespeare, we're not going to use the language in everyday writing. So let's just start off with a lovely little exercise. So on page 18, this is giving you some important advice about understanding and using certain words. Okay, these words are often used and seen in international contracts. So we're going to give you some time just to read through, and you are going to choose one of the words to put in. Okay. Obviously, if anybody has any questions, you know, do ask. Okay. Mariangela.
Yes, I don't find the page. Maybe it's a new addition.
No, page 18. Does everybody have the page?
It looks like this, Mariangela. Understanding archaic terms.
Understanding archaic terms, let's see.
It's from the April pack.
From the April. That's
from the
right.
April lesson.
So which module? Oh my gosh, I didn't realize.
The one that was the 3rd of April.
3rd of April.
Yes.
Sorry, may I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
I'm using the book, directly the book. Can you?
Right, okay.
Me too.
Right, hold on. Yeah, hold on 1 second. Yeah, just give me a second. Yeah, I don't think I have one actually because it's the first thing. Just give me a sec and I will find it for you. Give us a second.
Yes.
Yeah, it's page, if you're using the book, it's page 201.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay, here we are.
Good,
Okay,
excellent,
great.
okay.
Okay, so there are simply 8 words to put in the following text.
Page is understanding archaic terms. Are you using the book or are you using the
PDF. So
PDF? Okay, so the PDF is page 18.
18, yes. Thank you.
You're
April
welcome.
the 3rd, understanding archaic or archaic terms. Has everybody found that?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
great.
good.
great.
E qui cosa ti hanno detto? Racconta.
This little article, then you can just check that you have the correct answers. Shouldn't be difficult. The next part is a little more difficult because we're all the here to, after, herein, thereby, etc., which can be confusing for mother tongue users also. Okay, so just check that you have the correct words. There are words that some lawyers use that are not part of modern English language. Language specialists describe these words as archaic, meaning that they are no longer in common use. These are not technical, legal words, but words from general English. Some lawyers believe using these archaic words makes a document more serious. The more modern view, however, is that they only make a document look old-fashioned. The general advice these days from all modern legal writers and law firms is not to use them. Very often you can delete them without it having any effect whatsoever on the meaning of the document. However, you will see these words in some documents, so you need to understand them. Okay, so it's a question of understanding rather than using a lot of the time. There is a particular category of archaic words that are very common in contracts. These are words starting with here or there, followed by a preposition, sometimes 2 prepositions. Okay, examples would be words like herein or thereon. The here words usually mean in this document, or in a contract, it could mean in this clause. The there words refer to something that the writer mentioned before now. So for example, the persons hereinafter named means the people named later in the document. The sum of money borrowed and the interest thereon shall be repaid in full on the 5th of June. The word thereon, in this case, means on the sum of money borrowed. Okay, so some lawyers argue that these archaic words are more exact or more precise than modern English. Modern language specialists and many leading law firms say that this is not true, and for this reason, archaic words are falling out of use in the UK. I would say that that's probably a positive thing, personally.
Because it's very easy to make a mistake with the word that you are using. And you know, I always say, please bear in mind who you are writing to, okay? You know, if you're writing to your client, obviously your contract has to have some sort of legal terminology in it, but your client also has to understand, and you have to explain the contract in a way which is easy for you, because you are explaining the contract in a language which is not your own, but you also have to make sure that your client understands as well. So, okay. Now for the fun part, because we do like a bit of a fun part first thing in the morning. So, exercise 2 on page 19 of the PDF, and it is page 202 if you are using the book. I will go slightly mad today with book and PDF, but that's okay. So here we're looking at the archaic terms with here, okay? You've got 5 different words. What we would like you to do is read through the explanation of them and then look at A to E and decide which one is going where.
It can be quite confusing, so read very, very carefully. They are confusing.
They are very confusing.
Hereinafter, heretofore, hereunder. Heretofore, no.
Hieronder.
Okay, I see a lot of you are looking at the screen again. Ready? Yeah. Okay. Take it? Shall I take it?
Yeah, you take it, babe.
Okay. So you should have the following answers. Okay, and if you haven't, why not? Phrase A, Royal Airlines Limited, hereinafter referred to as RAL. So meaning from this time. Okay.
Sorry, can I just open one of my little parentheses, which you know I do like to open up. When we have the initials of a company, okay, now in Italy you tend to put them all together and pronounce them as a word, okay? In English we don't. This company is called RAL, it's not RAL, okay? It is important that you pronounce each letter separately. Okay.
Yeah, and that's valid for lots of acronyms like VIP, ASAP. We never say ASAP or VIP. These are Italianisms.
So always separate the letters. Sorry, I'm chiudendo I parentesi.
Okay, phrase B. The author guarantees to the publisher that the work is heretofore unpublished by any other company or individual. So before writing previously. Okay, I think C and D are relatively similar, but in consideration of the sum of £10,000, receipt of which the seller hereby acknowledges, okay, by means of this document with these words, okay. D, any products referred to herein, in this case, in this document, remain the property of the supplier until the customer pays for them in full. And at this point, you're left with one. E, in case of dispute between the parties, any arbitration conducted hereunder will be conducted by arbitrators direct of London. So meaning under the terms of this contract, under this agreement, later in the document. Okay.
Okay, good. Now, so we've done here. Now let's look at there. Okay. So exactly the same thing, page 20. Or page 203 if you're using the book. Exercise 3, again, look at the different words and pop them into the sentences.
Just very quickly, I'll read them. Thereby, therein, thereon, thereinafter, thereto. Just so you can pronounce them beautifully for your clients, if you ever use them. It is very difficult online, isn't it? Because we can't see, some of you, clearly when you finished, you look up at the screen, but some of you continue to, I don't know, doodle. I don't know what you're doing. Okay. Phrase A, he sold the company and thereby became a millionaire. Okay, so as a result of the action of selling, he became a millionaire. B, I enclose a copy of the contract. Please return it to me together with any amendments thereto, to that contract. The owner of the land and any person who wishes to claim an interest therein should contact this firm of solicitors as soon as possible. The defamatory story in the newspaper refers to my client in the first paragraph and refers to her thereinafter another 4 times in total. Okay, and the buyer agrees to insure the painting and to pay any import tax due thereon upon delivery to the UK. All correct?
Yeah.
No? Bartalena, whoever the shaking his head vigorously.
Any questions?
The people who've got them wrong, I mean, the description is quite clear. Thereby, as a result of, but yeah, they're confusing words.
Yeah, don't do that. Okay, right. So, okay, exercise 4, same page as before. So we're looking at certain words that you can use in your contracts to mean mentioned in an earlier part of the contract. Now, there are 4 different words that we can use. They all mean exactly the same thing. So said, aforementioned, aforesaid, the same. So your question now is, why do we have 4 words? Well, because we like to complicate things. Why make it easy for you when we can actually make it just a teeny weeny little bit more difficult for you? So I'm just going to read to you a typical example. So the contract between the claimants and the defendant was signed in August. Said contract was for the supply of goods. In this example, the word said is used to mean the contract I have already mentioned. The lawyer could have used the other words in the list to do the same, or alternatively, he or she could have just said it or the contract. So, for example, the contract between the claimant and the defendant was signed in August. It was for the supply of goods. So, literally, yeah, that is much easier. Always try and not overcomplicate things for yourselves, okay? If you can keep it as easy as possible, it's much better for you. So when you see one of these words in a contract, you must look back in the document to find the noun that it refers to. Sometimes you are lucky and the noun that is being described is near the archaic word, as in our example. However, sometimes the noun and the word are far apart, and that makes things just a little bit more difficult.
Although I would say, as Italians, you're probably quite used to doing this. As a learner of the Italian language, you use some very, very long phrases that we don't tend to do so much in normal non-legalese. So I think you're quite used to sort of going back and finding what you're referring to just because you are Italian speakers.
Very true. So what we'd like you to do now is we've got 4 sentences, A to D. They're all from terms and conditions of a sale of a contract, and in each example you will see one of the archaic words from the previous page. What we'd like you to do is underline the word or the words that this word is referring to. Okay?
So same, aforesaid, what are they actually speaking about? Which noun are they referring to? Okay.
Are we done? Are we finished? Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. No? Okay. Give you a couple more minutes.
30 seconds.
I'm nicer than she is. I give you a couple more minutes. She gives you 30 seconds.
I dispute this.
Let's have a check. So, A, payment must be made upon delivery of goods. The exception is where payment by invoice has been agreed. In the event of payment by invoice, payment must be made within 30 days of receipt of the same. The same is referring to...
Delivery of goods.
No.
Invoice.
Yes, good, by invoice. Okay, by invoice. B, where a specific delivery date has been agreed and the aforesaid cannot be met, the buyer will have the option to receive a full refund. So aforesaid is referring to...
Yeah, Bartolena, you had your microphone off, but I saw you mouth the correct words. Delivery date is correct.
Okay, good, delivery date. C, the goods shall be inspected by the buyer upon delivery. All goods come with a delivery note. In the event that the goods cannot be examined by the buyer, the aforementioned document shall be marked not examined.
Delivery note.
Okay, good, delivery note. And any defective goods must be returned to the supplier. Said goods must be correctly packaged. Said is referring to...
Defective goods.
Okay, good, defective goods. Yeah. Now, just again, one of my little parentheses, sorry. During the lessons that we've done, this lesson and also the previous lessons, all through the little PDFs that you have little help desks boxes with different words and phrases. The important thing to do is always make a note of new words, new phrases, okay? There are lots of different ways you can do this. You can make a list under each subject. So for example, understanding contracts, write a list of the words, the phrases that are used. Or, I don't know, get yourself a little rubrica and again, write the new words and the new phrases, because you're going to be learning and you will have learnt a lot of new words and phrases, and you do need to keep a note of them, okay? Especially because Louise and I will be giving you another test, possibly in February, if we are particularly cattive. But honestly, for your benefit, please do, make a note of words and phrases. It is important because you will see them time and time again. So. Okay, now the next exercise, the bottom of page 21, and for the people who have the book, page 204, is understanding some common words. Now,
they are common words.
They are common words, exactly. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at the words and phrases, and they're all connected with a specific type of contract. What we'd like you to do is just pop the words and the phrases into their definition, okay? And then we will obviously check together.
So clearly do the ones that you know first, and then you may be left with 2 or 3 that you didn't know that you can make a logical guess, perhaps.
Can I ask if you can freely replace the word said with such?
Such goods. I'm not necessarily. Well, I suppose so. Yeah. Such goods can be defective.
I would prefer not to use it because I think, Luigi, it's one of those words that you can actually confuse a little more because it has so many other meanings. I think said is definitely better. Because such goods could be, it also means something like tale, it's...
Because in Italian we say detto or tale.
Okay, yeah, no. It's
correct, it's correct, but
in legal terminology, no. There are specific words that you would only use in specific times. So, for example, as we said, same, aforementioned, etc., aforesaid, are used in that context.
Such good. I mean, again, grammatically, it's fine.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
If you've left 1 or 2 out, just write them in as I go through the answers now. I've lost Julia. Okay, so the buildings that a business uses are called? And the pronunciation is actually premises. It looks more like a premises, but it's not, it's premises.
Premises.
Yeah, okay. The legal right for someone, such as a writer or a singer, to publish his or her own work, and to be sure that no one can copy or exploit it without permission. You use this in Italian, so copyright.
Copyright.
Again, make sure the R is very English, copyright, not copyright. Sorry. Okay. The type of tax that you have to pay when you bring certain goods into a country is the
import duty.
Correct, okay. Import duty. Moving goods from one place to another.
Carriage.
Good pronunciation, whoever said that. Lovely. Carriage. All of the people who work for a particular business or organisation, and here Julia and I will say this word differently, I can guarantee. Julia, you say the letter E.
Staff.
Okay, Julia says staff because she's posh and from the south. I say staff because I'm from the north.
And she's common. There is, but honestly, there's no difference. I mean, both are fine. Staff or staff, it's absolutely fine.
It's a regional difference. Queen Elizabeth, however, would say staff.
Me.
We both have Queen's middle names, though. Julia Elizabeth Waldman. I'm Louise Victoria Barker.
Our mothers liked Queens.
Okay, a symbol such as a word or a picture that a company puts onto its products to distinguish it from the products of its competitors is the
Trademark.
trademark, yeah. An official document. The document protects a new invention, such as a new medicine or a new machine, from being copied or exploited.
Patent.
Yeah, okay. Both.
Both. Okay, again, another difference in pronunciation.
Patent.
Patent or patent. Again, no difference between them.
Understand both. Okay, H. In the process of being transported from one place to another.
In transit.
In transit. The person or organisation that pays money to someone to use something for a certain period of a time is a
Hirer.
hirer. Always pronounce your H's, yeah. Something new that someone has made or designed for the first time.
Invention.
Okay, fine. Placed on a plane, a ship, a lorry or a train.
On board.
On board. And finally, an owner is a person or organisation that has the legal right to possess something. It belongs to them. Okay.
Okay, so now, I think we probably do this semi-quickly. Exercise 2. We've got 3 different contract bits. So contract for the hire of a hotel, a contract for the transport of goods by ship, and a contract concerning a company's IP rights. What I'd like you to do is look at the words in exercise 1 and put them under the correct heading. So which contract are they going into? Okay. So words like in transit, staff, invention, etc., pop them into the different contracts. Okay, are we finished? Yeah? Okay, so let's have a read. So the first one, a contract for the hire of a hotel for a company's conference. You should have premises, staff, hirer, owner. Okay? Contract for the transport of goods by ship, import duty, carriage, in transit, on board. And a contract concerning a company's IP rights, copyright, trademark, patent or patent, invention. Okay, all correct? Mariangela, stop yawning, you're gonna make me yawn. Stop yawning.
Okay.
Yeah, otherwise I will stop.
Sorry, I wake up very early.
Oh, tell me about it. Tell me about it. Now, okay, exercises 3, 4, and 5. Yeah, we're going to do it together. Okay, basically, each exercise is talking about the different contracts. So you're going to have to think of which word goes in which part. So the first one is talking about the contract for a hire of a hotel for a company's conference. So sentence A, the of the hotel bought it last year from a large hotel chain. The
owner.
Good, the owner. Okay, good. B, the of the hotel conference room wants to book the room for 3 days in June. The
Hirer.
good, hirer. C, the hotel are very big. In fact, it is probably the biggest hotel in the city. The hotel premises. Good. So there are over 200
Staff.
good staff working in the hotel. Okay. Now we've got the contract for the transport of goods by ship. The goods were
On board.
On board.
good on board the ship. Okay. The cost of
Import duty.
Carriage.
carriage is 600. The buyer agrees to pay any
Import duty.
Import duty.
import duty, and so the goods are
In transit.
good in transit. Okay, and the last lot, so concerning the company's intellectual property rights. The computer was a new
Invention.
good invention in the 20th century. The publishing company and not the author has
Copyright.
Copyright.
good copyright in the book. If you invent something new, it is important to register a
Patent.
Patent.
Good. And so the
Trademark.
Good,
Trademark.
trademark, good, excellent, 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 excellent. Okay, now, moving slightly swiftly on. Okay.
We will have a coffee break,
Yeah.
don't worry, not yet.
Coffee break is about 11:15, and we will actually also be doing an exercise where we will be putting you into breakout rooms for you to work together. So if you are all, Federico's eyes have just like exploded when I said breakout rooms. So if you all know Zoom, Zoom has this lovely little option where for teachers it's great because our students can work together, and you will be doing an exercise which is on the separate PDF which you should have been sent. So I'm quite sure that you were, but I will explain that a little bit later on.
Okay, Emanuele, don't panic. We're not speaking about imminent breakout rooms.
So
Thank you.
we will
We'll give you warning.
Yeah, definitely a lot of warning. Now, we're going to be looking at the structure of a contract. So we're on page 24 of the PDF and page 207 of the book. Okay, the book, yes. Now, this is a text all about the structure of a contract. Okay, I think we're going to read this.
Okay, lovely.
So I'm going to start reading. You can get to hear my pronunciation this time.
Oh, you get the posh pronunciation this time. How lovely.
You get the Queen's English, honestly. Right. A contract has a logical structure. Some lawyers say that a well-written contract is like a story because it explains the agreement from the beginning to the end in a way that a reader can clearly understand. When a modern lawyer drafts a contract, he or she is following a tradition that has developed over many years. Let's look at the first half of a commercial contract. Most commercial contracts begin with the following sections. The parties, the people or companies who are entering into the contract. The recitals, the background to the contract and the reason or reasons why the parties are entering into the contract. The definitions section, how certain words must be interpreted when they are used in the contract. The operative provisions, the most important things that each party agrees to do. The delivery of goods or services, the time when the key obligations will be carried out and where they will be carried out. However, a lawyer who is drafting a contract doesn't often begin with a blank page. A lawyer would call this to draft from scratch. Most modern contracts are not drafted from scratch, but are based on a precedent. A precedent is an existing contract that a lawyer can use as a model for drafting another similar agreement. A precedent also acts as a useful drafting checklist to make sure that everything necessary is included. Most law firms have a precedent bank or a precedent library as part of the word processing facility on the company computer, or they rely on an encyclopedia of precedents. The precedents are regularly updated, particularly when the relevant law changes. A precedent can also be referred to as a template, but this is a more general word for something that you can copy. It is not so specific to contract law as a precedent. Remember, a contract precedent should not be confused with the other meaning of the word precedent, which is the decision of a judge in common law that is used as a general principle of law. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a couple of minutes just to read through the text that I have just written. If there's anything that you don't understand, just underline it and ask us in a couple of minutes. Okay, so just read through the text that I've just read. The question with the answers. Okay.
Only the first one.
Yeah, only the first one.
Yeah, because I think these definitions just show they're the words that may have been confusing. So, yeah.
Generally
Second
speaking.
answer. Good. So a model contract that already exists. Okay. To draft means
Right.
to write. Quite simply, when you're talking about a contract. Yeah. The parties to a contract. Number
One.
Number one, the people or companies who are entering into the agreement. What does the recital section of a contract contain?
7.
Number 7, yeah.
Yes.
So background information, why we're entering into a contract, etc., etc. Why does a contract contain a definitions section?
3.
3, because it specifies the exact meanings of the words. To draft a contract from scratch means
5.
5, to write from the very beginning. We use this ever so often in normal English as well. You'll hear somebody saying, oh no, I have to start from scratch, for example, which means go back to the very beginning and start with
0.
Yeah, from 0, exactly. Okay, and the other meaning of the word precedent at this point is number 6, the decision of a judge that forms part of the common law.
I got a question.
Yeah.
Regarding the operative provision, the material part of the contract, project manager very often use deliverables. Is it right as a lawyer? Deliverables.
Deliverables.
Yes. Regarding the project, I mean the project manager. So I would like to know if it's correct as a lawyer to use it. They use it, but regarding the part of the obligation, deliverables.
Honestly, Mariangela, I've never heard of it.
Oh, the word is
deliverable,
fine,
I know
yeah.
what it means, but I've never heard it used in legal terminology.
They are not legal, they are
and so it
scientists,
might be
project
something-
manager. So I'm wondering if it's correct that I use to that.
No, if you are a lawyer, then no, you're not going to use
Okay.
deliverables. Absolutely not. No, we're just having a look to see.
No, I would certainly use it in normal English.
Yes.
I would use it, yeah.
So it's correct
the
their part, but not as a lawyer.
But not as a no.
Yeah, I mean, it's the final product, what's ready to send are the deliverables.
Yes.
So, I mean, yes.
Goods.
Yes. Yeah, the goods, the final
Goods.
ready goods, the deliverables.
Okay, fine, thank you.
Okay, now, moving swiftly on. Okay, exercise 2. We've got a list of different sections that we'll find in the first half of a commercial contract. So what you're going to do is match each section of the contract with the extract. So the delivery of goods, the operative provisions, the parties, the recitals, and the definitions or defined terms. Okay.
So we're going to basically do exercises 2 and 3, and then we'll do something a little bit different in little groups after that, okay?
Hello.
Lovely lawyers. Well, you all are lovely lawyers. Okay, exercise 2, and then we'll do exercise 3 very quickly together. So, A, goods means any goods or services that are ordered from ABC Printing Limited and includes any materials incorporated in them. This is from
The
Definition.
I'm sorry, what?
Definition.
Okay, yeah, the definitions or defined terms. Yeah, absolutely. The agreement is made on this 5th day of March, blah, 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 blah. This is from...
The parties.
Parties.
Okay, good. The work will be carried out on the 5th of May at the buyer's address. This is from...
The
The delivery of the goods.
Okay, delivery of goods. And D, the buyer owns a shop, the supplier has an experienced electrician, etc., etc. This is from...
The recitals.
Recitals.
Good.
Yeah,
Recitals.
recitals.
Recitals. And in consideration of the sum of £5,000, the supplier agrees to carry out the work, etc., etc. This is from...
The operative provision.
Okay, operative provisions. Very good. Now, exercise 3. Oh, sorry?
To do this just quickly together.
Yeah, exercise 3 we'll do together. My lovely Valletta here will read. And
no, it's just because it's repeating the same words again, so we can do it nice and quickly and get on to the next part. Okay, so which word is missing from the following phrases in exercise 3? People or companies who are entering into an agreement are called the... What are they called?
Parties.
Thank you.
Parties.
Parties to the agreement. Fine. Lawyers rarely have to draft a contract from, as they usually have a precedent. Good, from scratch. From scratch. The section of a contract that gives the backgrounds to the contract and the reasons why the parties are entering into the agreement is called the...
Recitals.
Recitals, yeah, the pronunciation was better this time. Good. Most law firms have a collection of precedents that they refer to as a precedent.
Bank.
Bank. Yeah, do keep your A's very open there. Bank.
Bank.
You know this, I told you this. I'm the one about pronunciation, Julia's the one about all the rest. Okay, yeah, bank. The section of the contract that deals with
Delivery.
delivery of goods or services usually states exactly when the key obligations will be carried out. Lovely.
now, here comes the good bit. Do you all have the second PDF that was sent to you? It should have been sent to you, I think, the end of last week or uploaded. I'm not quite sure when it is.
Yes, is that in the book or not?
No, it's not in the book. This is
Okay,
from,
so I have, but I haven't printed.
Yeah, no. Please make sure that you do have it, on hand.
Yeah, to hand.
To hand. Okay, and I'd like you to look at the page which says Contracts 1.
In very big letters at the top.
Okay, so it's this page here. Okay, it says, don't look at my answers, don't cheat, because I've already put the answers in, so don't look. So it's Contracts 1. There are 2 exercises on this page. I can't see people on page.
So which one?
Hold on a second. Sorry, Maya Angela. It's this
which
one
page?
Here. This page here, where it says Contracts 1. There are 2 exercises.
Contracts 1. Okay.
Yeah.
It should be towards the end of the PDF, is it?
It was separate. It was sent
Sent separately.
as a separate PDF. Yeah. Okay.
That one. Okay.
Yeah. Do we all have it? Can you give me a
Yes.
thumbs up if you've all got it? Yeah, Manuela, perfect.
Yes, we have.
Okay, good. Can't see people on the second screen.
2
Okay.
screens full of lawyers.
I know.
41.
Oh, goodness me, 41 lawyers. Right, so do you all have the people on the second screen? Not because you're less important, but you're on 2 different pages for me. Do you all have the file, PDF?
Yes.
Great.
Datemi segni di vita?
Yes.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, good.
We're going with Federico. He's got it.
Yeah. Federico's got it, you've all got it. So that's it. Right, now, should we do the first one?
Yeah.
Okay, now the first one is, yeah. So the first one we will do together, okay? We're going to complete the text. The second exercise, Emanuele, get yourself semi-prepared for this. We are going to put you into breakout rooms, okay? I will explain exactly what you have to do in a minute. So let's just do exercise 1 first of all. We have a text. It's taken from the Dictionary of Law by A&C Black. We're going to read about how to explain a contract, and we're going to put in one of the 20 words. Okay, we'll read it together, okay, and then we'll look at the different words. So, a contract can be defined as an
Agreement.
good agreement between two or more parties to create legal
Intention.
Obligations.
Somebody said
Intention.
it, obligations.
obligations between them. Some contracts are made
Verbally.
not
We have to
verbally.
read the rest
no.
of the phrase,
Read the
actually.
rest. So some contracts are made. In other words, they are and sealed, stamped by the parties involved.
Writing.
No, under seal.
Yes, good. Under seal. In other words, they are
Signed.
signed and sealed by the parties involved. Most contracts are made or in
Verbally or in writing.
Verbally or in
okay,
writing.
verbally or in writing. The essential elements of a contract are A, that an
Intention.
Intention.
no,
No.
not yet.
An offer.
Okay, an offer made by one party should be by the other.
Accepted.
Yeah, good. Accepted by the other. B,
Accepted.
Consideration.
good. Consideration. So the price in money, goods, or some other.
Reward.
Yeah,
Yes.
good. Reward paid by one party in exchange for another party agreeing to do something. C, the
Intention.
good. The intention to create legal relations. The of a contract may be the
Terms.
yeah, good. The terms of a contract may be
Clearly stated.
clearly stated or not.
Express.
Okay, good. Maybe express, so clearly
Or
stated, or
implied.
good, implied, not clearly
Stated.
good, stated in the contract, but generally understood. As something of contract.
Entitled.
A breach.
Breach.
Yeah, good. A breach of
Breach.
contract by one party
Pronto?
of their
Allora, il breach of
whoever's on the phone, we can hear your conversation. Probably best not that we hear it. Okay, so a breach of contract by one party of their
Obligations.
It's correct, but not the one that we need.
Just
I think we've used obligation. Yeah, we've used
we
obligation
use it, already used it, yeah.
of their
Terms.
no.
So first of all, let's see the rest of the phrase. So in
okay.
the other,
Liability.
yes.
Yes, contractual liability. Good. Entitles the other party to for
To sue for damages. Or
good to sue for damages or in some cases to seek specific performance. In such circumstances, the contract may be.
Sorry, I'm lost.
It's all right. We're going to repeat everything. Don't worry.
Okay.
In such circumstances, the contract may be
voided.
okay, voided. In other words, it becomes invalid. Right. Let's just go through these again. I'll read it a little bit quicker this time. A contract can be defined as an agreement between two or more parties to create legal obligations between them. Some contracts are made under seal. In other words, they are signed and sealed, stamped by the parties involved. Most contracts are made verbally or in writing. The essential elements of a contract are A, that an offer made by one party should be accepted by the other. B, consideration, the price in money, goods, or some other reward, paid by one party in exchange for another party agreeing to do something. C, the intention to create legal relations. The terms of a contract may be expressed, clearly stated, or implied, not clearly stated in the contract, but generally understood. A breach of contract by one party of their contractual liability entitles the other party to sue for damages, or in some cases to seek specific performance. In such circumstances, the contract may be voided. In other words, it becomes invalid. Okay. Any questions?
Yeah, I have a question. Sale and like is synonymous of stamp, but if I want to say something like notarized, like something officially said by a notary, public notary, how should I say? Because I remember something like under sale.
Undersigned?
No, under seal.
No, something like refer to a notary.
Okay, yeah. What was it under? It was under deed.
A deed is like a general.
Yes, but but it was
signed by a notary before, in front of like a public notary. But I don't know why. I remember like a word which is under seal, referring to something written like sign and
under. Okay, because in old-fashioned terms, what was a seal was, if you remember, with legal documents, you would have the red stamp made out of wax, and it is sealed. It means that the contract or the letter was officially sealed by a notary or a public official or a lawyer. This is why we say under seal. Okay, often used also with deed when.
But here under seal is written like some contracts are made under seal. In other words, they are signed and sealed.
Filed and sealed by the parties involved.
Like signed and executed by the party. Like
exactly.
signed.
Yeah.
I mean, they've put stamped in brackets simply because people don't use the wax seals anymore.
No. I understood, but I was referring to the situation, different situation when you go before a notary and you have to, you ask for like an official like signature.
A notary sign. Yeah, they have their little stamp thing.
Is there like, I just remember my mind goes to like under seal as referring to a notarized document, but maybe I'm wrong.
No, I think it's used for all official documents. So notary, lawyer, they all have their little little seal things, not made of wax anymore. It's a rubber stamp. You're not doing it with candle and red wax anymore, but it's still a seal. Now, any other questions? Whizzing to the second page because I can't see everybody. So, second page of people, lovely lawyers. Do you have any questions? Nicola, Luigi? No? Any questions? No? Okay. Right, now, Emanuele, can you show your lovely face?
Yes.
Yay. Okay, now this is where Emanuele comes into his element. We are going to do exercise 2. On exercise 2, there are 8 different contract situations. Working in your groups in the breakout rooms, what we would like you to do is read through the different situations and and tell us what kind of contract is being described or talked about. Okay, so you'll work together in your little groups and decide, okay, number 1, the person went into the supermarket, they chose the items. As soon as my basket was full, I headed for the checkout. What's the contract? What's it talking about? Okay, do you all understand? Yes?
Okay, you'll be in groups of about 4.
Yes, we are talking about more contracts, each number, or is just one kind of contract for?
No, different contracts.
Different contracts.
Yeah, different contracts.
So you're trying to decide what kind of contract is being described in these situations. What type of contract is it? Okay.
We have to work in some groups.
Yeah,
Yes.
you'll be working in groups. So Emanuele will organize the rooms. You will be sent, there'll be a little like invite thing on your screen that says you
Okay.
have been invited to
Like
join.
usually. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, if you can speak in English, that would obviously be better in your little groups, because we're not the hosts this time. Emanuele is.
Yeah, okay, because usually, yes, sometimes we we try to speak in Italian.
I know, and usually when we are hosting the meetings, we can come into the rooms and discover people speaking in Italian who suddenly revert to English when they see our faces, but we can't do that today. Emanuele can check.
I will open the rooms now.
Okay. Oh, wait, a time.
Okay, so it's 11 o'clock. We'll give you, we'll give you about 10 minutes, okay, to do this. Obviously, if you finish before, you can just leave the breakout room and come back. Okay.
Sorry, Julia.
Yeah.
Could you? I got lost. Could you please repeat where we are? Where our contracts?
It's exercise 2 of the page that we've just done. Okay, so we've done the first exercise.
So it says contracts 1 at the top, the nice big right.
Yeah. Okay.
We're just doing exercise 2.
Oh, okay. Exercise 2. Yeah.
Yeah, so you've got 8 different situations to describe what kind of contract is being described. Okay.
Okay.
Right. Thank you, Emanuele.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm opening the rooms.
Oh, that's good. He's excluded us. Who was it who didn't want to go?
Okay, so yeah. Okay.
Let's have a look. So number 1 says, I went into the supermarket, chose the items I wanted, basket was full, I headed for the checkout.
And it is a contract.
Yeah.
Purchase.
Cheese.
What type of contract do you think that is? What conclusions did you come to?
Purchase.
Sell.
Really, it's not that far ahead. It's not a purchase agreement yet, is it? We thought it was.
Purchase agreement.
I think
Shopping.
Shopping agreement. It's a supermarket shop.
We're being much more vague in reality. It's simply an implied agreement or understood. Okay, there's no verbal contract, there's no written contract, but it is a type of contract. It's implied. You have a basket full of goods, you're going to pay for them and leave the shop. Okay, so it's simply an implied or an understood contract.
Or an unspoken contract. So,
unspoken.
Okay, the second one, my cousin Bob said he was going to get rid of his computer and buy a new one. I said that I needed a computer and I suggested I bought his old one. We agreed on a price, I gave him £50 deposit and agreed to pay the balance in instalments over the next 3 months. I'm going to collect the computer this evening.
I wrote the purchase contract with an agreement for payment in installment.
Oh, you're much more detailed than we
I
are.
purchase.
Sorry.
Much more detailed than I am or than Julia is. So actually, again, we're going for vague here.
Yeah. Is anything written down here in this contract?
No. Is an agreement verbally reached by the parties.
Okay,
Good. Okay,
yes,
or
it's
otherwise
a
known in the short version as a verbal agreement.
Verbal contract.
A verbal contract.
contract.
Yeah, good.
Okay, good.
There's still offer, acceptance, consideration, etc., but it's verbal.
Okay, 3, the property is unfurnished. Rent is £650 per calendar month, which has to be paid monthly in arrears. Electricity, gas and phone bills are extra. There's a communal garden, communal parking area, for which I also have to pay a nominal maintenance fee. The landlord is responsible for any repairs to the property. I'm not allowed to sublet at any time. I've signed the lease for 18 months. This is a
lease contract.
Rental contract.
Okay, there is
do you know a specific term?
Rent.
No.
No, lease contract.
Yes.
Yeah,
Lease.
tenancy. Okay,
Lease.
it's a tenancy contract. The person who is renting the apartment is a tenant. Okay, so it's a tenancy agreement or a tenancy contract.
I have a question.
Yep.
About the first line at the ending, which has to be paid monthly in arrears. Why it has not been used like installments, like monthly?
If I'm to be perfectly honest, I asked exactly the same question.
It's fine.
Arrears, as far as I know, refers more to like the interest and debts.
Exactly.
Like accruing interest accruing on debts, something like that, more than.
Yeah,
like
I completely agree with you. And in fact, my logic in my head just read the word as installments.
Yeah.
I don't like the word arrears used in that phrase. It just sounds wrong. Full stop.
Okay.
Yeah, and I agree with you. And in fact, I underlined it because I said somebody will ask this question. So congratulations. Yeah.
Okay. 4, we're opening our own branch in the town centre. The deal is fairly simple. We get the right to use the company's name, trademark, trade names and products, wear their uniforms and use their stationery. They also provide our staff with all the necessary training, give us invaluable managerial assistance and provide advertising materials, etc., etc. What type of contract is it?
Franchising?
Yes, good. Franchise, good. Okay. Number 5. The total amount numbers. The total amount.
I'll read this one out. There's numbers. Julia can't do it. Okay. Can I?
You can, of course you can.
Okay, the total amount you are borrowing is £9,000 at an APR or annual percentage rate of 6.6%. Repaid in monthly instalments over 3 years. This gives you a monthly repayment figure of £275 and 46 pence, totaling £9,960 and 56 pence. I should have made you say these numbers. You've opted out of the repayment protection premium scheme. If you wish to make an early settlement, the figure above will be recalculated accordingly. As soon as you sign a form, your funds will be released into your bank account. Please note that penalties will be applied if you default on repayments. What is it?
A loan.
Good. Loan agreement. L-O-A-N. Loan. Good.
Okay. The appointment is for a period of 2 years following a 4-week probationary period. Your remuneration package includes an annual gross salary of £32,000. You are entitled to sick pay and 6 weeks annual leave after you have been with us for 3 months. Your hours of work are from 9 to 5 Monday to Friday, although you may be asked to work overtime during busy periods. The company has its own medical and pension schemes which you may join.
Employment.
Yeah, what type of employment? 9 to 5, Monday to Friday?
Full-time or part-time?
Full-time.
Full-time.
Full-time
employment contract. Good.
Okay, number 7, the total cost is £2,870, which is payable in full before the goods can be dispatched. Alternatively, we can arrange credit terms, which are interest-free for the first 6 months. All goods are covered by the manufacturer's warranty, which is valid for 1 year. If you are not happy with your merchandise, it can be returned for an exchange or full refund, but please note this is valid for 20 days only, and we will need to see your receipt or other proof of purchase.
Yeah, she can't read numbers. That said 28 and she read 20.
28 days only.
20.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Lovely lawyers, which is it?
Sale of goods.
It's that?
Sale of goods.
Okay, so
covered by a warranty. A sale of good covered by a warranty.
I've just gone for something more simple. I've gone for a purchase agreement.
Yeah.
It's the terms and conditions of a purchase agreement, isn't it? Terms and conditions of sale. Okay, so I think I'd probably simplify life a little bit, but yeah, it's a purchase agreement.
Okay, a Group 7M people carrier is £58 a day. The price includes unlimited mileage, fully comprehensive insurance, collision damage waiver and loss damage waiver. The company has drop-off points in most major cities, but will charge extra if you use a different one from where you picked up the vehicle. A refueling service charge will be applied if you do not replace the fuel you have used.
Car rental agreement.
Yeah, okay, car
Car
rental
or car
hire.
Yeah.
Okay, lovely lawyers. Now, you now get your coffee, cigarettes and toilet break. Well, I need to do a pee. 25, so we will be back here at 11:45. Okay. So off you pop and have a coffee, etc.
So 20 minutes? 20 minutes?
Yeah. The next one will be slightly shorter.
No, non brontolare.
I need it. No, I'm not.
And we're literally following on from where we got up to in the original, the start of the lesson, not for the breakout rooms, but where we were before. So understanding contracts 2. And
in the book, if you have the book, it's page 371.
Okay, and if you don't, it's page 27 of the original PDF. Page 27. Okay. So the contract part of legal English is always divided into 1 and 2.
Which page in the book? Sorry to disturb.
In the book, it's page 371.
371?
Yep. In the book, not in the PDF.
300. 300. Okay.
Okay, in the PDF, 27. Okay, we move on to quite simply the second part of understanding contracts. So just more vocabulary. Okay, a lot of which you should know already, some of which you might not. Okay, and I think it's probably my turn to read. So more typical contract clauses, that's where we're starting, and I will read through it, you follow along, and then we shall look at the vocabulary together as we usually do. Okay, so typical clauses that you'll find in commercial contracts. Okay, and as usual, you have the most important vocabulary highlighted at the top. So at the beginning of most commercial contracts, there are sections that deal with information such as the names of the parties, the background to the contract, and the defined terms. After these sections, you'll find the main body of the contract. The main body of the contract is made up of clauses. There are some types of clause that you'll find in most commercial contracts. A commercial contract usually contains, for example, a clause that states what the term of the contract will be. The term of the contract is the duration of the contract, and it means the period of time for which the contract is valid. There will also be a termination clause. This clause contains information about the expiration of the contract. The expiration means the end. So the agreed date of expiration of a contract is the agreed date upon which the contract will end. Contract of employment, for example, might have a term of 1 year. The termination clause tells the employer and the employee how the contract can end after a shorter period of time before the agreed date of expiration. There's often a clause in a contract that deals with information that must remain secret. This clause usually obliges one of the parties to keep confidential certain information connected with the other party. For example, let's say an advertising company enters into a contract with a drugs company. This period of time, this is the type of thing that's happening in the world. The advertising company agrees to create an advertising campaign for a new kind of medicine that the drugs company produces. The contract will include a clause that obliges the advertising company not to tell or disclose certain information to any third party about the drug company's products, production methods, or financial information. This clause is often known as the confidentiality clause or the non-disclosure clause. Many modern contracts also have a clause that deals with intellectual property rights, and this is very common in contracts under which someone such as an author or a self-employed freelance designer produces creative work for a third party, such as a publisher or a company. For example, Anna is a good artist. She designs birthday cards for children. The Cinderella Card Company commissions Anna to create 2 new designs for its birthday cards. To commission someone means to formally ask that person to do something or to produce something, usually of a creative nature. The contract should make clear who is the owner of the design after the company prints the cards. Is it Anna or is it the card company? Can the card company use Anna's designs on other goods? The design is intellectual property and it can be very valuable. Most contracts make clear who has copyright in intellectual property. To have copyright in a design, for example, means that you are the owner of that design. Okay, I don't think that you will have found anything particularly complicated there, but just to check, exercise 1, please, on the following page are the words that I have just read out loud to you. Definitions on the left, A to G, meanings on the right, 1 to 7. Okay, so can you match a definition with the word, please?
That you are reading, because I cannot find it.
It's on page 27 of the PDF called Understanding Contracts 2.
Ah, okay.
Have you found it?
Let me check it. No, just a moment. Page
27.
27. No, go on. I will find it.
It's a direct follow-on to where we were just before we went into the breakout rooms. It was the direct follow-on. Definitions together then quickly. So the definition of the word term. Term means?
Duration.
Duration. Expiration means?
End.
End, yeah, or end. So you got 1 or 3. You can choose which end to use. Confidential means?
Secret.
Fine. Disclose.
Post. Yeah.
Tell. Freelance.
Self-employed.
Correct. Again, Julia would say freelance, I think. Freelance. Freelance. Author.
Writer.
And termination, quite possibly at this point, is end or end. Yeah. Okay, so very quickly, again, we'll do this together nice and quickly. Putting in some of these words that we've just seen. We repeat things a little bit ad infinitum, but that way we think they go into your heads and stay there, hopefully. So exercise 2 then. So something is work that requires some imagination, such as a painting, a book, or a song. What type of work is that?
Creative work.
Creative work, nice and simply. Okay. To have something in creative work, such as a book or a song, means to have legal ownership of that work.
Intellectual property.
Copyright. Pronunciation's lovely today, really nice. Okay, the writer who writes a piece of work, such as a book or a song, is usually referred to in a contract as the author of that work. Yeah, even there, usually Italian students say author or something. Yes, author. Very nice, very nice. To be a something worker means to be self-employed, usually in a creative area of work, such as design. Freelance. Sometimes large businesses, something freelance workers to do creative work for them, such as designing a logo. Commission, correct. A something clause states the way in which a contract can come to an end.
Termination.
Yeah, I always laugh at this. Terminate. I don't like the Terminator, the Liquidator. They sound like terrible superheroes. Something information is information that is private and must be kept secret. Confidential, fine. The parties to a contract often agree not to what? Any confidential information? Disclose. Another word for the duration of contract is the term of the contract. The something of a contract is the end.
Explanation.
Yeah, expiration.
Expiration.
Good. A something clause states that one party to the contract is not allowed to tell anyone certain confidential information concerning the other party.
Non-disclosure clause.
Non-disclosure clause. And finally, a something clause, an clause, states which of the parties to a contract has copyright in creative work. Yeah.
An IP clause.
Yeah, an IP clause or an intellectual property clause. Correct.
Very good, very good. Now, moving on, we're going to be looking at some commercial vocabulary now. So we're on page 29, and oh goodness me, in the book, if you've got the book, page 373. So page 29 of the thing and 373. So looking at important commercial vocabulary, we've got a series of questions A to L. In each question, there is a word in bold. You are going to match each question with the correct answer. Okay, and then we will check as usual together. Can't imitate mine because I am speaking like the Queen. Right, okay, let's check the answers then. So question A, what are perishable goods?
Number 8.
Good, number 8, goods like meat, fish, milk or fruit. Okay, what kind of goods can I describe as merchandise?
3.
Good, goods that the public can buy from shops. What kind of building is a warehouse?
11.
Good, 11, it's a large building where business keeps goods for a period of time. What is a budget?
4.
Good, 4, it's a very specific amount of money. It's the exact amount of money that a person has available to spend. What does it mean if I owe money to someone?
7.
Good, it means you have an obligation to pay money to that person. What does store mean?
Okay.
2.
Yeah, good, it means to keep goods in a particular place where the goods will be safe. Good. Why are some buildings called premises?
5.
Good, because this name is often used for buildings and land which are for businesses and not for people to live in. You live in a home, you don't live in a premise. What does it mean if I pay something in installments?
1.
Yeah.
That's Manuela's word from before.
Yeah. It means to pay for something in several regular payments over a period of time. Oh, what is the job of a liquidator?
Liquidator.
6.
Yeah, good. 6. It is the person who sells the assets of a business in order to pay the business's creditors. I think it's a terrible word, liquidator. Just kind of, it seems so, you're just going to destroy the person. So it's horrible. What does it mean if a business is insolvent?
12.
Yeah, good. It means the business does not have enough money to pay its debts. What is an invoice?
9.
Good. Similar to a bill, but it has a list of goods or services that a seller supplies to a buyer. And why do some businesses put a serial number on their goods?
10.
Good. So to be able to identify goods in the future. Very good. Now, exercise 2 we'll do together.
Very, very quickly, I think, because we want to get through as much as possible. So this one, we have the words we've just seen. So insolvent as an adjective, perishable, invoice, budget, warehouse, liquidator, merchandise, installments, premises, store, owe, serial number. Quite simply, are these words to do with money and payment or to do with goods? So which words, just tell me, which words would you put in the category of money and payment? So they're divided into 50-50. 6 words for money and payment. Which would you choose?
Insolvent.
Yes.
Invoice.
Yes.
Budget.
Yeah.
Liquidator.
Perfect.
Oh.
And one more?
Installment.
Good. Installments. Okay.
Which means
And
the rest of them.
202.
Yeah.
Something to somebody. Yeah. Okay, which means all of the other words are to do with goods. So perishable, warehouse, merchandise, premises, store, serial number, all to do with goods. Okay, that was quick.
And so using those words, exercise 3, you are going to complete the sentences with one of the words.
It goes on to the next page as well. There are phrases A,
yes,
A to L. Page 30 and 31. Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
All right, go on.
Okay. If you haven't finished,
Catch up.
do it with us. Okay, the buyer will pay for the goods in 6 equal monthly.
Installment.
Yeah, nice pronunciation, everybody. Installments. The agent has an advertising something of £10,000.
Budget.
Budget is correct. My company produces goods in China, and so we need a place to
Store.
store the goods for 3 weeks. Something is a large building.
Warehouse.
A warehouse.
Wow.
Meat and fish are what goods?
Perishable.
Perishable.
That was lovely. Again, that's usually something that Italians pronounce badly. No, that was nice. I would usually expect an Italian to say maybe perishable. But yeah, perishable. Very, very short ending.
Okay.
Lovely, lovely. This contract will terminate immediately if the buyer becomes what?
Insolvent.
Solvent.
Insolvent is correct, yeah. How much money do we?
Oh.
Yeah, and I knew that one would sound more Italian. It's so hard to make the very British O. We don't expect you to. It's a non-Italian sound. We enclose our what with the goods?
Voice.
Voice is correct. If the buyer becomes bankrupt and somebody is appointed,
Liquidator.
yeah, then the seller has the right to terminate the
Oh
contract.
God, liquidate and terminate in the same sentence. That's awesome.
Arnold Schwarzenegger is necessary. The business what for the sale consists of a factory, an office building, and a warehouse.
Premises.
Business premises. It is easy to identify our company goods if someone steals it because every item has a
Serial number.
number.
serial number is
Serial
correct.
number.
And the shop was full of
Merchandise.
merchandise at the time of the fire, and the retailer had to make a claim on his insurance policy. Good. Okay. Over to Julia because it's about termination clauses, and I know she loves it.
Oh dearie, yes, right. Termination clauses. Oh, I mean, there has to be another way of saying it. Okay, so I'm going to read the text. I want you to look at the words and see if you can put in the words as I am reading. So
Let's check the words first, though. Yeah.
Yeah, so we've got money, serious, writing, end, protect, small, stops, commits, gives, terminated, lose.
Okay, so nice simple vocabulary.
Okay. All modern commercial contracts contain a termination clause. This clause tells the parties the circumstances under which the contract can...
Before the agreed date. Yeah.
Okay.
Somebody said it right. Somebody said end.
End before the agreed date. A termination clause often lists 3 ways in which this can happen. When a contract ends before the agreed date, we say that the contract is
Terminated.
good, terminated. Okay, so the first way in which a contract can terminate is that one party notice to the other.
Gives.
Yeah, gives notice. This works together. You give notice to somebody about something, okay?
Lots of prepositions as well.
This is a period of warning that one party is about to end the contract. It is usual for a termination clause to say that the notice must be in
Writing.
Good, in writing. A typical notice period in an employment contract, for example, is 4 weeks. The second way in which a contract can terminate is in circumstances where one of the parties a material breach of the contract.
Commits.
Good. Commits a material breach. A material breach is a significant breach. The breach must have a major effect on the injured party. It is not usually possible to terminate a contract because of a minor breach. A minor breach is a and more insignificant breach.
Small.
Good. Small. A court in the UK does not consider this type of breach enough to end the contract.
Serious.
Yeah, serious enough to end the contract. The third way in which a contract can terminate is in circumstances where one of the party has serious problems concerning
Money.
Yeah, money. Many termination clauses state that if one party's business goes into liquidation and a liquidator is appointed to sell the assets of the business, this will terminate the contract. This is to the party who made money if the contract is allowed to continue.
Protect and lose.
Good. So this is to protect the party who may lose money if the contract is allowed to continue. Many termination clauses also state that if one party's business ceases trading, which means it operating as a business, then the contract will terminate immediately.
Stops.
Yeah, stops. Good. Well, I made Nicola giggle anyway with my He was laughing. Okay. Now, again, we've got some questions and answers. So these are questions about termination clauses. Read the question and then find the correct answer between A to J.
And again, quite quickly. Also because there's some prepositions coming up and you can never avoid prepositions. And are you all lovely? Julia always calls you lovely lawyers.
Of course you're all lovely. It's Friday morning. Of course you're lovely. You're sitting on Zoom for 4 hours. You're definitely lovely. Okay.
It's not an easy Friday.
No. We don't have Good Fridays either today.
No,
very long.
Very long days. Very, very long. All on Zoom. Right, exercise 2. Let's have a check. So what is the correct way to say that one party is warning the other party that a contract is about to end?
Giving notice.
Good. It is called giving notice. So the letter I. A termination clause usually requires the parties to give notice in a specific way. What is the usual way to give notice?
F.
Good. F. It should usually be in writing. What? Oh no, sorry. How long is a typical notice period stated in the termination clause of an employment contract?
4 weeks.
C.
Good. C. It is usually 4 weeks. What is a material breach?
A.
A. It is a very serious breach. What is a minor breach?
E.
Good. E. It is a breach that is not too important. Is a minor breach sufficient to terminate a contract according to UK law?
H.
H. No. Oh, what is a liquidator?
J.
Yes, it is a person who must sell the assets of a company in order to pay that company's debt. What are assets?
G.
Okay, good. I've lost the answer. Okay, they are things that a business owns, such as equipment or machinery. What does cease trading mean?
B.
It means to stop operating as a business. So who are creditors?
D.
Okay, D. They are people or companies that you must pay.
You owe money to, yeah. Yes. We're going to try and get...
Okay.
We'll be jumping 1 or 2 things at the moment.
But we're going to read this.
Yeah.
So, okay, can we have a look at page 33 of the PDF where it says intellectual property clauses? In the book, it's page 377.
We are going to read it, but usually we always make you do the exercise where you have to write full sentences, but we're not actually going to do that today. Also because it's difficult to correct them and check them. Some of you will be very happy about this, I'm sure. But rather than doing the long exercise after this, we'll do the shorter, faster exercise. Yeah. Are you reading?
Should we split it? Should we split it? I'll do the first part and you do that part. All right. Okay.
So we'll start with posh and go on to common.
Okay. Now the key vocabulary. Just have a quick read through it. So, assigner, infringe, assign, assignee, grant, license, licenser, licensee, public domain, encumbrance, infringement, intellectual property rights. Okay. An intellectual property, IP, clause in a contract deals with intellectual property rights. This means that the contract clearly states which of the parties own any creative work, such as writing, music, or designs. When a lawyer drafts an IP clause, he or she must be sure of the wishes of the parties. Does the party who created the intellectual property really want the other party to have ownership of it? Or does he or she want the other party only to have permission to use the intellectual property for a particular project, but not to own it? Let's look at an example. A songwriter sends a new song to an advertising company. The company agrees to pay the songwriter £5,000 to use his song in a television advertisement for coffee. The songwriter accepts. 2 years later, the manager of a different advertising company contacts the songwriter. This advertising manager wants to use the same song in an advertisement for a car. Can the songwriter give permission to the second advertising manager to use his song? The answer is, it depends on the terms of the contract with the first company. Did the contract with the first advertising company state that the songwriter agreed to assign all IP rights to the company? Assign means to transfer ownership. If the answer is yes, then the advertising company owns the song. The songwriter cannot give permission to anyone else to use his song. He does not own it. This is bad luck for the songwriter and for the second company. However, maybe the songwriter only agreed to grant a license to the first company to use his song. In this case, this means he gave the first company permission to use his song, but he remains the owner. Therefore, he can probably give the second company the right to use it too. Granting a license is often a good idea. The creator of the work can make money from his or her work, but continues to own the work.
A person who assigns his or her IP rights is called an assigner in a contract. In our case, the assigner is the songwriter. The person or company who buys the IP rights is called the assignee. A person who grants a license to use his or her intellectual property is called a licensor, and the person who is allowed to use the IP is called the licensee. This is a sholly-lingua, a tongue twister. So when an assigner assigns his or her IP rights to a third party, the assigner usually has to make certain guarantees to the assignee. One of these is that the intellectual property assigned is free of any encumbrance. An encumbrance is the right that some third party has in the intellectual property. In our case, the songwriter must guarantee that his song is completely his own work and he is legally able to assign it to the advertising agency. Contract clause that deals with IP rights usually states what will happen when there's an infringement of the rights. To infringe an intellectual property rights means to break the law concerning that right. We breach a contract, but we infringe copyright. Okay, so again, in legal English, there are lots of these little sort of words that always go together. When an assignee buys IP rights, he or she usually requires a guarantee from the assigner that the work, for example, a book, a play, a song, is not in the public domain. In the public domain means the public can find the work easily because the work is on the internet, or copies of it exist. In our case, the songwriter cannot give this guarantee. His work is in the public domain because it was on television. Okay.
So what we're going to do, we're not going to do the exercise 1, which is completing the sentences with a full grammatically correct sentence. You would be pleased to know.
But
we're going to go straight on to exercise 2. So we're going to complete the sentences, questions or sentences with one of the words from the key vocabulary. Okay.
Lots of words with the same root.
And it goes on to the other page. So it's from letter A to letter L. Yeah. Okay. So exercise 2, wasn't it? Yes. Bit of a mind blank there. Okay, letter A. Who owns the in this piece of writing?
IP rights.
Good. IP rights. Good. B. My client is interested in buying your designs and he wants permanent ownership of them. Are you willing to your IP rights to him? Yeah. Assign. Good. My client is a publisher and she wants to use your designs as an illustration in a new book. However, she does not want to buy the IP rights to the designs. I have instructed her that to do this, she needs a from you.
License.
License. Good. Our client does not want to assign copyright on her design to anyone, but she is willing to a license to you to use.
Grant.
Good. Grant. Your use of our company logo on your products is an of our IP rights.
Infringement.
Good. Infringement. Good. Our client owns the IP rights in the design. When she grants a license, she will be described in the contract which grants the license as the
Licensor.
Good, licensor. Our client is selling the IP rights in the design. When she sells the rights to you, she will be described in the sale contract as the
Assigner.
Good, assigner. We want to use a piece of music in our advertisement. However, we must first check that this will not anyone's IP right.
Infringe.
Good, infringe. My client paid £10,000 for the rights of the music and he is now the owner. In the sale contract, he is described as the
Assignee.
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 My client paid £1,000 to use the music in his new radio advertisement. He's not allowed to use the music again without a new license. In the contract which grants a license, he is described as the
Licensee.
Licensee, yes, licensee. It is important to the publishing company that no one has seen your book. Are there any copies? Is any part of the book in the
Public domain.
Good, public domain? And the contract guarantees that you assign your work to the buyer free from any encumbrance. This means that no third party has any interest in the work. Good, excellent.
We need to do this, don't we?
Yeah.
Let's try to see what we can skip. It's all important.
Okay, retention of title. So the ROT clause. Okay, do you want to?
We can get through this.
We can get through this one, read.
Okay, you happy to carry on listening, or would you like to actually read one to yourselves in silence without our voices? I'm happy to read if you're happy to listen. Happy to listen? Great. The retention of title clauses. Okay, this is a simple true or false exercise at the end of it, but they will try to trick you with the true and falses. Retention of title clauses. In a contract for the sale of ordinary goods, which do not involve IP rights, there's a question about when title in the goods passes from one party to the other. To have title to or in goods means to be the legal owner of these goods. Lawyers also refer to having title in goods as having property in goods. The two phrases mean the same thing. Having title in goods or having property in goods means to have legal ownership of these goods. Excuse me. In a contract for the sale of goods, there's often a clause called a retention of title clause. To retain something is to keep it. Let's say that there is a contract between a company that produces leather and a company that makes furniture. The leather company signs a contract with the furniture company. The leather company agrees to provide the furniture company with good quality leather, suitable for making chairs. The invoice states that the furniture company must pay for the leather within 30 days of delivery of the leather. However, the furniture company uses the leather to make chairs just 7 days after receiving it. Who is the legal owner of the leather? When does ownership pass from the seller to the buyer? Lawyers often include a retention of title clause in contracts for the sale of goods. This is a sensible precaution. A precaution is something that prevents trouble in the future. A lawyer must anticipate the pitfalls that his or her client might experience in the future and try to protect the client from such problems when drafting the contract. A pitfall is a problem that is very likely to happen in the future in connection with a particular activity. A retention of title clause, for example, getting injured is a pitfall of playing football. A retention of title clause protects a seller from the pitfall of a buyer who does not pay. The clause says that the seller retains title to the goods until the seller receives full payment. In our example, the seller continues to own the leather even after the buyer uses it to make chairs. What are the pitfalls of being a lawyer? Are there pitfalls?
There are indeed.
Okay, true or false?
Getting paid.
Sorry?
Getting paid, I guess.
Yeah. That's a pitfall in a lot of jobs, I think. There are many pitfalls to the job of teaching teenagers too, but I can't go into that right now. Okay, so true or false? I should literally about 2 minutes, please. I suggest that if you have a printed copy, you put a line under where you find the answer to these questions. Okay, so are the phrases A to F true or false according to the article that we've just read? Couple of minutes, we'll check quickly. In goods, to have title in goods, do they mean the same thing? That's true, correct. The correct heading that lawyers use in a contract is a retain of title clause.
False.
False, it's retention.
Retention.
Okay, retain means keep. Yes. Nobody's answering. Yes, it means keep. A precaution and a pitfall are the same thing.
False.
False. Yay. A retention of title clause in a contract is to protect the seller from a buyer who does not pay.
True.
It's true. And after the seller delivers goods to the buyer, the seller can remain the owner of the goods according to a retention title clause.
True.
Is true. Yes. Lovely.
Okay, now super quickly, as you know, I am a bit of a preposition.
Oh, me too. I like prepositions.
Yeah, we like prepositions. So exercise 2, we've got the sentences A to E. Let's read them, and we've got a list of prepositions. Let's see if we can all get our prepositions correctly. So a retention of title clause deals with when ownership of goods passes the seller to the buyer. From. The seller will retain title to the goods until the buyer makes payment in full. The seller will retain ownership of the goods until the buyer makes payment in full. The buyer must pay the seller for the goods within 30 days of receiving these goods, and a retention of title clause often states that the seller continues to own the goods until he or she receives payment.
Those are easy prepositions.
Yes.
Oh.
We think
there are worse.
Ready?
Yeah.
Okay, so the next one is all about warranty, indemnity, and force majeure clauses. So this text is missing the prepositions. Okay, so as we read, look at the prepositions from, under, for, in, on, and let's see if we can pop them in the right place. So you will see clauses dealing with warranty, indemnity, and force majeure in most commercial contracts. A warranty is a guarantee that one party gives to the other. It is a statement of fact. In a contract, the hire of an industrial machine, the hire of an industrial machine, the hirer will warrant to the owner that he will return the machine, the same condition, and the date stated in the contract.
In the same condition and on the date.
Perfect, good. In the same condition and on the date. An indemnity is a promise that one party makes to the other. It is a promise by one party to compensate the other if there is a loss that arises from the contract. Arises from means come from. Oh, that's terrible, isn't it? The process of indemnity is sometimes called covering someone against a loss. In the example above, one party hires a machine, the other, from the other, and warrants that he will return it in the same condition. What happens if he does not do that? Indemnity clause states that the hirer must compensate the owner for his loss. An indemnity clause usually requires the party who gives the indemnity to buy a policy of insurance to make sure that he or she can keep his promise to pay. The contract will say that the hirer must take out a policy of insurance. Take out means buy. In the USA, an indemnity clause is sometimes called an
It's American. We don't use it.
We don't use it. An indemnification clause goes against my better judgment. A force majeure is something that happens when that stops one of the parties from fulfilling his or her contractual obligations. It might be a problem with very bad weather, or something like a terrorist attack. A force majeure clause protects the parties from these unexpected circumstances. It describes the force majeure as an unforeseeable event. Unforeseeable means that the parties did not and could not imagine that such a thing could happen. This clause states under what? Unexpected circumstances, the parties are free from fulfilling a contractual obligation. In the above example, the hirer of the machine proposes to return it on a certain date. What happens if there is a serious fire at the owner's premises? The police will not allow the hirer to enter the premises. The hirer will not be in breach of contract because the force majeure clause will protect him. Okay, now, if you turn over the page, exercise 2. Okay, it's anagram time. So not only is it legal English, but it's also anagram time. So look at the word that they give you. All of the letters are in the correct order. So read the definition and write the word down. Okay. And good luck.
You said the letters are in the correct order.
I said incorrect. Incorrect.
You said in the correct order,
sorry.
I think.
In the incorrect order.
Sorry. Ariton.
Is that right?
We're actually, you have noticed, we haven't had a second break. If we manage to get through everything that we have to do, perhaps we'll finish 10 minutes early rather than having a second break, because we're trying to fly through quite a lot of stuff. Okay, so these words, the clause in which one party says that he or she will compensate the other party for certain losses, etc., was the
Indemnity.
phrase A, indemnity. Okay, a phrase that means comes from or as a result of.
Arise from.
Yeah, arises from in this case with the third person. Okay, a word that means to pay someone money so they don't suffer the effects of a loss.
Compensate.
Yeah, so the verb compensate.
Compensate.
Yep. A phrase that means to buy something, especially insurance in this case.
Take out.
Take out.
Yeah, it doesn't always mean buy something, obviously, we're talking about in this case. The formal name for an insurance document is an insurance policy. The word that American lawyers sometimes use instead of indemnity is indemnification. Okay, that's a good accent. An international term that describes an event that stops a party from
Force majeure.
Force majeure. I presume that the COVID virus is force majeure.
Yes, pandemic is a force majeure.
Yeah. Okay, and a word that means could not be imagined in advance.
Unforeseeable.
Yes, that was nicely pronounced. Unforeseeable. Unforeseeable. Sorry.
Right, we're going to go straight on to, okay, we're going to go straight on to more about force majeure clauses. So
yeah, because we're not repeating the same words again this time.
So it's actually, we've got 2 exercises to do here. Okay, you do one part, I'll do the other? Paragraphies? Go on then.
Okay. Oh, we're doing a
double act.
A double act?
We're doing a double act, yeah.
Okay, so again, only 6 words in bold in this article. It's usual for a contract to contain a clause that tells the parties under what circumstances they will be excused from fulfilling a contractual obligation. Excused meaning that the party is free of the obligation. The obligation no longer exists. However, the circumstances under which this can happen are very limited. A party can usually be free of a contractual obligation only because something unusual happens that stops him or her from fulfilling the obligation. The clause in a contract that mentions the ways in which this cancellation of an obligation can happen is called the force majeure clause. Let's say that one party to a contract agreed to deliver goods by plane to the other party. However, on the delivery date agreed in the contract, the delivery company's local air traffic controllers decided to have a strike, which continued for more than a month. It was impossible to deliver the goods on the agreed date because the airports were closed. Under circumstances like these, there is normally no breach of contract. This is because there is a supervening event that is preventing the contract from being carried out. A supervening event is something that is unexpected. It stops or interrupts an event or situation.
Thank you, Madam. The force majeure clause states that if a supervening event happens that is not completely out of the control of the contracting parties, such as a strike, then the party who is unable to fulfill his or her obligations will not be liable under the contract. Lawyers describe an event like this as unforeseeable. In other words, neither party could have predicted or imagined it. Other force majeure includes things like computer failure, war, revolution, earthquake, fire. I'm going to say also COVID.
Yeah.
Lawyers sometimes refer to a force majeure, especially an event that is not connected to human activity, as an act of God. Fire, hurricane, flood, or earthquakes can be described as an act of God. When a party wants to use a force majeure clause to avoid being in breach of contract, we say that he or she relies on the force majeure clause. Okay, now let's have a look. So we've got one exercise here, A to G.
Do it together.
Yeah, I think we'll do it together. So, to be excused from fulfilling an obligation means? Silence.
Number 4.
Yes, good. Number 4, that you are no
Oh,
longer
yeah.
responsible for fulfilling that obligation. A force majeure clause is?
7.
7.
Good. 7, a clause in a contract which states that neither of the parties will be in breach of contract if certain things happen. A supervening event is?
1.
1.
Good. An event that interrupts the performance of a contract. An event that is unforeseeable is something that?
3.
3.
Yeah, the parties could not predict when they signed the contract. An act of God is?
5.
5.
Yeah, a type of force majeure such as natural disaster. To rely on a clause means?
6.
Good. To use or depend on that particular contract clause. And a strike is?
2.
2.
Okay, a situation where many people stop working, usually because they have a dispute with their employer. Okay, now the last exercise, exercise 2. We've got some lawyers speaking on behalf of their clients. Each lawyer mentions a force majeure clause. So complete what each lawyer says by filling the gap with a word from the vocabulary in exercise 1. Okay, so just read through and complete, and then we'll just quickly check. And then, okay, letter A. Under certain circumstances, a contracting party is?
Usually.
Yeah, excused from fulfilling his obligations. Good. B. However, the storm that happened on the 15th of July was completely?
Unforeseeable.
Good. Unforeseeable. Good. Letter C. This is clearly what a lawyer calls a?
Supervening.
Good.
Supervening.
Supervening event. Good. D. We are not in breach of contract. He will?
Rely on.
Good. Rely on the force majeure clause. Letter E. My client is not in breach of contract, as this is the type of natural disaster we describe as?
Of God.
Act of God. And you will see that there is a?
Force majeure.
Yeah, force majeure, because that covers situations as this. Now, okay.
Because of timing, you have escaped an evil exercise.
Okay,
Believe me.
which I'm going to explain, because you can do this on your own, and if anybody wants the answers, let Emanuele know and I will send him the answers. But in the extra PDF that you were sent, now, in a minute you're going to be doing where it says contracts 2, and you'll be going into breakout rooms, working together and answering the questions. But there is also a page of legal Latin. So I have been particularly cattiva.
Oh, it's really, yeah.
Call it an early Christmas present, if you like. But there are 39 phrases.
39,
Yeah,
not
39,
40.
not 40, 39. There are 39 phrases and 39 Latin definitions. In your own time, okay, not now, you may do this whenever you like, you are going to match the sentence to the Latin. And then I will send Emanuele the answers, and when you are ready for the answers, you can check. Okay.
Just out of curiosity, it's quite difficult, but we have a feeling that it'll be a lot easier for you, one, because you're lawyers, and two,
Look.
Oh my goodness me.
That's called cheating.
I bought it in London.
Okay, so everybody, right, you need to go to Mariangela if you need help. Now then, for the last exercise today, we are doing contracts 2, which is the extra PDF. It says, look at the paragraphs 1 to 6. Okay, there are different contract clauses, and there are 3 questions for each little contract. Okay, working together in your little groups in breakout rooms, would you please answer the questions? Okay, we're going to give you about 15 minutes to do this. Okay,
Perhaps
so
slightly less.
Slightly less, but Emanuele will open the breakout rooms and put you in there. Okay.
I'll open the room now.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Emanuele.
Ok.
So Emanuele has the controls over everybody here today.
Manuele alla console comincia un po' a fare.
La console.
The master.
Infatti.
We go through the answers then. So number 1, one of the underlined words is wrong. Identify it and correct it.
Parts.
Artists.
Okay, so parts.
Parties instead of parts.
True or false? A contract which is binding is flexible and can be changed at any time.
False.
Good. 2 of these words could replace abide by. Which ones?
Obey.
Obey and honor.
Good, excellent. Number 2.
I used to love obey and honor. From the wedding vows.
Absolutely not. Underlined words or expressions in the above sentence is wrong. Identify it and correct it.
Terminator.
It's not Terminator. It's not Schwarzenegger. It's termination. True or false? Provision has a similar meaning to arrangement.
False.
False.
No, true.
In this case, true.
It's
yeah.
true. It's true.
In this phrase, it's true.
Rearrange the letters to make 2 words which have a similar meaning to obliged.
Obligated.
Obligated and required.
Good.
Obligation,
Obligated
and required. Yes.
But it is obligation because there is another the letters to compound the word obligation, I guess.
Obligated.
Obligated.
Obligated. It's a D.
Obligated, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Obligated.
Obligated. Okay, number 3. One of the underlined words in the above paragraph is wrong.
On the dotted line.
Unnegotiable.
Unnegotiable without.
Yeah, unnegotiable. It should be?
Non-negotiable.
No. Non-negotiable.
Everybody's disappointed with themselves.
Okay. True or false? The speaker thinks it might be possible for small changes to be made to the contract.
True.
Okay.
Yes, that you can amend.
Yeah. Rearrange the letters in bold to make words which have a similar meaning.
Oral and spoken.
Good, oral and spoken.
This was a nice relaxing activity. You compared to the Latin one. Okay. This was to finish.
Sorry, I have a question. Regarding amend. As far as I know, there's like a slightly difference between amend and emend. Emend.
Emend? I've never used the word emend ever.
No, here is amend, but then you can say even there is the word the emend with E-M-E-T.
A-E-M-E?
Emend. You can write emend. Emend.
I've never seen it written emend, I'm afraid. I'm sorry.
Never.
No.
I'll look into it though while we're finishing the answers. Yeah. I don't know that. I've never seen it.
You mean like in Italian emendamento?
No, like something like amend is something like just to correct something. Amend is like to improve, like to correct or to improve, like is a slightly difference, but
in English I don't think we use. No. It's used as a proper noun in English only.
Okay.
Proper noun, not a normal.
Okay.
Okay, number 4. Swillpot airline. Okay, one of the underlying expressions is wrong. Identify it and correct it in number 4.
Breach.
Obviously, I mean, this is a silly one, isn't it? I mean, breach of contract, honestly, breach of contract. Okay.
Even the name Swillpot Airline Company.
Awful. Okay, find a word or expression.
Thank you, Nicola Ottaviani. I'm very curious to read this.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so number 2, find a word or expression in paragraphs 1 to 3 which has a similar meaning to comply with.
Honor.
What did
I pressed something. Where do I get?
Sorry,
my
hold on a
controls?
second. Sorry, Louise has just been naughty.
Which is the right answer?
Yeah, sorry, no, it's all right.
Sorry, I pushed a button on the computer. I thought I'd lost you.
To comply with means to abide with. Okay, abide with.
Abide by.
Yeah. True or false? Pine Globe Airways are unhappy with Swillpot because they have breached all of their contractual terms.
So it's false.
False, because it's one clause that they have not stuck with. And you know, okay, in legal terms, how would we describe the arrangement between the two companies? As an offer, an acceptance, or consideration? Number 4? Anybody?
I don't understand the question.
Number 4, both Swillpot Airline Catering Limited.
Did you turn the page when you did the exercise?
Yeah.
No.
Genius. Lovely lawyers.
We said there were 6. We said there were 6 of them.
Oh my goodness. That's why you all look so happy with yourselves, because you didn't finish.
No.
Did you all not finish?
No.
Yes. Yes, I did.
Somebody did.
Okay,
Oh.
all right. Well, I'll give you the answers then. Okay, so question 4 of number 4 is consideration. Okay. Question 5. Okay, so one of the underlined words is wrong. Identify it and correct it.
So those of you who haven't done it will have to be very, very fast. Which is the wrong word?
Word or expression?
Period of notification.
Yeah,
Yeah, period of notification. Okay. A period of?
Notice.
Okay, notice. Which word in the paragraph is the closest in meaning to the noun contract?
Agreement.
Okay. Is this an example of an open-ended contract?
No.
No, it's a fixed-term contract. True or false? If either Withers Interiors or Sophos Construction want to enter contract, they must tell the other company 3 months before.
It's true.
Okay, good. And question 6. One of the underlined words or expressions is wrong. Identify it and correct it.
Anointment.
Yes, it's not an anointment. He hasn't been knighted Sir Alan Wiley. It's an appointment. True or false? AKL Publishing recently separated from Berry Hill Books.
It's false.
False. It merged. It didn't separate.
An amalgamation.
Yeah. True or false? Mr. Wiley can buy as many shares as he likes in the company.
It's true.
No,
false.
it's false.
Because he can't have a controlling interest, which would be 51%.
In addition to sitting on the board, how many other companies can Mr. Wiley work for?
No.
Yeah, none. Okay, none.
No professional dealings with any third parties.
Right, our
Well
lovely lawyers. As we said, this beautiful exercise of legal Latin will be your homework for the Christmas holidays. Isn't it nice?
It's a fun activity, honestly. Fun. Easy for you. You speak Italian.
Exactly. I will send the answers to Emanuele. So if anybody does want to do it and you want to check, I promise the answers I will send to him. Okay, I think that brings us to the end. As I said, Louise and I would like to wish you all a Merry Christmas and a happy and healthy start to the new year. We will see you again in February, hopefully in presenza. It would be lovely to see all of your super faces. If not, it's going to be on Zoom as usual. Okay.
As usual. We've done about 50-50 now, haven't we? Zoom and real. Have a lovely
Are you going to get vaccine?
Oh my God, seriously?
We're too young. We're too young. I probably would, but...
because British people, we know we are Already done.
Yeah, they've already started.
Yeah, my mum and dad are going to do it as soon as they can, for example.
Also mine. Yeah, yeah.
Good luck.
Stay inside your house. It's a lovely house. Stay in. Okay.
Let us know how it works.
We have to hope it works.
Right.
Julia swears in the last 2 minutes of the lesson. Okay. Have a lovely afternoon.
Have a lovely afternoon, everybody, and Merry Christmas.
Bye, Merry
Thank you very
Christmas.
much.
Ciao.
Merry Christmas.
Take care.
Bye,
Bye.
thank you.
Ciao a tutti.
Ciao.
Spero di sì.
Sì, sì.
Vi faccio vedere. Sì.
Ah, fantastico. Allora, Steven, io ti lascio come si dice? Non so neanche come si dice. Leave you the floor. Ti lascio il microfono e quando riterrai, che è molto lungo, un pomeriggio intero, quando riterrai che sei stanco tu, siamo stanchi noi, fai un break quando ritieni, tra un'ora e mezzo, 2 ore, un break di 20 minuti magari per prendere un caffè, ma lo lascio alla tua iniziativa, insomma. Ok, allora adesso disattivo il mio audio e ti ascolto molto volentieri.
Benissimo, ora...
Grazie tante. Non ti presento perché sei già alla seconda, anzi sei stato richiamato proprio perché erano bellissime le tue slide su contract drafting, volevamo approfondirne alcune e farti finire quelle che non sei riuscito quando era stato fine marzo, inizio aprile. Grazie mille.
Perfetto, grazie. Allora, metto su il slide, questa volta tolgo la digitazione dei sottotitoli, che ho fatto un intervento in una conferenza settimana scorsa per Confindustria a Vicenza. Il mio intervento l'hanno visto tutti di sotto con delle parole scritte foneticamente in inglese, anche se parlavo in italiano. Non mi sembra il caso di oggi. Okay, I will return to speaking in English since that's the way we ran the first edition. Given that we have changed the format, I think I would go back to what is my usual speaking format, which is to encourage you to make the session as interactive as we can. I would prefer to deal with questions, to deal with any comments, to re-explain something if that's necessary as we go through the afternoon, rather than try and rush it all at the end. And I would suggest that anybody who has a question they would like to ask indicates that they would like to do so by raising their hand using the icon at the bottom of the screen. And then as soon as I recognize it, I will stop and ask you to speak. That means, of course, that you will have to unmute your microphone if you wish to speak as well. If you would prefer not to speak and just do it in writing, then just send me a message through the chat. Okay, so what I thought I would do to start this afternoon is to go through the slides quickly that I dealt with in the first session, just to make sure everybody remembers what we looked at and bring everybody up to date, and then start afresh with looking at the contract itself and the way that the contracts are put together. We started off last time by asking ourselves what a contract was, and I explained to you, I made the point that in different ordinamenti, in different legal systems, contracts are viewed very much in different ways, and that in the English legal system, there is no definition of contract, so you have nothing that allows you to sort of shelter within the protections that you would be given either by 1321 or the French Civil Code or Spanish Civil Code. Very much English law and the English legal system requires you, as the drafter, requires you as the lawyer, to decide how you wish to structure your contract, and allows you to do so in a very open and a very flexible way, as long as, of course, you remain within the limits of those things that have been defined as being recognized as requirements to draft a contract. And I'll look at these as we go through. I'm not going to go through all of these slides. I'm just trying to give you basically a excuse me, an update and a refresher. An interesting quote, which I think is still worth saying, that the contract is to synthesize, is to give you a snapshot of what the parties wish to do, and then to put that into words which reflect the needs of the needs of your client, the needs of the company you work for, and an interface between them and the outside market. The contract, the purpose of the contract is an operative instrument. It's part of the organization of the business of the enterprise and will govern both the company and its external relationships. I'll leave you to work out what the lawyer's role is. What we should be trying to do at all times is to make sure that our contracts are clear, that they are complete, and that they are balanced. We should be communicating the parties' positions. We should be creating a process and a procedure which allows our client to achieve its business targets. We should be assisting in the attainment of these business goals. Then, depending on the nature of the contract and what you're doing, it should set the scene for a future cooperation. And by this, I'm not looking necessarily at further contracts or further deals. In a contract which requires the relationship to continue, you should be thinking about how that relationship will evolve and what you might need in the future and what sorts of issues might arise as the contract itself develops. And then, of course, finally, it's the identification of risk and reward. And the main issue here is that you should not be overly concerned with one as opposed to the other. The contract has to be balanced. It has to look at risks, it has to look at rewards and balance them through. The value, the economic value of the contract should reflect the way in which risk and reward is distributed amongst the parties. Common mistakes: you draft too much, you draft in without any kind of reference to the real world. You simply translate your Italian contract. I saw one the other day where somebody had simply picked up an Italian contract they were using, translated it into mediocre, I have to say, English, and then presented it as a first draft. Well, frankly, it was a waste of time and we had to completely start again. You don't draft contracts that are unilateral because that doesn't serve the purposes of the negotiation. You have to be very careful in English law, at least, to make sure that your contracts don't constitute agreements to agree. And you are not ambiguous. And I think it's the last one that is probably the most relevant, certainly as far as civil lawyers are concerned, where, as we'll see, the role of a judge, the role of the person adjudicating conflict can sometimes be manipulated if the contract is written in a way that's ambiguous. In English law, of course, that's fatal. Okay, I'm not going to go through these in any particular detail. The point here is to make sure that this was a contract from a tender that I had received, and I was explaining to you here how the first part of it was very much written for Italians, by Italians, and the second part I had expanded and tried to explain how, at least in an international context, this type of contract, this type of methodology in terms of how you draft is very helpful. The second part I'm going to go a little bit slower on because I think it's hugely important in terms of understanding the theory behind drafting in it's certainly in English and certainly in an Anglo-Saxon or common law context. I'm aware that I'm speaking at what is almost my normal speaking voice. So if I'm speaking too fast for anyone or anybody doesn't understand, please do shout. I'm more than happy to slow down and explain in different terms of what I'm talking about. So Coming back to common law, civil law, there's no point in me explaining to you the difference between civil law systems, common law systems. I think we went through that in some detail last time, and I think it should now be relatively clear to everybody. The point here I would like to concentrate on is the interpretation of contracts. English law or common law takes a very different view of the way in which contracts are interpreted. Throughout the common law world, but specifically, obviously, since that's my area of expertise, this specifically in England and Wales, the role of the courts in the interpretation of contracts is to interpret what the parties have written on the basis of what they have written, not on the basis of why they wrote it. So that essentially an Italian or any other civil law judge will look at the contract and subjectively interpret the contract as a reflection of the intentions of the parties. A common law judge, and certainly an English law judge, will look at the contract and interpret it objectively, regardless of what the parties' real intentions were, because the judge will look at what the parties wrote and looked at how they expressed themselves. And that is the fundamental difference between common law and civil law contract interpretation. It is vital that you understand that, and it is vital that those issues, you keep those in mind when you are drafting, because you will find yourself in a situation, if you don't, that if there is a dispute as to what has been written, what was intended, what the parties really meant the contract to do, quite often the judge will simply discount any kind of suggestion that you should influence the interpretation by explaining to the judge what it is that you intended when you wrote it. And it was either your lack of ability in English, or it was your lack of understanding what your client wanted, which pushed you to write what you did. It's a huge responsibility which is pushed onto the drafter, but is, excuse me, it is designed to make sure that there is certainty and to make sure that the market works on the basis that the courts consider that if you are big enough to play in the market, you are also big enough to make sure that you have properly expressed yourself. There is no room in common law jurisdictions, there is no room in English law for an interpretation which is based on a lawyer or a draftsman who is not capable of properly drafting the contract. Again, we looked at this last time and we looked at that. Okay, the matrix of fact, again, I'm not going to go into this in huge details, but is a good snapshot for how English law and how English courts interpret contracts. And it's interesting that you start off with this statement is that the process is the way in which documents are interpreted by judges to the common principles by which a serious utterance would be interpreted in ordinary life. Serious utterance because these are legally binding documents and therefore they should be taken and considered to be very much a serious, formal way of expressing yourself. There are 5 principles that go behind legal interpretation, and I've set these out here. I just need to move my screen a little bit. So we start off with the meaning which the document would convey to a reasonable person having all the background knowledge which would reasonably have been available to the parties. And I explained to you last time that that means that although I'm not asking the parties themselves what they meant, I ask the person who, I ask the judge, or the judge asks himself, what would somebody who has knowledge of this merciological sector think the parties meant when they wrote it? This is, I also will ask what background information and what background knowledge might reasonably have been available to the parties. Interesting analogy here, given the current times. There was a case brought before the courts last year or the year before by the European Medicines Agency. They had entered into a contract to lease a building in Canary Wharf, just outside the City of London, as the headquarters of this European agency. Because of Brexit, because of the, at that point, Brexit hadn't happened yet, but it was going to happen. The Medicines Agency asked the court to allow it to basically walk away from this contract because they were required by the various rules that govern the way in which this particular agency is organized. They were required to come in to stay within the European Union. And of course, that meant they could no longer stay in London because London is, outside of the European Union. And the court said, no, that's not the point of this. I mean, there were arguments about frustration, there were arguments about force majeure, etc. But basically what the court said was that as part of the background knowledge of the parties when they entered into this agreement was Brexit, or was the possibility of Brexit, because it was already being discussed. It was already being, it was already on something that could happen, and therefore this should have been borne in mind. The third point, and again, this is really important if you're looking at it and comparing it with Italian law, is that English law excludes in its interpretation the way in which contracts, the previous negotiations of the parties. So you cannot produce to the judge whole reams of emails and whole endless drafts of these contracts, which show the way in which negotiations were working. And then finally, what I'm looking, or the judge is looking for, is the meaning of the document, is that which the parties using those words against the background would reasonably have been understood to mean. And what this does is it even further externalizes the interpretation of the contract, because what the judge is now doing is he's saying, not only am I not interested in what the parties have actually meant, I'm coming away from the parties. I'm asking myself what parties like the parties, or what persons, what businesses like the people who actually entered into this contract would understand these words to mean. And that may be different to what you and I would understand the words to mean, because we might not understand the business context in which these parties were operating. That is something that becomes, again, extremely dangerous for the lawyer or the draftsman, because if you are not totally familiar with your client's business, or at least business sector, then you run the risk of using words which perhaps to you are clear, which perhaps have been written in a way that is clear, but because of the very specific business context in which the contracts are supposed to sit, has taken on a different meaning. And that's something that you have to be very careful, especially in some very highly specialized or very technical contracts. Then the final one, which kind of sounds like a bit of an anathema, bearing in mind what I've already said, is that words should be given their natural and ordinary meaning, which means that you should tend towards using very, very simple and very uncomplicated language when you're drafting your contracts. Again, this is totally the opposite to the way in which you would do so if you were writing in Italian, or for that matter in French, or for that matter in Spanish or in German. The tendency in civil law countries is that you write in a way that you try and express yourself in either archaic or certainly in, there's a difference between the language that's used when you are speaking to someone directly and the language you use when you're writing. And that, as from an English language perspective, is difficult to understand. But from an English law perspective, is extremely dangerous. Unless your English is perfect, you should never try and be clever when you're drafting contracts. You can be clever in the way in which you juxtapose the various risks, the various obligations, whatever it is that you feel is appropriate for that circumstance. But if you try and be over clever in the language that you use, the great risk for you is that you actually say something you don't properly mean. And consequently, you have to be careful how you write. And there is a huge movement, as I think I discussed last time, known as the plain English movement, which encourages legal draftsmen to use modern, simple, straightforward language, and to lose a lot of the flowery words and the flowery language that certainly in Italy would be absolutely normal, to encourage you to write in a way that everybody would understand. The sting in the tail here is then the final sentence of paragraph 5, which says, we do not easily accept that people have made linguistic mistakes, especially in formal documents. There is a suggestion from UNIDROIT that you should be able to challenge the validity of your contract if you are unfamiliar with negotiation, or effectively if you had a stupid lawyer. And the UNIDROIT principle looks at that as being something that you ought to be available to somebody who feels that they have got themselves into a situation which they shouldn't be in, because the people who negotiated or the people who drafted the contract weren't sufficiently astute or sufficiently familiar with this particular market or that particular circumstance. From an English law perspective, the judge, if you tried to argue that before a judge, he would laugh and send you away. It doesn't work. Unfortunately, of course, this makes it much, much more difficult and the task much more onerous for the lawyer and the people drafting the contract in the first place. Okay, so the message is choose your words carefully and be very careful how you use those words. And I gave you last time this quote from Denning, which I find particularly useful, which finishes up with, on the words you use, your client's future may depend. So again, it's extremely important that you get the words right. And I will remind you of the decision in Castiglione in 1891 about it's not enough to simply be clear. What you have to do is you have to remove the possibility that somebody can pretend to misunderstand what you have written. I think you've already got a course on legal English and legalese, so I'm not going to going to go through that again. Just remember that grammar applies in law just as it does in normal English. And again, it comes back to the simpler it is, the better it is. Think about vocabulary, think about things like that are known as false friends, damage and damages. We went through this last time, responsibility, liability. I think that this is a good message for everybody to bear in mind. It's certainly a mantra that I have taken with me in the almost 40 years that I've been practicing. And everything you write includes not only contracts and things that people sign, it also means the memoranda that you write, the notes that you send to your clients. These days, which is a huge risk for all of us, the emails, which we all write far too quickly, which we all send far too quickly. And then you find that perhaps either you've written it in a way that's full of mistakes, or that you've actually said something you shouldn't have said, or you've sent it to somebody you shouldn't have sent it to. And I think it's a good mantra to have, because it does, to an extent, it stops you from acting too quickly. In the old days, when you had to write things out, or you'd have a little machine and you talk into the machine and then somebody else would type it and it came back, you would reread it before you send it out. These days, we tend to send things too quickly and then realize only after they've gone that we've made a mistake or we've sent it to somebody incorrect. I've actually fixed my email system, so my emails don't leave my system for at least 2 minutes after I have sent them. And I can't tell you the number of times I have gone back in and reopened the email and realized either there are spelling mistakes because this spell checker didn't work properly, or that I had written, for instance, Dan. The system had come up with Daniele Bianchi, and I actually meant to send it to Daniel Brown. And again, in most cases, it's just embarrassing. In some cases, it might actually cause far bigger problems that you are worth having. Again, last time I went through how you should order your material. You should be very logical. You should think about the reader as well as the messages that you're trying to get across. I went through this Harvard Law School idea of the crack and then the IRAC and how you structure what you write. Again, it's something that is it's very English, it's very Anglo-Saxon, as you would say, but actually, when you get used to doing it, if you can get used to doing it, I think it's very useful. Again, I'm not going to go through this lot in any detail. Plain English I spoke to you about last time. The message here is keep your sentences short. Try and keep your sentences 20 words at most. And bear in mind that the longer your sentences and paragraphs are, the higher the risk that you will have caused. Either you've said something that contradicts what you've already said, or you've made it too difficult for anybody to understand. If your paragraphs contain more than a couple of sentences, A, why? And B, do your final sentences contradict what you said at the beginning? If your sentences are endless sentences full of commas, full of semicolons and colons, it's just very, very difficult to read. You might get away with it in Italian. You can't do that in English. Okay. All right. There's no point going through this again. Passive and active, big issue for Italian speakers. But again, it's so important when you're drafting contracts in English. This one, I think, and I will stop on this one, make everything you write speakable. I'm sure I told you last time that I have a policy for myself, which is that I say what I write. So if I'm writing something that I've had to draft myself, so it's not something that I found a precedent for, it's something that is complicated and I've had to think about it and I've had to draft it from scratch, I will read it out loud. I read it out loud to myself, and if I can, I will read it out loud to my client. What that does, if we read things silently, quite often, especially if we have written them, we read what we think we wrote. And if you read it too often, you stop reading it because your brain just already knows what you're coming to. So you just go through it and you don't really read what you've written. If you say it, if you speak it, you have to read every single word. And that forces you to think about it as you do so. And quite often, and this happens to all of us, halfway through you realize that you've forgotten where you started and you don't really know where you're going. And that means that it's confusing. It means that it's difficult to follow. And consequently, you've written it wrongly. So it forces you to start again. I have a policy with, if I'm doing very sophisticated or very technical contracts, I like to make my clients sit and listen to me reading it. And I don't think I have a single contract where halfway through the client has realized that we've gone down an avenue that we didn't intend to go down, and that either I have misunderstood the technicalities of what they were trying to do, or they have, sometimes they've misunderstood it, or sometimes they've simply not thought about it. And so there's a huge benefit in doing this. It is time consuming. It is difficult to explain to people who are busy why they should sit quietly and listen to you speak. But at the end of the day, my own experience is that it is very, very useful. And the key sentence here is, if the agreement sounds confusing, it is. And that means that you have not drafted it in a way in which it should have been drafted. If it confuses you or it confuses your client, what chance do you have of it not confusing a third party who wasn't involved? And going back to something that I think I said in my earlier slides, quite often, if we are drafting something that is not for an instant snap transaction, but is something that creates a relationship and goes forward, especially when our clients are sophisticated organizations, the people who will end up running the contracts are not the people who will have been involved in the drafting or in the preparation of the contract. Consequently, something that is on the margins of being confusing to those people will be hugely confusing to somebody who has never heard of you, who has had no involvement in the drafting of the contract, maybe in 6 months, maybe in 12 months, maybe in a year or two. What that does is it means that you've created a problem which somebody else will have to deal with later on, or worst case, you get a phone call 3 years down the line and somebody starts the conversation with, do you remember that contract that you wrote for me? Boom. And then your whole world starts to collapse. So don't get yourself into that situation. Make it clear. Stop trying to be clever. Do your job. Make sure that what you produce is something that is clear, concise, and easy to read. Okay, we've picked up again here. This issue is about indemnity, the lawyer's enemy, which is ambiguity. Okay, I'm sure we'd looked at that one, so I'm not going to read it again. Okay, there's a big discussion about the use of the word shall. We all grew up, maybe some of you know, but certainly Avvocato Masteloni and I grew up looking at English where lawyers use the word shall. Lawyers use the word shall because it's polite. Everybody kind of understands what it means. Everybody understands that it is intended to create an obligation. Everybody kind of understands that that obligation should be immediate, unless, of course, the contract says otherwise, but is less aggressive than saying you will or you must or you have to, although you shouldn't say have to in a legal context. What has happened is that as English has become more widespread, as English has become used by, I was told the other day that 96% of the people who speak English in the world are non-native speakers. That's an astonishing thing to say, because I can't think of any other language where you could easily say 96% of the people who speak it have learnt it as a second or third or fourth language as they've gone along. What that means is that the nuance that is behind the language is often lost. It means that people are using different forms, different syntax, different ways of expressing themselves that a native speaker, which obviously I am, would perhaps not think about. And this is regardless of accent, it's regardless of level of education or level of knowledge. What that then does is it makes you step back and ask yourself, why am I using this particular word when there are other words I could be using? And that's basically what has happened to shall. Shall has some kind of, it can be psychologically different to an immediate obligation to do something, and might indicate something that is to happen in the future. I shall get old. I shall die someday. These are things that hopefully will happen a long time in the future. And therefore, from a legal context, people have started asking themselves whether shall is the correct word. In government documentation, so in the United Kingdom, people like the Scottish government, in the US, the federal government have issued all sorts of rules about using shall in official documentation, and the theory is that they try and avoid doing so. In my own practice, I've been using shall for too long to simply give it up. So I continue to use it on the basis that it is generally legally and understood to be the creation or words that you use to create an obligation. There are alternatives like must, like will, or using phrases like undertakes to or agrees to, which can mean the same thing. But there are two caveats to all of this. One is that I am personally conservative, and conservative does not mean political. Conservative means that I am concerned about change. I look back perhaps too much instead of looking forward. So I am conservative about Brexit. And that means that for me, I am more comfortable using shall. I think in future people will stop using shall, and it will move towards a much more American way of saying things. So people will start using things like must and start using things like will. But at the moment, this is very much a personal choice. The one thing I would say absolutely is that you cannot mix and match. If you choose, at least within the same document, if you choose to use the word must, you cannot change to using will or shall within that document. You have to continue to use it. The reason for that is that if you have said shall in 60% of your obligations, and then you use the word will in another 30% of your obligations, and then there is 10% of your obligations where you use the word must, a common law judge will immediately say to himself, if you have changed the word, you have changed what you intended to say. So there must be a difference, whether it's in the force of the obligation, whether it's in the consequence of breaching the obligation, between shall, will, and must. And at that point, you have put yourself in a very difficult position. It's probable you could have used shall for all of them. But the minute you start changing it, then you create the possibility of confusion, the possibility of not having a clear and certain agreement. And that is very dangerous. So choose which you're comfortable with, but make sure that you use it. Okay, we went through these last time, and I'm getting more or less to where I think I need to be in terms of today's session, which is looking at drafting itself. Let's quickly go through these again. So the cardinal rules in terms of what you should be doing as the lawyer, as the person who is asked to set out to draft something, is go through the following list. So first of all, you ask questions. You have to, again, I know it's easy for me to say, I'm not worried about looking stupid, I'll ask whatever questions I like to. And that I perhaps wouldn't have said that when I was a young lawyer who is keen to actually sort of create an impression and to sit in well with my bosses and my clients. But if you don't ask, nobody will tell you. As my grandmother used to say, chi non piange non pupa. Consequently, make sure that you ask everything that goes through your mind, unless you know it's a stupid question, you shouldn't be asking it anyway. And I was taught by my dominus, who told me, I think on the first day that I walked into the office, there is no such thing as a stupid question. Then you listen. There's no point asking questions if you don't listen to the answers. And too often we're so keen to ask the question and to look clever that we don't listen to what we're being told. And of course, if we're then expected to draft up something, that's pointless. Keep listening. So you don't just listen to the immediate answer, you wait and you listen to what the client is telling you in addition, because quite often on the basis of your question, there's a whole load of information which they will transmit to you, which you hadn't actually asked for. But you then have to think about it and you have to work your way through what is and what isn't of relevance. You don't panic. You don't put yourself in a situation where you panic because it's difficult, or you panic because it's new, or you panic because you're concerned and you're confused. You plan. I like things to be visual. So I'm very much into drawing myself schematic diagrams of how I think my contract and my contractual relationship is going to spread out, is going to develop. I use things like flowcharts to help me work my way through complex situations so that I can ensure that I draft for each and every eventuality to the extent that I can, of course. And I find it easier to do that if I've done it schematically rather than simply making a list of things. You should be very careful with precedents. Precedents are extremely useful. And of course, these days, we all use precedents. It helps everybody that we can cut and paste things, that we can look to see what other people have done, which gives us ideas, or even gives us the whole basis upon which we're going to draft and create our own relationships. However, you have to be very careful. The obvious point here is that when you cut and paste, you need to look at it, you need to ask yourself, is it really relevant? And you need to read it again to make sure that you have changed or removed references to other contracts or other deals. I was sent a draft shareholders agreement. No, sorry, it was a share purchase agreement about 3 or 4 weeks ago, which had been put together from 3 or 4 or 5 different documents. And the reason I knew it was 3 or 4 or 5 different documents was because every now and again, something would crop up within the drafting that referred to either parties that were not parties to my agreement, or they were arrangements that had nothing to do with the arrangements that my client and its counterparty were talking about, that had elements of the clause that was relevant, but would then refer to something completely outside the contract. The end result being, of course, that I had to basically rewrite the whole thing to make sure that it was consistent. Embarrassing for the lawyer that sent it to me, a waste of money from my client's perspective, his client's perspective, and of course, a huge waste of time. Had I not picked this up, I mean, it would have been too obvious with these mistakes anyway, and the contract had gone through, we would have ended up with a big problem, because had there been an issue, the judge would have said, well, you know, the lawyers looked at this, the lawyers negotiated it. Why are these references there? So stupid. Read the clause and then read it again. And then read the whole document and read the whole document again. Too often, when we are looking at large documents and we're looking at complex, sometimes fast-running transactions, the first couple of times you might read the document in its entirety. After that, you tend only to read the amendments. So you get the draft in, you get the markup, and you look to see what the markup, how it's been marked up. And your reaction to the document is purely based on the markup itself. That's okay. There's no other way of really approaching a sophisticated markup unless you do it that way. However, you have to stop at some point and you have to reread the whole thing. If you don't, over time, what happens is that the parts that people are concentrating on, the parts that are being marked up, tend to have a life of their own. And quite often, they will be things within those provisions, in those clauses, which have a huge effect on the rest of the document. But unless you're keeping everything in the air and you're reading the whole thing as a whole and not as taking simply bits of the contract as you go through, you risk creating a conflict between the parts of the contract perhaps that were agreed very early on and the parts of the contract that required further detailed negotiation. And in some cases, the detailed the parts of the contracts that have been negotiated in detail will emerge as totally out of sync with the rest of the agreement, and you will create situations which nobody anticipated and nobody actually wanted because of the way these things are done differently. The other part of this, or the other part of the problem, of course, is that when in a lot of transactions, the people drafting the contract are teams. And quite often, certainly in larger law firms, different people will be allocated to handle different parts of the agreement. Fine, because then you're providing expert input for, in some cases, very sophisticated parts of the agreement. However, of course, unless there is some kind of overall influence to synergize the whole contract, you end up with contracts that are so staccato that then they just don't hold together. And that, of course, is extremely dangerous. Okay, I've kind of summarized all of this kind of thing already. Good list of questions that you should be asking yourself before you draft. What's the intended use of the agreement? What are the goals of the clients? What's peculiar to it? What's the economic value? Who is the owner of the contract? And we looked last time about whether it's the lawyer or the client. What are the risks involved? And is signing the agreement at the beginning or the end? Economic value, so important. Okay, this is where I would like to basically start today's session. And it's, I know we went through this very quickly last time, but it is probably the most significant part of the session, and something that I think merits anyway a review in detail. So by anatomy of the contract, what I'm intending is that we look at the contract, which of course can be in all sorts of different formats, in all sorts of different structures, and we look at it and we break it apart, and we look at various parts of this contract, both in terms of how the whole thing is put together, and then some specifics in terms of very specific clauses and specific aspects of the contract. So the first thing we should ask ourselves is, are we looking at an agreement or are we looking at a rule book? And this really goes to the root of how we are drafting. So if we're writing things like saying the licensee will pay the royalties on a quarterly basis, clearly it makes us think about an agreement. It's the imposition of obligations which you would expect to be reciprocal. So there is an express obligation to do something. In the example, the licensee is the subject and the verb is the active tense. So again, we're following through on the earlier things that I said, and no doubt will have been or are being told to you by other people as well. And we're using promise language if we want to create the effect of a contract as a memorandum of polite understanding. The licensee will pay royalties quarterly basis. So it's who, what in terms of, who is paying the obligation, which is to pay. What are we paying? The royalties, and when are we paying it quarterly? If, on the other hand, we use a form which is very common in Italy, which would be to say royalties are due quarterly, from an English legal perspective, we are writing a rule. We're not creating an agreement. We're not creating an obligation. We haven't identified who is to pay, and we don't actually oblige anyone to do so. It's almost like we've picked this out of the air. There are stars in the sky. It doesn't give you an obligation to go and visit them. It doesn't give you an obligation to photograph them. It just makes a statement. There are stars in the sky, and in this case, royalties are due quarterly. Consequently, what we've created is a rule book, and most agreements, most arrangements are written in agreement form, not a rule book form. How we lay it out. English law and most common law systems are not really concerned, as I explained to you last time, with the format of what we call our contract, or what we might call our agreement. There are no template contracts. Nobody is going to tell you, you must draft your contract in this way, you must draft your contract in another way. Obviously, I'm speaking of generalizations, because there are sectors where that's kind of required. But in general terms, it's up to you to decide how you set your contract out. So is there a difference between setting it out as a letter or as a contract? Is there a difference between a letter of intent and a memorandum of understanding? No. Anything that you write, which somebody signs, at least a priori, is an agreement. It doesn't matter that you've set it out as a letter or you've set it out as a contract. What matters is what you have said, what you have written, and what has been signed up to. It doesn't change the legal effect of what you have written because you've set it out in a format that looks like a letter. If at the end of the day you have created a contract, it is a contract. What does change, however, is the custom-driven or law-driven aspects. And by this, what I mean is, from a practical perspective, if you are writing your contracts to look like letters, it doesn't perhaps send the right message. It doesn't give an idea of professional competence or of business know-how. If you are working in an environment where they expect your contract to start with this agreement, the parties, and then the recitals, and etc. If you are writing things as letters, people will stop and ask themselves why. And consequently, you will do yourselves no favors if you try and change things to such a radical extent. So if custom is that your relationships are set out as a letter, the probability is you have to follow it. If it's the contract, then you should follow that. Law driven from an English law perspective is very limited. There are very few legal requirements in terms of how I set out my documentation. Of course, that's not true, even when you're writing in English, in all jurisdictions. And in some jurisdictions, or for some specific aspects, there are definitely format requirements that you have to follow. In terms of the content itself, there's an issue about articles, sections, subsections, clauses, etc. Again, it doesn't really matter what you're doing. It doesn't really matter what you use. The important thing is that you are consistent. Most American draftsmen will use words like articles, sections, and subsections. Most English draftsmen will use words like clauses and subclauses. It's a choice, it's a style. For me as an English lawyer, I don't use articles because, I suppose in my case, because I work in Italy, I think of articles as being parts of the civil code. I don't use sections because in England, we refer to what you think of as articles as sections. So if I'm looking at a law, for me, the law is divided into sections and subsections in the way in which for you, they're dividing it into articles and commas and things. So that for me doesn't sit right in a contract. But it's, again, there's nothing wrong with calling all of your, what I would call a clause, you call an article, what I would call a subclause, you would call a subsection. There's nothing wrong with it as long as you are very, very consistent. And here we go back to things like the cutting and pasting, where you're putting in pieces from other documents which perhaps take a different view in terms of how they describe the various parts of the document. Then we get things like sections, articles, and paragraphs at the bottom, which just confuses the whole thing. My choice, my style, is that my agreement has clauses and subclauses. And to make a difference between the main part of the agreement and any documents or any large schedules that I have at the end of my document, I talk about the parts of a schedule as being paragraphs. And that way, for me, I can clearly distinguish between paragraph 6 of Schedule 3 and clause 6, subsection 3, or subclause 3. For me, that makes it very, very clear. And I know if I see the word clause, I'm talking about the main part of the agreement. If I see the word paragraph, I'm talking about the schedules. Quick note, and I think we did do this last time, but a quick note on things like attachments. Syntax. Attachment is something that is today is something that I would expect to see on an email. When I started practicing, we had enclosures. They were called enclosures because these were things that you put into the envelope with your letter. So your letter took with it an enclosure, and you said to people, please find enclosed, etc. When you send an email, you attach something to your email. You don't enclose it. So you use the word attachment. In a documentary context, if I'm drafting a document, my documents have sometimes will have attachments. And for me, psychologically, an attachment is something which is a supplementary document, which is an accessory, which I am putting as an accessory to my principal document. So for instance, if I am drafting a shareholders agreement, I might want to make reference to another agreement that the parties might have entered into. So I will perhaps say attachment 6 is a copy of the joint venture agreement that the parties have entered into. It has a life of its own, if you like. I never use the word exhibit. For me, exhibits are something, well, in fact, in English law, it's very difficult to find an example of an exhibit anyway. Exhibit for me brings to mind Perry Mason and somebody standing up in an American film in court going, exhibit 3, which isn't really what commercial clients want you to be doing in the middle of a negotiation. An annex is a synonym for attachment. So it follows the same ideas, the same rules that I said for attachment earlier. It is something which has a life of its own outside of the document that I'm attaching it to. And again, it doesn't matter whether you prefer attachment, you prefer annex, or any of these things, as long as you are consistent. But part of your consistency should be writing something that the reader immediately understands. Therefore, you have to an extent at least, you have to follow the form, you have to follow the practice. Hence, annex or attachment. I tend to use the word annex. So it's annex 3, annex 4, rather than attachment. Schedule. It's schedule in English, not schedule. Americans say schedule, but the correct pronunciation is schedule. For me, my documents have schedules predominantly. And the difference between a schedule and perhaps an annex or an attachment is that the schedule has no life of its own. I'll give you an example. If I am drafting a share purchase agreement, most share purchases agreement will have, at the end, they'll have a series of schedules, sometimes innumerable schedules, but the first schedule is generally a description of the way in which the shares that are being bought and sold are divided between the shareholders. The schedule is constructed either as a table or as a narrative, but it's something that I have had to write, or somebody has had to write, specifically for this particular contract. Consequently, it has no life, it has no purpose outside of the contract. The warranties, sometimes the warranties are set out in a schedule, but they are, at least in theory, they are written for this contract. They have no life outside the contract. They have no purpose. They have no meaning outside the contract. Consequently, they are scheduled. Quite often in a share purchase agreement, I will refer to the accounts. There will be obviously it's a relationship between the accounts and the value that is being paid for these shares. And quite often I will want to establish what that value is. Consequently, I will make reference to the accounts of up to 31st of June 2020, and that will be an attachment because the accounts are drawn up by somebody who is drawing up the accounts. So they have a life, they have a purpose of their own, and therefore they're an attachment or an annex to my contract and not a schedule. An enclosure I've already talked about. We should divide our documents. We should think about the reader, use informative headings, use bullets and numbering. Never make your reader go looking for information. This serves 3 purposes. 1, it helps you understand the contract that you've written. 2, it helps your client or the future people who have to adopt and make the contract work. And 3, you do not want to have a judge sitting looking at you while he cannot find information in the contract. If you are able to construct your contract so that by saying to the judge, if you look at clause 3.2 and he opens it and he finds 3.2 and 3.2 is got a nice little heading which tells you what's inside and is structured, you may not create a friend, but you don't create an enemy. If you make somebody go looking for information in your contract or in the document that you have written, immediately you have created an animosity towards you, which is not good if you're trying to persuade somebody that what you have written or the way in which you've written it should be interpreted in a particular way. How we classify contract information, difference between things like declarations and obligations. Declarations don't impose obligations. They don't have rights and remedies, and therefore they cannot be breached. Declarations would be things like laws of Italy govern this agreement, the laws of England and Wales govern all matters arising under this agreement. When we are working internationally, we should be careful about different words that are being used. We may all speak and write in English, but we don't all use English. Some of us use American English. Some of us use Australian English or South African English. So be careful when you come across terms that look as though they should be the same, and in actual practice, they're not. Obligations and rights, draft imperative and in active. They are usually affirmative, negative, or financial obligations. An obligation creates a duty to perform. If you fail to perform, you have created a liability which somebody else is entitled to enforce. Obligations and rights, if you think of them, are both, they sit together. They are the two halves of a whole. When you're drafting obligations and rights, you should be asking yourself a series of questions. Who is obliged? What's the obligation? When must the obligation be performed? Where must the performance take place? Why should a party perform? How is the obligation to be performed? And if performance involves money or goods, how much? Some of those clearly are interwoven one with the other. But if you can answer all of those questions. Nope, okay. If you can answer all of those questions for each of your obligations, then the obligation should be relatively clear and relatively and should stand up for itself. We have some, in some instances, we have what's known as conditional obligations. Excuse me. Conditional obligations are where you're creating situations where things are being implied or expressed. So normally they would follow a construction which has the words if. So the formulation would be, if this happens, then something else happens. If you look at my example at the bottom, if the contractor completes the construction before the deadline, then the owner will pay the contractor a €5,000 euro bonus no later than 5 days after construction is complete. The conditionality behind this is that if the constructor doesn't complete before the deadline, then he won't be entitled to his €5,000 bonus. Authorizations and permissions. These arise out of discretionary authority in a contract. So they use may to signal discretionary authority. They may create choices, or they create permissions and authorization requirements. You have to be very, very, very careful with the use of the word may. May does not create an obligation. May creates a discretion. In drafting, I believe there are very, very few instances in which may is the appropriate word that you should be using. And in fact, I never use may without very much having asked myself, do I want to create a discretionary authority, or am I trying to create an obligation which the word that comes to me is may, but may is not the appropriate one. I only tend to use may if I'm looking at things like termination obligations. So if I draft a contract and I say that if a series of things happens, the party who is not in breach is entitled to terminate, I dislike intensely the idea that a contract should terminate automatically. And I very much try and avoid having a provision about automatic termination in a contract. And I know that's something that you see a lot in Italian contracts. My termination provisions generally give the discretionary authority to the person, the innocent party, to terminate. And therefore I say the party not in breach may terminate for X, Y, Z reasons. And the reason I do that is because I want to create a choice for the party that is not in breach to decide whether or not he or she wishes to continue with the contract, or whether they do in fact want to bring it to an end. If you don't use may in that circumstance, then you are taking away this discretion. And there are some such circumstances where the party not in breach will want the contract to carry on. So you have to think about that and you use it. If I use may in a situation where I'm trying to create an obligation, then I have failed, because may does not do that. May simply gives the party on whom I wanted this obligation to lie a decision, a discretion as to whether or not they would in fact undertake that obligation or not. So be very, very careful. We will look at representations and warranties later. A representation, just to remind you, is a statement of fact that is intended to create reliance by the counterparty. I own the shares that I am selling you is a representation. It is not a warranty. A warranty is a promise that a statement of fact is true and will be true in the future. So me saying to you, I own the shares is a representation. Me saying to you that the shares will increase in value by 5% every month for the next 3 months is a warranty. Representations should always be drafted in present tense, or the past tense if that's the appropriate, but there are very few that would require you to be drafting in the future tense. Warranties are generally drafted in future tense. Okay, we now come to the anatomy of a contract, and you'll see that I talk about contract face, contract body, contract arms and legs. And we will have touched on this last time, I believe, but this is where I think it becomes more interesting, perhaps. I talk about face, body, and arms and legs because I like to think of a contract as being something that is almost a living thing, which is why it has a face, it has a body, and arms and legs. And then you split that up. As I said earlier, I like to see things in a very much a visual kind of way. So I split things up. And in my world, my contract is well, I've heard people describe it as Frankenstein, or you look at it as being the screenplay of a film. The face is the part of the contract that is open to the public. It's the thing that you see as soon as you open the contract, as soon as you put the contract in front of you, is what you see. And here we have title, the preamble, the recitals, and words of agreement. Just to clear up a confusion, which I find very frequent in people I work with, the preamble is not the premessa. The recitals are the premesse. The recitals is the background, it's the story of the contract. The preamble is the part that comes before the premesse, which tells you who the parties are. So the title would be this shareholders agreement, this share purchase agreement, this franchise agreement entered into between A, B, C. That is the preamble. Then I get my recitals. The words of agreement they used to be quite complicated. They're now quite straightforward and simple. And it's basically just the words that then take you into the document itself and take you into the operative part of the document you're looking at. I then have my contract body. And this for me is the part of the contract which makes it come alive. It's the thing that actually keeps it moving. It's the thing that actually creates the obligations, creates the relationship between the parties. And here I'm looking at why I'm entering into the contract. So sometimes I will say what the subject matter is. I might say what the scope is, the purpose, the grant. And obviously there are different types of contracts that would require me to be making a grant. So if it's, for instance, a license or some kind of transfer, some kind of assignment, it would be a grant. The purpose of the contract might be an agency agreement. There are all sorts of things. And it doesn't really matter which of these you think about. Some contracts don't even have subject matter and scope, but certainly some do and they are relevant. Then I have my definitions and defined terms. If I don't understand what the contract says, how am I ever going to be able to apply it? So in some circumstances, I have to define words. I have to set out what I'm going to do and why. Purchase price, salary, commission, royalty. Obviously, salary, commission, royalty depend on the type of contract. And the purchase price is basically why I'm doing this thing. Duration and term. So again, we'll look at this later. Territory. Territory is hugely important in some contracts. So if we were looking at an agency contract or a franchise agreement or some kind of license agreement, then perhaps territory would be very important. And is something I want to touch on at the end when I've got a couple of new slides about Brexit, which we need to think about. Closing or completion. Closing and completion are merely word choices. Again, it's the difference between Americans and English draftsmen. It means the point at which the economic transaction concludes. In Italy, you generally use the word closing if you're speaking in English to talk about this particular point in the contract. In England, English lawyers talk about completion, but ultimately it means the same thing. Then we have representations of minorities and indemnification and limitations of liability, which again, I'll come into in a little bit more detail. Then we have the arms and the legs, and the arms and the legs are designed to be the sostenitori. They're designed to be the thing that holds the contract, holds the body in place. And here we're setting out general obligations, conditions, authorizations. We're looking at termination, the remedies, ADR, adjudication. We're looking at how the contract gets amended, assignment, confidentiality, waiver, severability, entire agreement, notices, counterparts, signatures, and governing law. Now, most of you will have recognized that from probably number 5 onwards, I am talking about what you would quite often find in a section called miscellaneous. I don't like using the word miscellaneous. I don't think these are miscellaneous in the way in which an English person certainly would understand the word miscellaneous. I call them boilerplate clauses, which is a fairly stupid, archaic English term, which is used to describe those provisions that you find at the end of the contract, which are basically provisions that are repeated in most contracts, which give some way of managing the contract when there is a problem. But they're not generally clauses that have a commercial impact on the deal that is being negotiated or done. So just a little bit more detail on some of these. The title. So the title is useful. It's very much, again, a question of style and of choice, but I like to know what the contract is before I have to read the thing to find out. I was involved with a client not so long ago where we were asked to visit the client and to do a kind of analysis of its contractual position. And when I asked to see the contracts, I was shown to an armario which had hundreds of contracts in it. None of them weren't indexed, they weren't divided into subject matter. You didn't know what, without actually reading the contract, you had no idea of the purpose of the contract, why it was written. All you could see were the parties and the date. That was a complete and huge waste of time because we had to go through each of these contracts to know even how many, for instance, how many agency agreements they had or how many distribution agreements. Now, it doesn't matter that in some cases people call something a joint venture agreement where actually they had written a shareholders agreement or something like that. That kind of thing happens. But if the agreements had started off by saying this joint venture agreement entered into between, at least it gave the reader an idea of what they were looking at. So I think it is important that you think about whether your contract should have a title. The preamble, as I've already said, is not the recitals, is a way in which you get into the contract by knowing who the parties are and how they are defined. So in most situations, you would try and keep things relatively straightforward. The main difference between the first and the second is that the first one not only gives us the title and tells us the parties, but it then goes into purposes of performing the project, contract number, blah, blah, blah. Much better to have said what it's called and the parties and to stop there. And then in the recitals, maybe you'd say why you're entering into that contract. It keeps things simple. It keeps things clean. Then we have the recitals. The recitals are viewed differently in different legal systems in different scenario. And you have to understand the relative force of the recitals in the ordinamento against which you are marking your contract. They should explain background. They should explain why the parties are entering into these contracts. They are not usually enforceable provisions. So you shouldn't write them as though they are. You shouldn't overuse recitals. Again, it depends on what legal force they have, but there is a tendency to throw everything into recitals to try and get the whole thing in. And I think what that does, it just weakens what comes afterwards. So think about what you're putting into them. If they do require you to write extensive or expansive recitals, then they should tell the story of the contract and why it's being entered into. You should make sure that the facts you're stating are accurate. And that sounds trite and absurd, but if you allow someone to write things into your recitals that are not accurate, you risk creating a situation where maybe many years down the line, the inaccuracy has become the reality. There used to be a rule in English law that recitals became true after 14 years. It's not relevant anymore. So you were kind of careful, but when you weren't, you could find yourself in a situation where the courts would assume that the recital was accurate, even though when it was written, it wasn't. If the background surrounding the agreement is complicated, then you should think about how you set out your recitals and make sure they are logical. The obvious and easy way for this is to try and make sure they are chronological. But sometimes chronology doesn't help, but they should at least be logical. You don't put information concerning the consideration into the recitals. That's not the purpose of the recitals. That should be in the body of the document itself. You should try and draft in a contemporary format. By that, we mean that they are statements, they're declarations that set out individually one after the other. And if you define terms in the recitals, then you should be indicating that that is a defined term in the same way as you would within the body of the document, and make sure that there is a connection between the recitals and then what you have put into the main body of the agreement itself. And I've given you here some examples so that if I've defined something in the recital, I then would say and then whatever the defined term is. There is no need in modern English drafting to say things like hereinafter referred to as, or from this point referred to as, and all that kind of stuff. That's no longer considered good drafting. And also is how I say things. So I don't say the company desires to employ Wiley E. Coyote and Wiley E. Coyote desires to work for the company. Those are parts of the agreement. That's not part of the recital. What I should, or what I could say, is the agreement outlines the company's employment of Coyote, and then all the rest of it comes afterwards. Words of agreement. The words of agreement simply say, okay, the following is what the parties have agreed. Historically, they had all sorts of consequence. Nowadays, they don't. So nobody says anymore, now therefore in consideration of the promises and mutual agreements, the obligations hereinafter set forth, the owner of the buyer hereby agrees as follows, boom. In modern contracts, it might say accordingly, the parties agree as follows. I've seen contracts that simply start off with, it is agreed. And all it does is it draws the line between what comes before the operative part of the contract and what comes afterwards. Beware that not all jurisdictions run the same, have the same view of recitals and words of agreement. So again, you have to ask yourself in, for instance, in Italian law, what the value of your recitals are. Are they interpreted as being a full part of the contract? Are they the basic assumptions on which the contract is being written? Or are they may they in future be the basis for a claim in misrepresentation? So again, these are all kinds of things that you have to think about and that you have to bear in mind, even though you're writing in English. We move now to the contract body. The contract body sets out, we start off with definitions, defined terms. Definitions are hugely important to the contract, especially in a complex situation. The rule should be you try and keep them all together. In some circumstances, it will be necessary to define something within a clause that's part of the body of the contract. My rule when I do that is to, if I have to define it in clause 8, I then put into my list of definitions that this particular word has the meaning set out in clause 8, so that whatever I'm doing, I have a full list of all of the definitions and defined terms that I'm using in my contract. It goes back to the idea that I'm not making anybody go looking for information. I establish in my contract that words that are written in a particular way, so usually with a capital letter. In some cases, people prefer to use defined terms by putting them in italics, in some cases in bold. Wherever that happens, the only place you know you have to go looking for them is in my list of defined terms. And even if my list then sends you somewhere else, at least you know where you're going. You're not having to go through the whole document to find out what the phrase I've used or the word I've used, what the meaning is within the context of this document. And again, it helps avoid your unfriendly judge. Definition placement depends on the type and organization of the contract, clearly. In some cases, in most cases, in fact, the definitions are all in the first provision. I've drafted contracts that have been incredibly technical and have had hundreds of definitions. And there comes a point where it is counterproductive to have a definition section which is 20, 30, 40 pages long. If I do that, what I do is I take all of the definitions out and I put them into a schedule at the end of the contract. I make reference in my first clause to the fact that the definitions are the defined terms, are the defined, the definitions are the definitions, the defined terms that are the defined terms, and then simply say, instead of the fact of them being in clause 1, they're in schedule X. And that allows me to move them out and to make the document easier to read. Obviously, it goes without saying that everything should be listed alphabetically. And you should always try and make sure that your definitions are whole. So you never say things like shall mean. We don't say shall mean, and this goes back to what I was saying about the use of the word shall. If you say shall mean, in English, what you are effectively saying is that they will mean whatever it is at some point in the future. When we sign a contract, the contract becomes valid and binding the moment it is effective. The a priori position is that it becomes valid and effective the moment you sign it. Of course, some contracts say that the effective date of the contract is not the date on which you sign it, but is some date in the future or whenever. However, the definitions, we need to understand what it is we have signed the moment we have signed it. Even if in an operational sense, it doesn't actually start working until at some point in the future, we need to know right at the very beginning what the words and what the clauses and what the phrases we've used actually mean. So in terms of definitions, unless there is a real logical reason why the definition should not be effective until some point in the future, it's not will mean, it's means. Right immediately, today, the day in which we've signed the contract, this word means the following. And if you think about it in those terms, I think it's generally logical to not want to say shall mean. We should never use phrases such as means and includes, because how can it? How can you, if you're defining something, it can only mean one thing. It may be that what it means is a wide group of things all brought together, but it can't mean and include. And I've given you here an example of a defined term. So ordinary meaning of body of water. Body of water is a significant accumulation of water generally on a planet's surface. That could be a definition. Sometimes I want to restrict it. So here I've said a body of water is a significant freshwater body of water, that is surrounded on all sides by land and having a surface area of not less than X square kilometers. And if I wanted to enlarge it, I could say a body of water is a body of water that is permanent or temporarily caused by weather conditions. Hugely different, each of them. But each of them define a body of water. You should avoid what's known as nesting definitions, which is where in the same definition, you include all sorts of things that are not absolutely clear. So in the example I've said means the capital increase equal to, save for adjustments as per Article 7.1, and reserved or to be reserved by the company shareholders meeting on or before the closing date, or any other date which the parties may agree in writing, and to be fully subscribed and paid in by the purchaser at the closing date. That's horribly confusing. If it was going to be that complicated, then I should have created a clause. And at worst, I should have said capital increase has the meaning set out in clause X, because like that, it's just confusing for everybody. Another example with the kind of things that you shouldn't be saying, purchase agreement made the share purchase agreement dated October 6 between the buyer and the seller as amended from time to time, provided that no such amendment may be entered into without each shareholder's consent. Now, this again causes me problems, because I may know that the share purchase agreement is dated October the 6th. It tells me who entered into it. And it tells me that if I'm looking at this in 2018 or 2020, the document that is the relevant document, that is the purchase agreement, is the original document that has been amended from time to time. So if I just say as amended, then it would be the first amendment. By saying from time to time, I'm including all amendments that have gone in. The problem with the definition is that I have then gone on to say, provided that no such amendment may be entered into without each shareholder's consent. How do I know what share purchase agreement, apart from the very first one, is actually the relevant one? Because I won't be able to know whether or not they were entered into with consent without doing a whole due diligence process to establish the consent. And consequently, that is a bad definition. It's got a huge enforceability problem as well, because how do I enforce the amended document when I could be open to an argument that that the consent wasn't valid or the consent wasn't properly given? So again, it creates problems, and I should have avoided that in the definition itself. Here we have definition of force majeure. Now, force majeure in the current climate has been hotly fought about by people all over, certainly all over Europe, within the context of COVID, and whether or not COVID and the pandemia and the various measures that have been taken by governments to restrict movement and to help or to try and find a way of restricting the spread of the disease. And in a lot of cases, there's been a lot of argument about whether or not this is an event of force majeure. Without entering into a deep and meaningful legal definition here, looking at this from a purely English law perspective, English law, common law, doesn't have a definition of force majeure. It is not a concept which English law naturally accepts. The reason it doesn't accept it is because English law wants the contract to be valid. It wants the contract to be valid so much that it is very difficult to get the law to accept something that might interfere with the enforceability of the obligations within the contract. What English law will do is it will allow the parties to introduce the concept of force majeure. But of course, what it then does is it requires the parties to define what that is, because otherwise it's just meaningless words. In the first definition, I've given you a list of things that can apply to force majeure: war, flood, lighting, drought, act of God, public enemy, epidemic, famine, plague, action of action of a court or public authority or strike. So there's a whole list of things there which could be considered to be elements of force majeure. In the second example, I have given you a much broader definition of force majeure, in which I have basically talked about the circumstances beyond the reasonable control of the party who is in difficulty in delaying or in any event in performing its obligations under the contract. And there's a whole series of then sub conditions to that. It doesn't, however you want to define force majeure is up to you. The issues behind the drafting are a number. So the first one is that you will remember that I told you that under English rules of contract interpretation, there is a rule that says if you set out a list, the list is exhaustive. You have to take steps to prevent your list being an exhaustive list. In our first example, the first definition, nothing there would indicate that any steps have been taken that indicate that that list is not an exhaustive list. Consequently, if the situation I have at the moment, which is the situation which is preventing me from performing, it doesn't come up in that list, immediately I have a problem. In this particular case, there has been discussion about whether epidemic and pandemic are synonyms or could be synonyms. And there is great doubt that, for instance, COVID, which is a pandemic, can be considered to be an epidemic. In the second case, it's much, much more open. So these are anything that's beyond my reasonable control. And then it just tells me what the various requirements are in order for me to get relief under the force majeure. So it would be much easier to argue that the pandemic fell within circumstances or causes beyond the reasonable control, if that then was necessary to give me to stop me from being able to perform. In terms of the use of force majeure, let's remember that a force majeure provision does not give me a way out of failing to perform. A force majeure provision merely suspends my obligation to perform. At least this is how it ought to work anyway. Suspends my obligation to perform whilst I am prevented from doing so because of the event of force majeure. Once that resolves itself, my obligation kicks back in. it is not something which simply stops the contract or gives me a way out of the contract or allows me to walk away from the contract in the event that one or other of these things happen. Unless, of course, that's how it's expressed within the contract itself. And there has been, as I said, a lot of discussion, a lot of debate about whether or not the pandemic constitutes force majeure. Just as an interesting little point on force majeure itself, I was asked the last couple of weeks to get involved in interpreting a contract which is written, governed by English law, and which makes reference to the Uniform Commercial Code's definition of force majeure, which actually doesn't exist. But there is a provision in the code, I think it's 2160, which comes close to giving a definition of force majeure. And the force majeure definition talks about circumstances which not only were beyond the reasonable control, but were outside contemplation of the reasonable contemplation of the parties when they entered into the contract. In this particular instance, the contract had been entered into in June of 2020. And the people who were asking for my view on the contract were looking to be able to use force majeure as a protection against an argument that they were non-performing because of measures taken by the Italian government to protect Italy against the spread of COVID. And my point was, if you entered into the contract in June, how can you say that you did not know about COVID? How can you argue that this was outside of your contemplation? And they hadn't thought about this. And the other thing they hadn't thought about, which is astonishing, was nobody had gone and looked at the provisions of the American Uniform Commercial Code to ask themselves what force majeure actually meant in the definition in the code, because they had assumed that the force majeure, if it was called force majeure, would be the same as it is in Italy. Now, regardless of whether or not the Italian definition of force majeure would have covered them in this particular circumstance, it's an astonishing lack of foresight by the legal team that advised them that, first of all, you would put into an English law contract a definition which comes from a completely foreign source, and then you wouldn't even go and look at it within the context of the contract that you were writing in June of 2020. Okay, I'm not going to go through this again. It's an interesting debate that you can look at for yourselves. It's the decree was issued by the Monti government and had to be withdrawn very quickly afterwards because it's so confusing, because people didn't properly define what they were referring to. The definition section will also contain what's known as an interpretation provision, because within English law contracts, what you use the interpretation section to do is to try and help with any kind of collateral interpretation issues. So you used it to talk about things like the word including. I've mentioned this already, that English law says if you put a list, the list is exclusive. Even if you put into that words like including. So if I say to you, if I order jumpers from you, and I say that I want the jumpers to be delivered to me in all the colors of the rainbow, including blue, green, and yellow. The effect legally is that the only colors you will have to deliver are green, red, and yellow, because including has created, it's a list, and the including has created a tight closed list of those issues. I'm just trying to see if I can, okay. So what I would do in my interpretation section is I have a standard set clause, which I stick in, which says, in this contract, wherever I've used the word includes, including, in particular, anything like that, it is to be interpreted as without limitation. And that means that even though the rule is that when it says including, it's still an exhaustive list. What I'm doing is making it very clear that I'm not creating an exhaustive list and that you should consider it to be just examples. I never use example. Example in a contract is bad drafting. I mean the word example, not setting out examples, of course. And they're here. I've given you some ideas of the kinds of things I would put into my interpretation provision. And if you look at the one, which hopefully you can see me pointing to with the cursor, is any words following the terms, including blah, 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 or any similar expression to be construed as illustrative and not limit the sense of the word's description, definition, or phrase preceding. Subject matter, scope, grant, etc. We talked about this a bit earlier, so I'm going to pretty much jump this. It depends on the subject matter of the contract, whether you have a subject matter, whether you have a scope, whether you have a grant, or whether you have a purpose. And it's just a case of whatever is usual, whatever is the correct form for that particular contract is the one that you would use. Purchase price, salary, commission, royalty, again, same thing. What you have to just make sure about is that when you write them, you create obligations and not simply making statements. So for instance, in my example, I've said the purchaser is responsible for paying the writer $6,000 for the script. Okay, that's a statement. It doesn't tell me that the purchaser is going to pay him. It doesn't tell me that the writer is entitled to sue the purchaser to get the money if it's not paid, because that's not what I have said. If I want to create an obligation here, this has to say the producer will pay the writer $6,000 for the script. Some examples here of some of these others. In the event the principal enters into a transaction with a buyer, the principal will pay to the agent a fee of 10% of the payment received by the principal pursuant to the agreement between the principal and the buyer. Licensee will pay to the licensor a license fee for the products outlined in this agreement equal to 12% of the licensee's net sales price for each product. The employee will be paid €4,000 gross a month as full compensation for the services provided. Such payment will be payable on the first day of each month and will be subject to normal statutory deductions by the employer. So again, I'm setting out the obligation and the basis of the obligation and how it's to be performed. Duration and term. The duration of the contract is often referred to as the term of the contract. There's not a huge difference. It's stylistic, it's semantic. A contract's duration can be fixed. It can be automatically renewable or renewable upon agreement. It can be conditional upon a future event, or it can be indefinite. Fixed is the easy one. Contract is for 1 year. At the end of that year, the contract dies. No provision, unless you specify it, there's no provision for the contract to continue. There's no provision for the contract to renew itself or anything else. Automatic renewal or renewable upon agreement of the parties is something you see quite often. So it will usually say something along the lines of the contract has a period for a year and will automatically renew for further periods of 1 year. And sometimes it'll say up to a maximum of 5 or up 10, or it may not say anything. In other circumstances, it will say that the contract is for a year and it will renew for another year, unless there is a notification by one of the parties for it not to renew, or that it will only happen, the renewal will only happen upon agreement. The renewal only happens upon agreement is a little bit less common, because if you need to have the agreement for it to renew, as opposed to a positive step for it not to renew, then really you're just entering into different contracts each time. My in-house counsel friends tell me that automatically renewable contracts are dangerous because, sorry, I don't quite know why that was going backwards. Because if you have hundreds of contracts, all of them renewing automatically at the end of their term, it is quite often difficult to keep track of what agreements you actually have. And if that was the case, then you run the risk of finding yourself in a situation where you have huge numbers of agreements where either you don't need any more, or that the agreements are being duplicated because you've forgotten that you've entered into them, or that you have entered into multiple agreements with multiple parties for the same subject. And my in-house counsel friends, especially people who work predominantly in procurement, large-scale procurement, tell me they prefer to have to renew the contract physically, actively, rather than have contracts that renew on their own, simply to keep control of what they're doing. But again, it's a choice. It's a question of how you construct things. Just make sure that you draft, if there are to be renewal upon, or unless there is notice, that they properly drafted. Conditional upon a future event. Okay, that's fairly clear. And then you get indefinite. Indefinite renewals are dangerous. I don't quite know why my slides are moving on their own, but an indefinite contract is a contract that has no end date. In some cases, it's appropriate, and if that is the case, that's fine, but I will always make sure that I have inserted into the contract some kind of provision for the bringing of an end to that contract. I was asked to look at some contracts a couple of years ago where they were service contracts. There were, again, hundreds of them, and none of them had an end date. None of them also had a provision for how those contracts could be brought to an end. Again, it's absurd from a legal perspective because it creates uncertainty. In this case, the uncertainty was aggravated by the fact that although my client was Italian, the services were being performed, in fact, services were being performed around Europe. The contracts themselves were governed by French law. So we not only had contracts that seemed to be endless, even though the commercial basis of those contracts had changed and therefore we wanted to end them, but we also had to then deal with the fact that a law which none of us were familiar with had itself a whole series of provisions and a whole series of procedures that had to be entered into in order to bring these things to an end. Most legal systems will enable the parties to bring the contract to an end in time. So under English law, it talks about things like reasonable periods of notice, etc. Under French law, it indicated that it would be a 6-month notice, but the French law provisions then kicked in all sorts of indennità di fine rapporto, which made the whole thing very, very complicated. So you should be careful about that. But generally speaking, you should not create what's in English we call a greenfield contract, or sorry, an evergreen contract. The contract should contain within it provisions for a start and end. And that's why I say at the end that you should be creating a term and a termination provision each time. Territory. Territory is something you would normally see in some kind of commercial rights contract, licenses, agency agreements, distribution agreements, franchise agreements, that kind of situation. It's very important that you think about how you define territory. In the example, I've said in the first one, territory means all of mainland Italy, including the islands of Sicily and Sardinia. Some of you will hopefully have been saying to yourself, there's a problem there. Because, well, I'll give you just a couple of minutes to think about it. There is a problem there. And it would be interesting if somebody can tell me what they think the problem is. Anybody? No? Even on the chat? Okay, the problem is, oh, sorry, it's not. No. No, sorry, I can't. I'm not sufficiently, maybe it's that. Okay, the problem is that, no, sorry, I'll stop playing with this because it's not going anywhere. The problem is that I've talked about mainland Italy, including the islands of Sicily and Sardinia. And in most cases, okay, that probably doesn't make much difference. But that means that I have excluded all of the minor islands around Italy because they do not form part of mainland Italy, and they certainly don't form part of Sicily and Sardinia. And again, like I say, commercially, probably that doesn't make a huge difference. You know, Elba, Ischia are not huge centers of business. But it may have been that this was something to do with hotels and something to do with tourism, in which case, of course, it would have been. I saw another definition the other day that talked about the contiguous coastline of Italy. And again, that would even be excluded Sicily and Sardinia. So you need to think about it. Territory in which the agent will perform his duties and obligations under this agreement is the Italian northern province of Lombardy, the territory. Okay, it sounds a bit weird. It sounds very much like written by somebody who's never been to Italy and has never heard of Italy. But in theory, it would probably work because at least we would be able to point to some definition outside of the contract to what Lombardy actually is. Brilliant. Now I can't move my. Okay. Nope. Right. Just moving on then to look at the definition of closing or completion. I've already said that these amount to the same thing. In most complex, actually, I think it's now, according to my watch anyway, 4:25. So we've been looking at this stuff now for nearly 2 hours. I think probably everybody needs to have a bit of a break. So why don't we break now? And then if we follow the 20 minutes, we pick up again at 4:45. Does that work for?
That sounds a wonderful suggestion. Thank you.
Good. Well, it gives me a chance to just take something to drink and no doubt somebody else to clear their minds.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, that's a break.
And is now awake, having had a little pisolino before the break, and I'll continue with my presentation. So I've now arrived at the closing or completion part of my contract, and there are a number of things that we need to think about with this, which are not necessarily the sorts of things that one would logically think about in terms of contract drafting, but which we need to think about in order to make sure that our contract actually achieves what we want it to achieve. Quite often, the completion will be happening months after we've actually entered into the contract. So it's because of this that we need to progress, and we need to project what we're going to do at some point in the future, which quite often we won't know exactly when that will happen. So the first thing you'll see from the example I've given you is that there are the words completion and there are the words completion date, which are in capital letters. That means that these are defined terms in my contract. So in my list of definitions, I will have defined what I mean by completion. And I've deliberately called this closing and then used completion to confuse you and to make sure that you are aware of the fact that some people call it closing, some people call it completion, and to make the point that I have spoilt my relationship with my opposing draftsman or my opposing lawyer by showing that I've cut and pasted and not properly read it, because now my title doesn't follow how I have chosen to use the word completion instead of using the word closing. Not a big issue. It's not an issue which changes the validity of my contract, but it kind of shows the opposing counsel that perhaps I'm not as au fait with these types of contracts as I should be, and I would like to be. So anyway, looking at the detail. In the definition of completion, I will have told you that it is the conclusion of the sale and purchase of the shares. It is the delivery moment, the collaudo of the piece of equipment that I have installed. It is the completion of the service that I wanted to perform, or the financing that I'm entering into. It doesn't matter, but I will have defined it. The second definition is completion date. And here, what I've done is I've actually defined it within the body of the clause anyway, but I will still have then repeated that definition in the definition section. I've specified the location of the completion, and I've provided for that to change over time. I have specified what the completion date will be. And in this scenario, because these are attached to a condition precedent, which means that the completion is conditional upon certain things happening, I've made reference to that by saying it will be the 30th of January 2021, unless the conditions haven't been met or waived. And in which case, if the conditions are then met and waived after that date, it'll be, and I've given as an example, the second business day after all of the conditions have been met or waived, or a date that we agree between the parties, or the completion is deferred in accordance with this 5.4, which I appreciate you won't have, but it is another provision which within the contract allows for completion to be deferred. The important thing here is that I have given a target date, and then I have allowed that target date to lapse in the event that these conditions have not been satisfied. I then tell you in clause or subclause 3 what will happen at completion. And I go through the various stages of completion, and those of you familiar with share purchase agreements will know that there are then a whole list of requirements about documentation that needs to be signed, resignations, appointments, etc., all of which are supposed to happen at completion, all of which as lawyers we pretend is all happening at the same time, which of course is not true, but from a legal perspective we want them to be all at the same time to avoid any kind of obligations or liabilities arising. But I've taken a lot of effort to try and split up completion and to give you, or to give the reader of my contract, a precise idea of how to establish what will happen and when it will happen and where it will happen. And the where it will happen is probably the least obvious one. But the reason I put that in is that completion in a complex scenario, in a complex arrangement, is sometimes involves a whole day, sometimes involves a couple of days. Quite often, sometimes it will involve the failure of completion because all of the documents or all of the preparations have not been made. I need to know where that is going to happen. Because if I have a party, for instance, in Italy and a party in Germany, I need to understand right from the very beginning where I'm going to complete. And also, of course, one of the big differences between common law jurisdictions and civil law jurisdictions is the necessity to involve a notary. Notaries have a huge part of all civil law jurisdiction business relationships. Notaries have virtually no part in common law jurisdictions. In common law jurisdictions, notaries are used to handle international documentation where you have to prove service or you have to prove the authenticity of a document. They have very little role in terms of, for instance, the sale and purchase of shares. So obviously, if notaries are necessary for my transaction, I need to be able to say that the completion will take place at a place where I know the notary can be available. I recently had to deal with a situation where we desperately wanted an Italian notary to be able to be present at a completion meeting in the north of Spain. This clearly was before COVID. And it slowly became obvious, because nobody had thought about this until, admittedly, I said, is this possible? That a notary can only operate within his or her own jurisdiction. And in fact, that jurisdiction is not, in the case of an Italian notary, Italy. It's actually where that notary is authorized to act as a notary. So there'd be no point in saying completion is to be in Milan if the notary that has to do the notarization is a Florentine notary. So you really do have to think about these things in advance to avoid having a problem later. The other thing that I would mention while we're talking about closing and completion is the need, when you have a discretionary agreement, an agreement that is subject to a condition precedent, is not to forget that you do not want this contract to last forever. You need to think about a situation that might arise whereby you don't satisfy your conditions by the date you have chosen as your preferred completion date, but that they don't then satisfy for, let's say they didn't satisfy for 10 years. And in 10 years' time, suddenly you get that authorization that you put in as one of your conditions precedent to closing. How often do you think a party, whatever party, is going to want to sit around for 10 years waiting for the satisfaction of a condition? How many parties are going to be surprised that in 10 years' time somebody knocks on their door and asks them to complete the sale and purchase? How many parties are going to want to complete the sale and purchase in 10 years' time? Now, obviously, I'm using 10 years as an absurd example. But if I don't say in my contract that there is an absolute deadline in order to get things satisfied or waived or whatever, that effectively is what I've done. I have created a situation that will just carry on until something happens to satisfy these conditions, or there is an overriding legal provision which says that contracts cannot last longer than X number of years. So you have to think about including a provision in your closing or completion provisions which contains what we call a long stop date. The long stop date is a date that you invent, that you decide on, which should be long enough to realistically get you to a point where, even if the satisfaction of the conditions is delayed, allows you to sensibly wait to then fulfill the obligations and the objectives of your contract. If I choose as a long stop date a week after my completion date, the probability of closing my contract is very much reduced. If I put a deadline in which is too far in advance or too far down the line, I am risking the situation in which my client no longer wishes to buy or sell these shares or this company or whatever it is, because the market has changed so much that the commercial deal that we struck no longer is realistic. Therefore, I need to choose a date which gives a margin of flexibility, but is still realistic. So again, I'll give you an example. I've recently concluded a very complex sale and purchase agreement where there are Italians, Dutch people, French people, Germans, UK companies, all sorts of things, very complicated. It's a large operation where there are different parts of it. The whole deal is subject to getting the approval of the European and national competition authorities. Nobody really knows how long that's going to take. There is an anticipation it will take so long, but you can't be absolutely certain. So what we have done is we have chosen a completion date which we hope we will be able to achieve. We have then said, as I've said in my example, that if the conditions have not been satisfied, we carry on and we wait for these conditions to be satisfied. And then I've given a time period within which we will complete once the conditions are satisfied. But then I've also said, If we don't get satisfaction of all of the conditions by a date which is, from memory, it's 4 months from the, sorry, it's effectively the end of April 2021, everything stops. People, it's like the contract was never entered into. Everybody goes off and does their own thing, and nobody has to worry about the contract. And clearly, in theory, there should be no liabilities that attach to either of the parties as long as they have behaved as they should have behaved during this period. 4 months seems a long time, bearing in mind it took us 3 months to negotiate the contract, and the contract was signed a couple of weeks ago. So it effectively is probably about 8 months away from the point at which we started. But it does give us some flexibility on the basis that we expect to get competition approval within 2 months. So I have a 2-month window where I could still do the deal, even if there is a delay. It doesn't mean I have to wait those 4 months, because my contract says we complete or we close within X business days of getting the condition satisfied. But at least we keep ourselves in the loop for a slightly longer period, because everybody wants to do the deal. Obviously, if the parties weren't so keen to do the deal, then you might reduce the extra period to make sure you're not hanging around for too long. But what I have avoided by doing that is any possibility that my client, in which in our case we're buying these assets, that my client will still be waiting around to buy and still committed and obliged to buy in 6, 8, 12 months time. The only way that could happen is if the parties to the contract agree between them to vary the provisions of the contract. And just as an aside, in English law contracts, the parties are always able to vary the terms of the contract after they have entered into them, even if there is no provision in the contract which allows that to happen. There are the only times that you are not allowed to do that would be in the case of there being a specific law that requires you not to do it or stops you from doing it. And generally, you would only find these kinds of provisions in consumer protection contracts, where clearly the idea is to protect the consumer from the enterprise which might be able to exert control or exert some kind of pressure. In normal B2B contracts, you do not need to have, most people put it in anyway, because the reason they put it in is to make sure that the way in which the contract is amended is regularized. But you don't need to put it into a contract in order to have the right to vary the terms of your contract by mutual agreement, if that's what the parties want to do. Oop, for some reason. Okay. Representations and warranties.
Excuse me, can I just ask you something? If so, if I understood properly, you mean that in case like in international negotiation, or like after signing a contract, parties decide to postpone the term, or in any case to vary the term, they don't have to sign an addendum. They can just, I mean, is it necessary to have like an exchange of emails or something, like ensuring that there is like a proof of the intention of both parties to have like the postponement of the contract or not?
Okay, the answer to your question is you should never find yourself in a situation where proof is not required to a variation to a contract. But the question itself is, let's break it up. So from a purely legal perspective, unless there is a rule about, in English law anyway, unless there is a rule about how you enter into your contract, and the reason I raise that is because some contracts, the consumer contracts, of course, are very restricted. Some contracts are entered into as deeds under English law, and it's a very small group of contracts, and there are provisions about how you can amend deeds. In terms of contracts generally, and contracts generally will include joint venture agreements, will include partnership agreements, will include most of the kind of agreements we deal with on a daily basis. English law says that you can change your contract however you want to, as long as the parties are both in agreement, assuming there's two parties. English law also says, or also allows, for contracts to be created orally. And there are very few instances in English law where a contract cannot be created orally and where written terms have to be set out. And effectively, excluding, again, the consumer contracts, we're really only looking at things like guarantees or very, very specific contracts of very specific things. So in general terms, there is no requirement for the contract to be in writing, and you can enter into a contract simply by agreeing to do something orally. It follows, therefore, that you can amend a contract by simply agreeing to something orally. And the danger, therefore, excuse me, is that if a contract can be created or amended orally, there is no record, there is no physical record of your contract. So if something goes wrong, you have a greater risk of proving what the terms of the amendment or the terms of that contract are, which is why most contracts, of course, are written. If you take that to the next stage, then the situation that would arise if you did not have your signed note about the change to the contract is that you have a contract which you think says A, you didn't realize you were agreeing to change it, or you didn't realize that it had been changed, so it now says A plus 3, and then you have an argument, and then you end up in court. So the reason that we put into our contracts provisions which talk about the fact that in most circumstances that the contract cannot be changed unless the change is written and signed by the parties and whatever other provisions we want, are designed to prevent the contract from being changed when everybody is not absolutely sure about the change. So the simple answer to your question is no, you don't need, in most circumstances, you do not need to have your record, you do not need to have it in writing, you do not need to have another document which you put with your contract, which says on the 15th of June, this contract was amended to do the following. But from a practical point of view, if you do not do that, you are creating potentially a huge problem for yourself. And therefore you would draft your contract to stop that problem arising by putting in a provision which says no amendments unless the amendment has been agreed and signed by whoever is appropriate to sign it. I might as well give you an example, which is I'm working on at the moment. I have a client who is involved in the energy industry. So this client is entering into sophisticated agreements. In fact, I do a lot of energy work, so I have a lot of these clients. But in this particular one I'm thinking about, we have a lot of agreements entered into with a lot of other energy companies because we provide a particular type of equipment, particular type of impianto, which is used in larger projects. So we are quite often the subcontractor in these scenarios. Not for the first time. I am currently advising the client in relation to some amendments that were proposed by one or other of the parties, which were never signed. So these were simply draft amendments which were sent between them, but which the parties have acted on. And therefore, they have created a situation where in all probability, although the amendment was never signed, the contract has been amended. Because
implies,
yes. Well, under English law, it goes even beyond implied amendment, because English law says that if you act in a way that suggests that you have agreed to the amendment, then the amendment effectively is valid and binding on you. And in at least one of these cases, both parties acted after they discussed the draft, even though nobody ever actually signed the thing and it was never dated, there is a point which I can show where everybody's comportamento changed. And under English law, that probably amounts to a new, or at least a variation to the existing contract, which is fully valid, fully binding, and if it was breached, would create a liability. So again, to come back to your question, no, you don't need it. But if you draft the contract without excluding the possibility of change that isn't documented, you create situations which are very dangerous.
Potential risk.
Yeah, and you should always make sure that you can't do it. Now, there are cases that, which I've been looking at recently with my client as well, where the contract said no changes without a fully written document signed by everybody, and where the parties in any event did their draft document, nobody signed it, and then everybody acted in a way as though the contract had been changed. And the courts have said in some of these cases, and of course it all depends on the facts, it all depends on the industry, it all depends on how business generally is carried out. The courts have held in certain situations that the conduct, in English we talk about the conduct of the parties, the comportamento delle parti, is sufficient to show the parties considered that the contract had been amended, and therefore you kind of avoid even the provisions, the stated provisions of your contract. It's not easy for that to happen, and English law requires variations to have consideration, and there are all sorts of standards that you apply. But you know, it's a very dangerous position in a world where everything moves very quickly, where liabilities can go from virtually nothing into a huge amount very quickly, and you need the certainty to run it. So again, to come back to your question, you don't need it, but if you don't avoid that situation arising, you're doing nobody any favors.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Has anybody else got any questions on that particular thing, since I think it's probably quite an interesting concept? Okay, let's go on then to representations and warranties. So I've already said what representations and warranties are in general terms. So we'll go back to representations. Representations are truthful statements. They are about the parties themselves, about the subject matter, or about the contracting. The company represents it's duly incorporated. The seller represents it's the sole owner of the property. Licensor represents it has the right and authority to grant the licenses. Warranties are future. Seller warrants that the financial statements for the period up to the closing will be prepared in accordance with accounting principles. Licensee warrants that it will refrain from granting any rights. Again, we're looking at the future. Manufacturer warrants that the quality of the materials as a whole will be defect-free. Again, looking at the future. I'm not telling you they are today. I'm telling you they will be in the future. Often, parties will want that to be mixed. So often they will want to say something like, the licensor represents and warrants that this agreement does not and will not conflict with the terms of any agreement to which the licensor is a party. Representation today, warranty for the future. Sorry, let's go back. There are a number of things to think about in terms of representations and warranties under English law. First of all, we would, these are not, quite often, representations and warranties are translated, or the concept is translated into Italian as garanzie. Under English law, a guarantee is a very specific instrument. A guarantee is, if I give a guarantee for l'avvocato Mastellone paying his quota dell'ordine, it means that I am assuming an obligation that is his obligation, and I am promising somebody that if he does not pay it, I will ensure that payment is made. It usually means I will have to pay it. That is not the same as me telling you that I represent that Avvocato Mascherone is iscritto all'ordine di Firenze. That's a representation. That's not a garanzia, not at least in English terms. In Italian, it's a little bit less clear, I think, but in English terms, a guarantee is something that I assume, it's an obligation I assume to a third party in relation to somebody else. And the easiest way to think about it is the most common way in which they're used, which is a parent company guarantee. So parent company gives a guarantee in the case that a subsidiary enters into an obligation with a third party. The third party is uncomfortable about the subsidiary's ability to satisfy its obligation. So it says to the parent, if your subsidiary does not perform, you must promise me that I will still receive the money or I will still receive the service. Consequently, the parent company is guaranteeing the performance of its subsidiary to a third party. And fundamentally, they are different things. And I'm only saying this because, of course, it doesn't matter as far as you are concerned, because when you use the word garanzia, you know that you are referring to the representations and warranties. The problem is that very often, and I'm using the Italian lawyer as the example because that's where I'm based professionally. When I find myself in negotiations in Italy or in elsewhere, but where one of the parties is represented by Italian lawyers, quite often they will talk about guarantees when they mean representations and warranties. And if you are using a word like guarantee, which is not a word that has a normal common meaning in the market, it's a word that for lawyers means something, it confuses the situation. And Sorry? Oh, okay. I have to say that the first time I was in a meeting and heard people talking about la garanzia de la garanzia, I was very confused myself. And it took me a while to work out that they were actually talking about the effectively the guarantee of the obligation in the representations and warranties to indemnify the party. So it's hugely complicated, but there is a difference. The other thing to bear in mind about representations and warranties, I'm just making sure I'm not going to then redo this later, which I'm not, is that under English law and the common law, the effect of a breach of representation or the effect of a breach of a warranty is an action for damages. A breach of a representation or a warranty does not give rise to an ability to a right to terminate a contract. And it does give rise to a right in damages. The effect of that is that the damages that the party in breach is liable for are the damages suffered by the party to whom the representation or warranty was given in terms of a reduction in the value of the object that that party has received that was guaranteed, to use your term, by the representation and warranty. And that is not the same as the indemnification which is offered by Italian law. Unfortunately, this is a hugely complex area of law, and I'm not going to be able to successfully, I don't think, explain it to you in sort of an hour or so left and do the rest of it. But I'll give you an example. Okay, I did a transaction a few years ago with my client was a Swiss pharmaceutical company, and we were buying a company in the United Kingdom, which was also owned, funnily enough, by another Swiss pharmaceutical company. So it was if they were selling their subsidiary and we were buying it. In the data room, in the process of studying this company, we discovered that there were contracts which written on the contract was, this is not an agency agreement. Written into the contract were statements saying these are not agency agreements, there's no rights to indennità di fine rapporto and all this kind of thing. But which were, in our opinion, agency agreements. Now, those of you who are familiar with agency agreements will know that pursuant to the EU regulation, it is not possible to avoid the obligation to pay the indennità fine rapporto if you create an agency relationship with someone else. And it doesn't matter what you call the contract, or that you say in your contract that there is no indennità to pay. The right to the indennità di fine rapporto is, as you would say in Italian, inderogabile. You cannot waive it. So the fact that the contracts were written to say these are not agency agreements would have no effect on the obligation of the principal to pay the indemnity if these agreements became terminated. Is that clear for everybody? Yeah. Okay. Within the warranties and representations that we were given by the seller was a representation and warranty that said there are no agency agreements. So, having done the due diligence, we raised with the sellers the fact that we were concerned that these various agreements were in fact agency agreements, even though they said they weren't. And how would we get compensation if we did end up having to pay an indennità di fine rapporto when these agreements came to an end? And some of the agreements were very large. The response that I got from the Swiss lawyers was, well, you don't need to worry about that because we have told you they are not agency agreements. Your due diligence merely sees contracts which are not agency agreements. Therefore, if there is an agency agreement, you will be able to claim against us on the basis of a breach of warranty. Now, on the face of it, that sounds quite logical. But there are two problems. The first problem is the obvious evidential one of the argument that you would have about whether or not the fact that they disclosed these agreements to you during the due diligence did or did not excuse them from a breach of the warranty, that there were no agency agreements. The more significant problem was that even if we were successful in being able to show that this was a breach of warranty that we could seek damages for, the damages would be zero. So even if at the end of the day, we had to pay £1 million in indennità di fine rapporto for these contracts, and we were able to show that these were covered by the representations and warranties, the level of damages would be zero. And the reason they would be zero would be because we knew that there were these agency contracts and that the agency thing was inderogabile, et cetera, before we bought the company. We were still prepared, even though we knew these contracts existed, we were prepared to pay, let's say, 10 million euros for the company. Therefore, even if 1 year, 2 years later, we are required to pay an indennità di fine rapporto di £1 million to one of these so-called agents, the value of the company that we had bought had not diminished. The value of our asset, the value of our shares, hasn't diminished. Because if we knew before we bought it that there was a possibility that this was an agency contract, but we were still prepared to pay 10 million euros for these shares, how could we say that having had to pay the 10 million had now become 8 million or 9 million? There's no reduction in value, because English law does not indemnify the party against a breach of contract. It compensates the party for the reduction in the value. The way that we dealt with it was we created within our contract a set of specific indemnities, using the word indemnity and saying effectively, if we do have to pay an indennità di fine rapporto for any of these contracts that you tell us are not agency, which we think are, then you have to indemnify us for each pound sterling we pay out, you give us a pound sterling. And I think that, for me anyway, that's a good example of the difference between a representation and warranty and a liability for damages, and an indemnity where I have taken out something very specific, described it, and said, if I have to pay anything, even though I know about it, if I have to pay something, you have to indemnify me. Now, I understand, I appreciate that's quite a complex scenario, fresh and straight off on a Friday afternoon. But hopefully that is clear to everybody. And if not, please say, because I think it's a very important point in thinking about English law and English contract drafting, that for Italian lawyers is so different to the way things happen in Italy.
Yeah, for me, it's not complete. Sorry, it's not completely clear because in past I faced like lots of due diligence, even in international contracts. Honestly speaking, during the due diligence, we had been able to find out all the tricky situation, or even comparing like corporate documents. So like on contractual side, I have never like faced situation like this. That, I mean, you can find situation in which you say you have an agent, and they say, no, we collaborate with someone, which apparently they refer to as like a procacciatore di affari.
Yep.
Okay, situation like this. So you put like a specific representation and warranties regarding situation, but not like the situation as you say that nobody says anything and you find out like at the end. So yeah. It was just something like to better understand how to better draft like a situation, like in order to.
Well, I think the answer is that you have to think about what you've done covered. So in your example, you have asked them if they have agents, and they have said no, these are procacciatori d'affari, they're not agents, and we will give you a warranty or a representation that we do not have any agents. But unless you have seen proof that they do have agents, then the representation should work. Because I'm asking you if you have any agents, you have said no, so I've assumed that that's true. I haven't seen any documents which would say otherwise. I haven't got proof that you do actually have agents. You have given me a representation you don't have agents. When an agent pops up 6 months later, you say, you tell me you didn't have any agents. Here is an agent which we didn't know about. Consequently, it's a breach of warranty. If you did know that there was an agent, I would argue that you have a problem in enforcing your representation, because they're undoubtedly in your contract. This moves away slightly from the topic, but in your contract, you will have provisions about due diligence, and you will have provisions for disclosure. Yeah. And if I have disclosed to you that I do have an agent, you will know that even if I then say I don't have any agents, my statement of I have no agents is qualified by my disclosures. So you have no claim. The difference in my case is that we absolutely knew that they did. And which is why I made the point that even if we could establish that this was really a representation, so I have no agents, if I didn't have my indemnity, when they showed me the contract, even though the contract said no agent, because under English law, it is implied that I like every other person, knows the law, you have no defense of, oh, well, I didn't know it was forbidden. It means that I am implied to know that you cannot derogate from an agency arrangement, and therefore this would lead to un'indennità di fine rapporto. So the situation is slightly different. The main point I'm making is that English law doesn't compensate you for the full value of what you may have to pay out as an indennità di fine rapporto, unless you can show that the value of what you bought has been diminished by it, and therefore you make a claim for recovery of what the value that you have lost. And that's the basic difference between an indemnity, which doesn't look at the loss of value. It looks at, I have paid 100, so you give me 100. Whereas a loss of value,
exactly. This was the point. I mean, this is the tricky difference between the UK English law and about compensation and indemnification according.
Even when I am writing contracts under Italian law, which is why I think the course like this is important. Most of my work is international, so it's moving around all the time. But even if I am doing an acquisition or a contract purely under Italian law, if I see a situation which to me would be analogous to representations and indemnities under English law, I take the view that it is safer to split them out anyway. So for instance, in your case, what I would have done is I would have required a representation saying, oh, we've got no agencies. And then if I had evidence or I knew of certain people who I thought might be considered to be agents, I would have created a list of indemnities where I would have said,
we have done this.
Event that Mr. A, Mr. B, Mr. C turns out to have been an agent, you'll indemnify me. I'll give you a direct, real example. I did an acquisition a couple of years ago, Italian law. My client was foreign, but the target was Italian, so it was Italian law. And in the due diligence, we had discovered that in the commercial building, the factory, there was asbestos, amianto. So although we had warranties that there was no environmental liability, etc., we knew there was amianto in this building. So to protect ourselves, I created a list of what I call specific indemnities. And there were other ones as well, but I put the amianto in. So I didn't have to rely on being able to prove that this was a breach of warranty or to have any problem about disclosure and that kind of thing. I said I inserted into this agreement, and we negotiated it and agreed it, that if it was proved that there was amianto, or if there was a claim for amianto, I would get compensated and I would be indemnified.
Exactly the same. Yeah, exactly the same. I mean, we used to do put a specific kind of, even for fiscal, situation, that sometimes as labor and fiscal are the tricky, and environment are the most tricky situation. We put specific indemnities, which follows a different way of indemnification compared with the general indemnification procedure you generally put into your contract. Yeah.
Yes.
Thanks.
So you deal with it that way, but you have to be very aware that sometimes there's a very fine line between, can I rely on the reps and warranties, or do I have to deal with it specifically?
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Okay, so moving on then, we'll now look at indemnification. So indemnification requires that one or both parties defend and pay the other in certain circumstances. It's used to limit contractual risk. Sometimes you see words like hold or keep harmless. And what that does is it extends the indemnification provision so that it's not simply something that comes alive when the protected party has to pay money or assume a liability. It requires the protector, the party indemnifying, to take steps to stop the situation arising where there might be a payment out or a liability to be assumed. Drafting indemnification provisions is very, very dangerous, because you're doing it in a situation where you know, or one of the parties knows or very much believes there will be a liability. And that means that you have to be very careful about how you draft these provisions or how you react to somebody else's drafting of these provisions to make sure that you are not indemnifying, even where you have agreed to, outside the limited scope of the indemnification, if you are the person paying, or B, that if you are the person receiving, that you have to make it very clear in the drafting that the indemnity covers everything that you might have to pay. And then I make the point here about indemnities are not the same as damages. Damages are linked to loss. Indemnity depends on the wording of the provision, and the indemnified party has to prove that there has been a trigger event and whatever else is necessary to establish the claim. One of the things that's always a point of discussion with regards to indemnities is the extent to which you have to mitigate, the party claiming has to mitigate its loss. And that's something that I like to see written into the contract to avoid that discussion, that even if I am indemnifying you against something, you are still obliged to reduce your losses as much as you can. And you don't simply rely on the fact that, you know, I have a large pocket and I'm going to pay you lots of money and you don't have to worry about it. So here is a potential example of an indemnity clause. All of these clauses that I'm giving you are clearly clauses that I have reduced in terms of complexity, and I've tried to make them as simple as I can to give you an idea of what you should be thinking about, not things that you should necessarily assume you can just cut and paste into your own contract. So here we've said party A or party 2 is indemnifying party 1 against liabilities, costs, damages, etc. And again, this list of potential damages, losses and things is something that has been litigated and litigated and litigated, because clearly these are real money provisions and those are the kinds of things people don't want to be paying. Here you'll see that in my list, I've started it off by saying included but not limited to, and I've included here direct, indirect, consequential losses, loss of profits, loss of reputation, interest, penalties, legal costs. And the reason that I've said that is because you would expect this kind of provision to be within a document which also has the representations and warranties, damages clauses, where you would expect general liabilities not to include consequential losses, loss of profits, etc. So because this is an indemnification and therefore is more serious and therefore should be beyond the general contractual remedy, I've made sure expressly that I've stated it out. I've then instead calculated on a full indemnity basis to avoid any suggestion that there should be mitigation and to avoid any suggestion that there should be factors taken into consideration which would reduce the amount that I would be able to claim. And I've also included things like professional costs and expenses, because clearly those are not amounts that I'm paying to the party to whom I am liable. They're amounts that I'm paying to effectively to protect myself. I've then provided for a list of those things that are indemnified. And then I've talked about party 2's breach or negligent performance or non-performance of the agreement, and then how the agreement would be enforced and how the indemnity would be enforced. So you can see that the indemnity clause itself is quite extensive. I then go on to say that the indemnity covers me or covers the indemnified party, even if they've been negligent or at fault, or you have to rebut that to say that if they are negligent or at fault, you're not going to have to pay. I've provided for conditions to the liability. I've talked about if payment is due, what happens to tax, whether there's a withholding tax, do I have to top it up? Do I have to pay for that? I apologize for the traffic noise outside. I've talked about nothing in this clause restricts or limit parties one general obligation at law to mitigate any loss. I take it everybody understands what mitigation of loss is. I mean, you have similar principles in Italian law, I think, anyway. And then I talked about the liability under the indemnity is or is not limited by my general limitation of liability clause. And that's important to avoid, often in contracts, and I'll come to that as a provision in a minute, but there will be provisions which limit the liability of the parties to the other party. And of course, with an indemnification, I would not want that to be included in the limitation, not at least without being discussed, because otherwise I am reducing, I put the indemnity in because I really do think this is going to happen. If I use the money that you're going to give me under the indemnification as part of your general basket of liabilities to me, then I am reducing my coverage for anything else that might happen within the contract. I'm going to go on now to talk about limitation of liability. So are there any questions so far? No. Okay. Right. Limitation of liability under English law, and I make the point it's English law, there may be differences under American law, is very wide. English law allows you to limit or even exclude liability in most circumstances, with the exception, there is an absolute exception of fraud. So you cannot limit your liability for fraud. And in contractual situations, it is difficult to limit your liability for in a manner which is unreasonable. The strict common law is limited to fraud. There are provisions in legislation known as the Unfair Contract Terms Act and the Unfair Contract Terms Regulations, which limit a party's ability to protect itself against negligence and damage to an extent which is unreasonable. The unreasonableness would, again, be another topic for a whole lecture, but it covers things like the ability to get insurance, the relative weight, the relative power of the parties. It includes provisions about whether the provisions are reciprocal, so the same applies to me, the same applies to you. It looks at things like whether or not the limit is reasonable in the circumstances. And that comes out of a case that goes right back to the 1970s, where a computer systems provider installs a computer system in a local authority is a municipio in England, and limited its liability to £100,000. The computer system failed. To get the thing sorted out, it cost the local authority over £1 million, and they went to court and argued that the 100,000 was an unreasonable limitation on the liability, and they succeeded in winning the case. The issue becomes vitally important because under the way contracts are interpreted under English law, if your limitation on liability is unsuccessful, in other words, either it doesn't work because of the way you drafted it, or it doesn't work because the court decides it's not reasonable, your liability becomes unlimited. So not only does your clause not work, but you open up entirely to having unlimited liability. So it's very important that any limitation of liability clause is very, very carefully and very much written in the spirit of collaboration and cooperation to avoid that kind of argument coming up. The reasonableness clause and provisions are, in theory, limited to contracts which are covered by the Unfair Contract Terms Act, which excludes international sales contracts and international contracts, which would be fine, of course, if in your cases, because most of your contracts would probably fit into that kind of category. The problem is that international sales contracts and international contracts, because of the way the Act is written, are very, very difficult to establish. And in a lot of cases, contracts which on their face of it look like international contracts have been held by the British courts to actually be covered by the Unfair Contract Terms Act, or not to be covered by it in the, obviously, the reverse argument. And that would then open up or restrict the liability. if it turns out that your contract is covered by the Unfair Contract Terms Act, of course, the danger for you is that liability, which you thought was limited to, the contract value or X times the contract value or a value you put into the contract, goes away, and you have no limit on your liability, and that's where it becomes incredibly dangerous. I would refer you to my book on contract terms and contract law, in which I go into this in some detail if you're interested. It is possible, although I have never seen it written, and I have huge doubts that it would work, but it is possible legally to exclude liability for your own willful damage or willful non-observance of your contract. There is no what is it, meramente potestativo in English law, and it is possible to have a contract with no liability for non-performance under English law, with the exception of the fraud. As I say, I have never seen it happen, and I cannot believe anybody would agree to it. So I would never attempt to put it into a contract, because you just make yourself look stupid if you try and do something that is that extreme. But in theory, if not in practice, it is possible. But I would not suggest anybody tries to do it, because the risk of it failing is phenomenal. And under all of these things, we have a principle, as you remember from last time, under English law of and any common law system of contract interpretation, which follows very much your own contra preferentum principle, which is that if I am seeking protection from a clause which limits my liability to you, the clause is interpreted against me. So I have to prove every single point, and I have to win every single point in order to achieve the level of protection that I'm looking for. And frankly, that is not a situation I would want to find myself in if I had drafted the contract. I would much prefer to have a proper, transparent discussion with my client and end up with a fair balance of risk, rather than have a contract that purports to protect me 100% and then find it doesn't work. Here is an example of a limitation of liability clause. It goes into parts of the things to try and create the situation. So it talks about that the suppliers obtained insurance to cover, in respect of certain aspects, its own legal liability, which is one of the availability of insurance is one of the aspects of reasonableness. The references to liability talks about every kind of liability arising in connection with the contract, but including but not limited to liability in contract, tort, so you're including negligence, misrepresentation, restitution, or otherwise. As a result of the Misrepresentation Act, it is now not possible to exclude liability for misrepresentation. When English lawyers talk about legal and according to the law, you tend to refer to the common law. And quite often you lose sight of the fact that in today's world, law is common law and statute and everything else. Therefore, you can't exclude one with the other. What happens, we talk about common law because where the statute fails, you go back to the common law. And I'll raise that later when we talk about Brexit as well. Then it talks about nothing under this agreement shall limit liability and clause X, Y, and then refer to clauses of this agreement. One of the other things that you cannot, if your contract is caught by the Unfair Contract Terms Act, you cannot exclude liability for physical damage and personal injury. So if you injure a person, you cannot exclude that liability. And in all contracts that are covered, the safest thing to do to protect your clause is to say nothing in this agreement limits the liability under clause blah, blah, blah of this agreement for specific things. And then I've listed here death or personal injury caused by negligence, fraud or fraudulent misrepresentation, breach of statutory duty. It's normal and reasonable that you would expect your exclusion to cover these. I then talked about the level of liability. So I've said it won't exceed a particular amount. I then talked about the total liability subject to various clauses not exceeding. I then talked about the caps on the parties' liabilities will be reduced by payments of liabilities, amounts awarded or agreed to be paid, and amounts awarded by a court arbitrator, so that effectively I'm looking for ways of avoiding a liability because you've received the money from somewhere else. So if you made an insurance claim, why should I be paying you twice, kind of thing? And then I've specified the kinds of loss which I am covering you for. So I've said that I've excluded loss of profits, sales, agreements, anticipated savings, loss of use, loss of goodwill, etc., etc. Generally speaking, English law only allows you to claim for losses that have been suffered as a direct result of the breach. It's confusing to talk about direct and indirect losses because there is a possibility that what you would normally consider to be an indirect loss becomes a direct loss because of what happens. And this comes out of a case, an old case now called Hedley, Byrne and Heller, whereby I have a machine which needs to be repaired. I send the machine back to the manufacturer so they can repair it. It's repaired okay, but the transporters delay the return of the equipment. So my factory is blocked and I can't use it. And there was a claim against the transporter, and the transporter's contract limited the liability to direct losses, which were a result of the breach, i.e. it should have been back within a week and it took 2 months. And what the court said was that if, when you enter into the contract, it is reasonably foreseeable that the effect of a particular kind of breach will have a damage on the parties, and that those facts were known to both parties at the time, then that second loss, although not a direct loss in sort of, if you like, in literal terms, is also a loss which can be recovered. So you have to be careful there, because some losses which you would normally think of as being, for instance, loss of profits could become a direct loss in certain circumstances. The next provision is a limitation of liability provision for a sale and purchase agreement. The rules pretty much are the same. There are a couple of things that I would highlight here in terms of what you should think about if you are involved in share purchase agreements. The first is that it is usual to have a limit on the value of the claim. So if, for instance, you don't want to be constantly paying out 200 euros for very small claims on your liability insurance. I'm sorry, on your rupture and warranties liability. So there would normally be a lower limit that your claim has to exceed a certain amount. You would then want to look at a higher limit to say what your overall liability is for all claims and under the representations and warranties. This is really important because otherwise you would effectively have an unlimited liability which bears no relation to the amount that you have paid, or sorry, you've received for the shares that you have sold. I have a horrible example of a lawyer in England writing a contract for a husband and wife who had created their company. They had 50% of the company each, and they decided that their personal relationship was finishing, so they wanted to sell their shares in the company. They sell their shares in the company, and this lawyer, who was not familiar with share purchase agreements, drafted a contract where he forgot or he didn't know that he should put in a maximum limit of liability. The company was sold, the couple divorced, they each took away their 50% share of the sale value. And then 3 years later, a claim comes in. They sold the company for, I think it was 20 million pounds, and the claim was for 58 million pounds. the parties had joint and several liabilities, so their responsabilità was consolido or consolidato. At the time the claim came in, the husband had spent all his money. The wife or the ex-wife had saved most of her money. Because they had joint liability, the claim was directed towards the wife because she was the only one that had any money. They fought the claim as far as they possibly could and then lost, which was inevitable that they would lose. And effectively what happened was that the 58 million was therefore granted to the party that was claiming. The husband and wife were both made bankrupt because they had everything taken off them. The person who really lost the money, of course, was the wife. The lawyer, who was liable in negligence to these people because he should have included a maximum liability of for breach of warranty and breach of representation in the contract, as is normal in English share purchase agreements, did not have enough insurance to pay the liability that he was that was claimed against him. So he was ruined as well. And unfortunately, it was so bad that he then committed suicide because he couldn't handle the fallout. It's a horrible story, and is a horrible scenario for anybody to imagine that they could possibly be in as a lawyer, that you have created a situation for which you have that kind of liability. But I repeat it merely as the warning which says, if you are drafting these types of contracts, always think about what the worst possible scenario could be and how far away from that worst possible scenario you want to be. You should never have somebody who is giving a representation or warranty where the liability for what they are representing or warranting is more than the value they're getting for the sale. In most share purchase agreements, most modern share purchase agreements, it never goes beyond 20, 30, 40% of the value when you're talking about most of the representations and warranties. There are some exceptions, but it should never, ever, ever exceed the purchase sum. And unfortunately, some people find themselves in horrible, horrible situations because they don't think about these things. When I am acting for a seller and I am drafting a share purchase, or I don't draft because when you sell, it's usually the buyer that drafts the contract. The very last thing I do before the document gets signed is I go back to the limitation of liability clause and I look to see that I made sure that there was a maximum liability on my client and that maximum liability did not exceed the purchase price. And it's because of the story that I just told you that the reason I do this, not because I want to, not because it's something that's so important. It's because the idea that you could find yourself in that situation for something relatively stupid is just so horrible. So I pass it on as a warning for you. Okay, moving on then. This is something, again, which is so unique to the English legal system, or at least common law generally. For all civil law jurisdictions that I am aware of, there are provisions for penalties everywhere. A penalty, if you think about it in abstract terms, is what the English law talks about being a threat. It's something that you say to your counterparty: if you don't perform the contract as we have agreed you will, I will have this huge stick and I will come along and beat you. In the old days, I mean, I remember Italian contracts where we talked about millions and millions and millions as a penalty because it was seen as a stupid, exaggerated way in which I could make sure that you performed. Italian law has changed over the years, so now a judge will look at it and will look at the value of the penalty and make sure it fits somehow into the overall structure of the contract. But it is still a threat for non-performance. You cannot do that in English law. English law says that you should be free, you have a freedom to contract and a freedom from contract. And what that means is that you can enter into whatever contract you like. And even if you have entered into it, you can withdraw from the contract. The only thing is that if you withdraw with grounds that you can't withdraw on, you have a liability. But the liability always has direct relationship to the value that the party who you have damaged has suffered. It cannot go beyond that. And English law sees penalties as being unconscionable or extravagant punishments for breach. The rule, which is an old rule under English law, was reinforced in 2015. And the only thing that has changed is that the courts will now look at the wording of the contract and argue if there is an argument that it is commercially justifiable, then they will allow it. I won't go through the Cavendish Square case at the moment. I want to go on, and then if I end up with time at the end, I'll talk to you about it. But it is something, if you're interested, it's worth looking up because it does raise some very interesting arguments. What about liquidated damages then? We're all familiar with liquidated damages. Are they penalties or are they not? Well, the answer to that is no, because liquidated damages, liquidated simply means that you have evaluated them and you have set a value against whatever the breach that they're supposed to cover is. They are a preset value on damages for a specific breach. They cannot be used for a general failure to perform the contract. They must be established prior to entering into the contract, and they must be a genuine pre-estimate of the loss that the innocent party will suffer. What they allow is you don't have to prove loss. Normally, if you're claiming damages, of course, you've got to prove the loss that you've suffered in order to quantify your damage. With liquidated damages, you don't have to do that because you've agreed what the payment is going to be. The fact that you may have lost less than the amount that the liquidated damages say you have to pay does not make the liquidated damage a penalty unless you can show that the amount that was placed in the liquidated damages amount was so far in excess of anything that could reasonably have been genuine that it clearly is a penalty. There's no obligation to mitigate the loss, again, because you're not quantifying it. And the amount is recoverable as a debt if it's not paid, not as a claim for damages. What that means is that, in effect, if you owe me 100 euros liquidated damage, I sue you for 100 euros as being a debt that you owe me for 100 euros. I don't sue you because you have breached the contract, I have suffered a damage, and you have to compensate me for the damage. That's the fundamental difference between damages and liquidated damages. And again, I say it has to be it's a genuine pre-estimate of the estimated loss. Now, again, I appreciate that I've thrown a load of concepts and things to you, many of which will be unfamiliar, many of which will be complicated. So if we want to stop at this point and ask questions, I'm more than happy to do that, or I will carry on. No? Oh, good. Well, I'm glad I was clear then. So we'll move on. So be careful when you are putting in damages and liquidated damages that you're not looking for something that's too high or too low. You can limit the damages that you can recover. So for instance, I'm sorry, but for some reason my slides are moving with a life of their own. I don't know really how to stop that. Let me see if I can pause it. If I put in that the liquidated damage that you have to pay me for a specific breach is, let's say it's 1,000 euros a day. If I suffer damages, real damages, that are worth 500 euros a day, you, as the party obliged to pay the liquidated damage, cannot refuse to pay me the extra 500 because my real loss is less than the liquidated damage. If, however, my real loss is 1,500 euros a day and the liquidated damage is 1,000 euros a day, I can sue you for the extra 500. You can write a provision in the contract which will say, no, you can't do that. And of course, most people would try at least to put that in. But from a legal perspective, up to the 1,000 is a sum that we have agreed you will pay me if you're in breach. And as long as I can establish that there has been a breach, you have to pay me the money. Not a question of how much I've suffered. It's not a question of what I've really damage I've really incurred. It's a question of, this is the agreement. These are the facts. You've satisfied the facts. Now you have to pay me the money. The extra 500, I sue you for damages because you are in breach of contract and the contract does not cover that extra 500. So to get the extra 500, first of all, I have to prove that there's a breach. Okay, I do that for both of them. But then I have to prove my damage in terms of a quantifiable economic loss to then sue you for the extra 500. So we could have a whole procedure covering the 500, whereas for the initial liquidated damages debt, it's a very simple debt recovery procedure, which is dealt with on paper. There's no argument, you have to pay me. Most contracts, most sophisticated contracts, will, however, contain a provision which says if the damage covered by the liquidated damage happens, you get your liquidated damage, but you cannot sue me for any excess. And then, of course, you can't sue for the extra 500, even if that's what you've suffered, because you have basically waived your right to sue for damages in respect of the excess beyond the 1,000 euros. Okay, hopefully that's clear. And again, I've given you here a sort of a very simplified version of what these provisions might look like. So we've talked about, we've identified the default, we've identified the amount, we've established that this is a genuine pre-estimate of the damage. And I've said that you will pay the liquidated damage on demand. You don't fight it. You can't argue that the value of the loss. As long as I can prove the default, you have to pay. And then I then go on in my clause, I say, this is without prejudice to my right to claim general damages arising out of the default. And I add in a statement that says that both parties confirm that the liquidated damage is a reasonable and proportionate amount to protect interests. And the court will accept that unless you can obviously prove that that's not the case. Okay, that then covers damages. I was now going to look at obligations, but I think I will skip this because there are more interesting things I think that we can look at. This is, no, actually I'm going to go straight to, because I think, termination. Termination is something we all need to think about when we are drafting our contracts. We need to think about it in two specific situations. One is where the termination is friendly, and one is where it's not friendly. Not friendly termination means that there's been a breach or something has happened which brings about the end of the contract. What these provisions should do is they should set out the business terms that govern the end of the contract, define default, provide remedies, look at continuing obligations, tie up any loose ends. Some lawyers will only include default and remedy provisions in termination provision definition, fine. Friendly terminations are often overlooked. Friendly terminations are where the contract ends throughout, not because of somebody's fault. It usually results from a successful conclusion to the relationship, They are usually bilateral, where the parties agree to end the contract. They may be unilateral, where perhaps a supplier chooses not to renew a contract, not to replace the order. Under the common law, you don't have to agree to terminate because you can do that anyway, but in some jurisdictions you actually do. So you need to think about that if the applicable law is not one that you're particularly familiar with. The kinds of things we need to think about in terms of friendly termination are determination of rights and obligations, how you terminate the contract. So for instance, here I've said the agreement may be terminated any time by the written agreement between the supplier and the manufacturer. Obligations to return the parties to the status quo. So for instance, in a financing arrangement, you'd want something that talked about the bank releasing collateral and signing any documents to release the collateral or to release the hipoteca, the mortgage, whatever. Because although the contract has come to an end, clearly these are things that need to be tied up so that the parties can go back to normal. If this was a confidentiality agreement, then perhaps you would want there to be something that returned your documents or destroyed your digital documents that you might have disclosed to the other party. The other thing you might want to say at the end is, for instance, that for whatever reason the agreement is terminated, nothing is to be considered as a release of either party from any obligation it's matured prior to the effective date of termination. And this is quite often something you would find in perhaps employment agreements where various trade secrets or non-competition arrangements are entered into between the parties. Okay. We then need to look at breach. A breach and a default are not the same thing. A breach may be a default, but a default is not necessarily a breach. I know that sounds like I'm making a game on the use of English, but it's not. A breach is an inadempimento. It is something that you are required to do under your contract, and you have either failed to do it, or you've done it wrongly, or you've done something in contravention of the obligation. That does not necessarily take you to a default. A default is an act that permits a party to exercise remedies. A default does not necessarily arise from the contract itself. So examples of default which are not breaches could be death, bankruptcy, merger or change of control. None of these are within the contract. None of them affect directly the contract itself, but they all would affect the desirability of the contract continuing. Another thing that would fall into this category is a cross default. Cross defaults are where the agreement that we're looking at is somehow linked to other agreements. Often will be financing agreements, often will be perhaps in a construction environment, will be collateral agreements that are going around, where you provide that a default in one of these agreements causes a default in one of the other agreements. So in finance agreements, quite often, if you have a series of banks which is lending you money, the agreement will say that if you are in default with one of these banks, you are deemed to be in default with everybody. No breach involved, it's a default. And what happens with default is it occasions what we call an unfriendly termination. If you are in default, generally, it takes you towards termination. And termination, you look at in 3 points: default, remedy, and dispute resolution. An unfriendly termination can be violation of law, failure to maintain corporate existence, or it could arise out of a contractual right. So it's a breach of a warranty, breach of an obligation, cross default, bankruptcy, merger or change of control, business dispute, occurrence of a specified event. And what I'm doing is I'm giving you this list because generally when you're drafting your default provisions, you would set out a whole list of things which would give you the right to or give one or other of the parties a right to terminate the contract in the event that one of these things happen. Now, I think to make it clearer for you, if we take the change of control one, which is F on the slide, change of control means party A enters into a contract with party B, and at the time they enter into the contract, party A and party B know who the shareholders in those companies are. In some circumstances, party A will not want to deal with party B if it thought that party B was actually controlled by one of its competitors. So they will introduce into the contract a provision which says, if the shares of party B are somehow sold or transferred, party A has the right to terminate the contract. If there is then a change of, and that's called change of control. If there is then a change of control, that under the contract is what's known as an event of default. It's not a breach, it's an event of default which would give party A the right to ask itself, do I want to carry on with this contract? And if I don't want to carry on with it, am I entitled to terminate the contract? Not because of there has been a breach, not because anything has gone wrong with the provision of the services or the goods or whatever it is, simply because I do not want to deal with this new third party who was not there when I entered into the contract. It makes, in effect, what it does is it makes the contracts personal to the parties. And fundamentally, that is the difference between a breach and a default. So the breach gives me is a failure to perform. It's a failure to observe your obligations. It gives me a right to damages, but doesn't necessarily give me a right to terminate unless, under English law, the condition which is breached is a fundamental condition of the contract. Consequently, as an event of default, it may give me the right to terminate the contract if it falls within the category of breaches of obligations that I have inserted into my default list. And those in English contract drafting terms, we would call events of default. And you can see by my list that there are some things which are directly within the control of the parties and other things which are outside the control, like bankruptcy, like mergers, like I don't know, business disputes or whatever. When we are presented with these situations, we should ask ourselves a number of questions. So when we're drafting this, we should say, what if? What if the representation is not true? What if the obligation is breached? What if the force majeure event occurs? What if the condition is not satisfied? What if a particular event occurs? And by asking ourselves and these what if questions, we are better able to then construct the list of things we want to put into our events of default, because we are better able to visualize what it is that we would want to be able to get out of this contract for in the event that one or other of these things occurred. So going back to our force majeure example, we might want to put in as an event of as a default event, an event of default, a situation whereby one or other of the parties' obligations to perform are suspended as a result of a force majeure for more than, let's say, 6 months. It's quite a common provision in a force majeure clause to say that if the performance is suspended for longer than a certain period, that the party who is not subject to the force majeure has the right to say, okay, actually, I think it would be better for the contract to terminate, and then to terminate the contract. Again, there's no breach because the force majeure has taken away the possibility of arguing breach. But at the same time, it is something that takes us to reconsidering, as the party suffering, not the party affected. It gives us the ability to rethink whether we want to continue with this relationship. I'll leave you to think about that for yourself. Okay. There, in most events of default that do relate to somehow a failure. So for instance, a typical event of default will be not paying, excuse me, not paying an amount of money you're supposed to pay on the date you should have paid it. Normally, and that would, so it's a breach, but it's not a fundamental breach probably, and therefore wouldn't give you a right to terminate. It might give you a right to sue in damages for interest or something else, but it wouldn't give you automatically a right to terminate the contract. We might want to make it a right to terminate the contract, so we would add it to our list of events of default. However, it would probably not be a good idea, especially if you were the paying party, to put yourself at risk that if you were 2 days overdue in making the payment, which might not even be your fault, it might be something to do with the bank, it might be the banking system or something like that, that you should not be at risk of losing the contract immediately. And therefore, we would normally include in a provision that dealt with things like payment, or frankly, any other kind of default, an ability to remedy the default, to put it right. And we call this quite often a grace period. So the contract might say that an event of default would be failure to pay any sum when that sum becomes due, which should be the absolute. And then we would soften it by saying, and failure to remedy the non-payment within 5 business days of notification that the payment hadn't been made. And the extra 5 days and the extra period to get the notice would be what we consider to be the grace period. So the failure to pay on the due date gives you a liability and damages for being in breach of the contract. The non-payment at the end of the 5 days notice period puts you at risk of losing the contract. But you don't risk losing the contract until that 5 days has expired. It's just a softener to the absolute right to terminate. When we're looking at remedies and consequences, there are a number of things we should think about. So once we've created our list of defaults, we should think about whether or not there is a remedy that we would that is acceptable for each of these. Somebody's taken their mute off, and I'm now getting a lot of noise.
Che c'è il microfono acceso di qualcuno.
Okay.
Have muted.
Beh, sembra che sia stata risolto. Okay. We should look at the remedy. We should analyze whether the agreement should provide for different remedies for different termination events. And we should perhaps think about that maybe if a condition isn't satisfied, that the remedy may vary on why it's not being satisfied. And this is a list of ways in which we could handle this. So we can either create a list of offending events in one section and then the consequences in another. We could create a provision which has separate sections for each party's default and then a third section for remedies, which is very complicated and it's not something you see very often. While consequences will differ from one contract to another, they generally fall into 1 of 3 categories. It's either a failure of an obligation to perform, the grant of a discretionary authority, so the bank may foreclose but doesn't have to, or a declaration. Contract terminates upon the party's delegation of its performance without the other party's consent. In other words, you've subcontracted performance of the contract. I didn't give you consent to do it, so you are now, that is now, even though your subcontractor is performing the contract, the fact that you brought somebody else in has given me the right to terminate. I'm not going to spend too much time on this. Litigation and arbitration is something that we're all familiar with and is something that has to be considered. And here the point is, if you choose to have your contract and to move your contract outside of the jurisdiction of the general court system, you have to be very careful about how you create that. You're entitled to do it in most jurisdictions, but you have to be careful about how you do it. And any provision should include applicable law, what disputes go to arbitration, what rules govern the arbitration, what location of the arbitration is, qualifications of the arbitrators, methods of choosing the arbitrator, and what the payment of expenses relating to the arbitration will be, and the finality of the arbitration. Of course, if you go to arbitration, you want the arbitration decision to be final unless there is a legal reason for it not to be. In most jurisdictions, arbitration agreements have to be in writing. Certainly under English law, unless it's in writing, it's not valid. And of course, there's no point in thinking about arbitration once the dispute has arisen. You want it to be in your contract from day one, because there is always a benefit and a negative and a damage to the parties one way or another in relation to whether or not you go to the courts or whether you stay, whether you go to arbitration. My advice in terms of arbitration and these types of clauses is, unless this is your area of expertise, do not touch it. Always get somebody who is an expert to look at your to look at this particular part of your contract and tell you whether or not you've got the clause correct. My own practice is that I never, if I'm going to put an arbitration clause into my contract, I always simply introduce the arbitration clause of one of the big arbitration institutes, whether it's the ICC, whether it's the Milan Chamber of Arbitration, whatever it is. They all publish their own clauses, and I just use their clause. I put it in, and then because in my firm, as I'm sure is the case with Avvocato Mastelone, there are experts who deal with this kind of thing. I always ask them to look at it and tell me I'm right. I have had contracts where somebody has changed something that was considered to be not important in one of these standard contracts, and the whole arbitration clause has failed. Now, it doesn't sound, and this is a huge problem in itself, but the problem arises in two ways. One is that certain jurisdictions are not looked upon favorably in terms of going to the courts, which has traditionally been the case of Italy, where things take a long time, where foreign parties are not happy to go before the Italian courts, which is the first point, although in Italy, of course, that's now being put right to an extent. The second thing is that, and especially, and I'm going to move on now to Brexit, whilst virtually everybody has signed up to the New York Convention on arbitral awards, that is not the case with national court decisions. Consequently, outside of the member states of the European Union, where we have Bruxelles, we have Roma, we have Lugano, outside of that, you are at risk that you have huge problems in enforcing the judgment that you have received. Consequently, it's far better to go to something like arbitration, where the vast majority of the nations with which you are likely to have contracts, or your client is likely to be trading, will have signed up to the New York Convention, and you can get your arbitration decision at least enforced. Having raised the issue of Brexit, and in view of timing, I'm going to move on through some of the more general things that you need to think about, but they're all there for you to look at if you want it. To Brexit, because I think it's useful to make some kind of statement to Brexit, given who I am and what I represent. So the United Kingdom left the European Union on the 31st of January, having concluded what's known in Italian as the Accordo di Recesso. In English, it's the withdrawal agreement. The withdrawal agreement, amongst other things, established a period of transition, which was originally envisaged to be something that would last for 2 years. But the British government decided that it had to finish by the end of this year. During this transition period, basically nothing has changed. Everything has gone on as normal, even things like the Brussels, which is now regulations, and the Rome things that have now become regulations, have continued to apply to the United Kingdom as though the United Kingdom was still a member of the European Union. From the 1st of January 2021, the United Kingdom will be 100% a third country. So that means that none of the internal rules and regulations of the European Union will apply to the UK. And all of the issues like Brussels, Rome, and even Lugano will stop applying to the UK because they apply to the members of the European Union rather than to the individual states. So there is significant concern about how you will get jurisdiction clauses validated, choice of law validated, and enforcement of judgments. As far as choice of law is concerned, it's not thought to be a big problem because English law generally accepts that that the parties should be able to choose a foreign law as the law that applies to their contract. But there is an issue about jurisdiction. There is something called the Hague Convention, to which the United Kingdom has successfully applied for ratification. They've been accepted to the Hague, and the Hague Convention applies to exclusive jurisdiction clauses. So if you have a jurisdiction clause in your contract which is exclusive, then as between the member states of the European Union and the United Kingdom, the Hague Convention will apply because the EU as a group and the UK as an individual are now members of the Hague Convention. The issue there is that it's not, although it should be, it's not always that simple to work out whether your jurisdiction is actually exclusive. And secondly, there is an argument that because the United Kingdom doesn't become a member of Hague until the 1st of January, contracts entered into before the 1st of January won't be covered by the convention. There is argument both ways on this. If you have serious concerns, you should look into this and you should think about whether or not you should have the contracting parties re-ratify the exclusivity and of the exclusive jurisdiction clause so that you can then fall within the Hague Convention's rules. One of the things they were supposed to have done during the transition period was to agree a free trade agreement. As of today, less than 20 days before the end of December, no free trade agreement exists. And right up until Thursday evening, the British government and the Commission were talking about the free trade agreement. There was a dinner between the President of the Commission and the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom on Thursday evening, which failed to come to any conclusion. In theory, discussions are continuing, but whilst up until a few weeks ago, there was quite a lot of optimism, that optimism is disappearing. And the overall feeling is that there will be no trade agreement between the United Kingdom and the European Union. What happens in the future, who knows? And there are still some people who say, no, nobody would be stupid enough to allow this to happen. Something will occur between now and the end of the year. And indeed, they have until the 28th of December for the European Parliament to ratify a deal if they're able to do one. But the three issues that are stopping a deal from being concluded, which is fisheries, state aids, and governance, have been the same three issues that have stopped a deal from happening already for nearly 4 months. So if in 4 months they haven't found a solution to this, either somebody is going to say, oh, okay, don't care, let it go, which is unlikely, because these issues have become very, very politicized. So I spoke to somebody very influential 2 weeks ago, and he told me that he thought there was an 80% chance that they would do a deal. I spoke to him in the last day or so, and he now says he thinks it's 48-52, which funnily enough is the same as the percentage on the referendum. So the faith in a free trade agreement has reduced. What this means is that from the 1st of January, everything exported to the European Union from the UK or from the UK to the European Union will have to go through full customs procedures. They won't be as full as they will be by July, but they will have to go through customs procedures, and they will have to pay customs duties, dazi. The United Kingdom has adopted the European Union's customs tariffs to the extent that any tariff less than 25% has been azzerato, but over that, it's the full tariff. So for instance, especially in terms of Italy, the two highest tariff categories, general tariff categories, are agroalimentare and automobile. That means that your packet of Barilla, which today costs in London has a zero tariff, will have a tariff of, I think it's about 25%, if not higher, in the UK. And your, I don't know, English tea or whatever it is, will have a similar kind of tariff in Europe. That's the first point, which is a huge issue for importers, exporters. The second issue, which is linked to this, is that they expect huge traffic jams and delays on lorries going back and forth between France, Belgium, Holland, and the United Kingdom. Obviously, that's a time issue, but that time issue then translates into cost, into administrative cost, into driver cost, into lorry cost, all sorts of costs, especially when they realistically think that we're looking at traffic jams of 25, 30 kilometers, where they're thinking about days of delay, not simply half an hour here and half an hour there. From a contractual perspective, this means if you are involved in a business which has these kinds of movements, or any kind of movement where you are producing something which is based on a component which arrives from the United Kingdom, or where you have a supply chain which has any point of the supply chain in the United Kingdom, you are at risk that your supply chain is severely affected by significant delay or by extra cost for the product or the component that you are expecting or that you are sending. And obviously, if that has a significant effect on your ability to produce and to sell, that needs to be taken into consideration. In addition, if you have contracts written under English law, and there are anywhere in those contracts the words "time is of the essence" or something similar, you have a contract which is totally at risk, because normally time provisions are contractual obligations which are never really enforced to the letter. So if you have an obligation to deliver within 5 days and you deliver on the 6th day, nobody's going to complain that much, or you get sued for damages, but the contract continues. If you have a contract which says delivery in 6 days, time of the essence, it becomes a fundamental obligation that you deliver within 5 days. Consequently, your delivery on the 6th day means that the people you're delivering to have the ability to terminate the contract and sue you for the termination, which is a significant problem. You should look at your contracts to make sure that if they are things like agency agreements or anything where you're granted or you're granting rights, that if there is reference to the territory of the European Union or the territory of the member states of the European Union, something like that, that from the 31st of December onwards, so in other words, 1st of January onwards, the territory of the European Union does not extend to the United Kingdom. So that might reduce the market that you think you've got or that you have given away. If you are producing goods that have a CE mark, so country of origin mark, that will stop as well, because goods and components produced in the United Kingdom are no longer European, or they won't be after the end of the year. So you will have to take all sorts of steps of homologazione in relation to any component that you put into your product, because that will significantly affect your ability to then market CE and sell it and export it. With relation to the United Kingdom, any product that you are selling in the United Kingdom, the CE mark will expire at the end of the year. and you will have to then remark it with something called the UKCA, which is the United Kingdom Certificate of Assessment or Conformity Assessed or something, which is effectively the CE mark, but only for the UK. But if you are producing that in the UK and bringing it to Europe, the UKCA mark does not work in the European Union. So you effectively have to have both. There are issues regarding etiquetatura, what you have to put on your goods that you export to the UK. At the moment, the regulatory stuff is pretty much the same, but who knows how that's going to change in the future anyway. You have issues about data. There is no deal at the moment, even though the UK system and the European system is pretty much in line. There is no deal about transferring data from Europe to the UK. So that might change, and who knows how that's going to turn out. What else? And then, of course, there are issues in relation to, sorry.
Excuse me, what about enforceability of the ECJ decisions? Because, I mean,
well, the way that the English have dealt with it is that decisions of the European Court up to today, or up to the end of the year, are incorporated into English law. But from the 31st of December, no decision of the ECJ will be incorporated or valid in English law. And whereas the situation up until now is that throughout the European Union, no court below the ECJ can challenge a decision of the ECJ, under the English system, even lower courts will be able to put the ECJ decision into question in the case of new cases or whatever. So that's going to become very difficult. It'll be very interesting to see how it goes from a legal perspective, but it'll be very difficult. The only cases that are covered or will continue to be covered by, not by the ECJ, but by Brussels and Rome and Lugano, will be cases that have already started now. And therefore, those cases will be allowed to continue and to finish within the scope of the jurisdiction, etc., that they were granted because of the regulations, but not any new cases. Going back to, sorry, go on.
Oh, sorry. But what does Brexit mean for like intellectual property rights? Because I can imagine that they will also affect like.
So for intellectual property rights, I'm not an intellectual property lawyer, so my information is superficial. My understanding is that things like patents and trademarks are not part of the European Union rules, so they would carry on regardless. Things like intellectual property rights that you have to register, you have to make sure that the registration is valid both in the UK and in the European Union. And if it's not, you have to take the steps to make sure that they are registered in both. Things like indicazioni geografiche, they were supposed to have been, the UK will have its own system of indicazione geografica. There were supposed to be all sorts of provisions about existing ones carrying on and then slowly new ones being required to be registered. But because there is no trade deal, that's not been fully worked through either. So the answer is that it's a huge mess and nobody is really sorting it out. I'm embarrassed by, as an English person, I'm embarrassed by the way there has been a complete failure by government to sort this out. But it's a hugely dangerous position. If you have things like intellectual property rights to protect, you should be taking proper advice, detailed advice on how you can make sure that you are fully protected. The other thing I would throw in just before I finish is VAT. If you have clients or your business is involved in import-export, there's a huge difference, a huge change to the way the VAT is going to be treated, because you now have to pay the VAT at the point of import or the point of export. And you have to be established in the United Kingdom in order to complete the importation procedures to import stuff into the United Kingdom, which means and either you have your own establishment there, or you have to find some way of getting somebody to be your established person. But there's a big cash flow issue to do with the VAT as well. All of these things are wildly complicated, but right from the 1st of January, they will impose fines and impose penalties on people who are not complying with the new rules. So you absolutely need to make sure that your businesses are prepared, if this is your business, either directly or with experts who can help you navigate your way through all of these difficulties. I'm going to stop here. I've run over time anyway, but I'm quite happy to carry on for a little while if anybody has any questions that they would like to ask, whether it's regarding what I've talked about in my presentation or Brexit, which seems to be taking over my life at the moment anyway.
I have just not a question, just like I was thinking about the data transfer. You say that at the moment, like, it's not like a big issue, but I was also thinking about like GDPR and like the last regulation on non-personal data.
Okay,
I mean,
stop you there because you're moving into an area that really I don't.
Okay, no, I was just.
What I would say about it is that the two things I do know are that from the 1st of January, GDPR as you know it will not apply in the United Kingdom. They apparently, the system in the United Kingdom follows the GDPR requirements because obviously they had to until now. But I heard yesterday that the European Union does not believe that the way the UK has incorporated or interpreted the GDPR is entirely in line with how it's supposed to be. So already there are issues. What most people seem to be saying, and again, I say this reporting what I've heard rather than any kind of expert opinion of mine, is that if you are sending data to the UK, you should be inserting into your contracts what are known as the standard or model clauses, which I have no idea what they say, because this is all just theory for me, into your contracts. And that is the minimum you should be doing to try and make your contracts legal as far as the EU is concerned. Having said that, apparently, I think it's the SMERF or SMERF cases, the two cases that came up very recently. I can give you the name of those cases because somebody wrote them to me yesterday, which have put in doubt, apparently, I think it's that they put in doubt the efficacy of those standard clauses in terms of how much protection they will give you if you put them into your contracts. Schrems, SCHREMS. It was a recent case before presumably the ECJ, called Schrems, SCHREMS. I suggest if this is something that interests you, you look at it. Somebody else said yesterday at a meeting that I participated in, that if you have, in addition to these standard model clause things, if you are sending data between the same company, that you have like intra-company agreements about the way data is treated. It then becomes more complicated in the event that there's any possibility that the data can then leave the United Kingdom and, for instance, get transmitted to the United States or something like that, because there's absolutely no way in which you can control that, apparently, and therefore that raises all sorts of issues. I've heard people who were advising their clients not to trade and not to do anything for the first few days of 2021 to try and stop them getting themselves unwittingly into difficulties. But if either your client or your business has not been preparing itself, then you need to wake up. And unfortunately, of course, you need to wake up and it's Christmas and then it's New Year and all this kind of stuff. But
yeah, I was referring even to like artificial intelligence, iCloud, like system computing, all the outsourcing activities that include lots of like transferring of data, which I mean, lots of companies are nowadays like relying on. So probably there could be like in addition to what you say, that problem to be taken
Yes.
into account.
I mean,
Yeah.
I would imagine that most of these contracts will have been looked at by data experts anyway. And I would imagine that a lot of these contracts will have these model or standard clauses in, because, you know, why wouldn't you put the model clauses in if you know, or if you knew before Schrems that that's what the EU wanted you to do. But I would also imagine that the people who are the contractors in these outsourcing will hopefully have been more alive to the possibility that that the United Kingdom would not have a free trade agreement with the EU, and have been preparing for what will happen from the first of the year. But it's a real risk. You know, it's not something. Apparently, there are half of the businesses in the United Kingdom think that this will be extended, there won't be a problem. Less than a third of the 43,000 companies in Italy that actively day to day have business dealings with the United Kingdom are prepared for this, because nobody in the business world believed that they would not have an agreement. The reality is that it's too late now. Even if they do have an agreement, it's probably too late to have everything that they would wanted to have had if they'd been able to sort it out 3 months ago.
Stephen,
you only have to ask yourself, if you ask yourself what the main business the United Kingdom has, the answer is finance. It's the city. The city is the biggest business the UK has, and there is no deal on financial services.
Thank you.
Stephen, I'd like to thank you ever so much, and in particular for this last piece. It's very inspiring, and we can appreciate how strong your feelings are. Everyone holding a British passport, including myself, who lives and operates south of the Channel, understands that this is a complete mess. It's all very stupid. Maybe we could take advantage of your knowledge and your inspiration and preparation. Maybe we could try to put together a 2 hours or 3 hours special session on Brexit, on the legal effects, on commercial contracts, on cross-border commercial contracts, maybe between the end of January or the beginning of February, when we started to sort of try to digest what is going on. It might be an additional, maybe together with the Italian British or the British Chamber of Commerce in Italy, or just as the UIA. If you're available, this is something we might consider. So I think we need to stop here because we are slightly over time, but it's been so interesting. I'd left this go on. So thank you again and again. You've made a lot of good sense and given us a lot of very interesting and precious comments and sort of suggestions as how to handle contracts governed by English law and what these terms mean. So thank you ever so much.
You're very welcome.
It's been wonderful having you here. We definitely need you back quite in the very near future. So maybe we'll be in touch to try to
absolutely
put together a special event on Brexit. So thank you on behalf of everyone.
Thank you.
And well, I guess it's time for us to close at this point.
Okay, well, thank you very much for having me. I've enjoyed talking to you this afternoon. As you clearly have understood, Brexit is a particular issue for me. It seems to be taking over my life at the moment. So we would be more than happy to think about maybe coming back and doing something more specific to Brexit when in the new year, when we perhaps understand better what's going on.
Yeah.
And so all I could say is I wish everybody a very happy Christmas, and who knows, and a COVID-free 2021.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you.
On behalf of everyone.
Bye.
Thank you, you too.
Happy Christmas. Auguri.
Auguri.
Bye, auguri. Ciao.
Thank you.